Chapter 61 Repay with Qiangyao. Hu Liang's expression suddenly darkened. Are you going to convict me based on his one-sided words? Hearing this, Zhao Jianlong looked at him in surprise. Today he had completely seen the other side of Hu Liang. At this moment, looking at this honest and hard-working junior in his mind, Zhao Jianlong even felt that his facial features had become hideous and hateful. At this point, does Hu Liang want to deny it to death? Executive Officer Zhao, I have been a soldier under your command since the day I entered the barracks. And it has been 10 years now. As a result, now you would rather believe someone else's one-sided words than give me even a little trust? He said this sincerely, and even his expression was perfect. But Zhao Jiangong's head suddenly became blue with veins, and his eyes were wide open, staring at Hu Liang, who was an excellent actor. 10 years. Yes, you have been with me for 10 years. I also want to know what kind of bargaining chips the Liu family gave to make you betray your conscience and become such a ruthless person. At the end of the words, Zhao Jiangong's neck was stained with a little red because of the violent emotional ups and downs. Hu Liang was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something, and his superb acting skills also revealed a flaw. However, he soon returned to normal and just avoided Zhao Jiangong's gaze. In short, I didn't do the bargaining chips you mentioned, or leaning towards the Liu family. Even if Mr. Zhou himself stood in front of me, it would not change. He was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. No matter what Zhao Jiangong's attitude was, he was always like, you wronged me, and I am very disappointed. Zhao Jianlong laughed at his attitude. The two of them confronted each other for a while, and Zhao Jianlong suddenly spoke. Really? Then you'd better stick to what you said today. After saying that, without waiting for Hu Liang to answer, he pushed the door and left. As soon as he left, there was no one in the room. Hu Liang breathed a sigh of relief and fell on the bed. His heart was pounding in his chest, almost jumping out. He looked calm just now, but he was actually nervous. Lu Jinhua told him that the Zhao family would be suspicious after Zhou Rui suddenly had an accident, and he would definitely be kidnapped and put under house arrest by them. But Zhao Jianlong was a man who cared about old friendships. Even if he was imprisoned, he would not be tortured. Instead, he would be well-fed and well-fed. His life was completely worry-free for the time being. In addition, his good popularity in the military region also played a great role. The Zhao family could put him under house arrest because of suspicion. But if they killed him privately for this, they would not be able to stop the gossip. As for him, he only had to insist that he did not do it and that he was loyal. Lu Jinhua would negotiate for him and create public opinion in the refugee area. By then, even the Zhao family would not be able to keep him under house arrest in the face of so many protests. Moreover, the Zhao family was already on the decline at that time. The plan was good, but Zhou Rui was the strongest superpower after all, and he could escape unscathed from such zombies. And the words Zhao Jianlong said just now to identify him were spoken by Zhou Rui himself. Sure enough, the Zhao family really invested in Zhou Rui. They even gave him a satellite phone. Isn't this difficult? The most critical person in the plan is not dead. So Lu Jinhua can only wait for the opportunity. Now, he can only hope that the people ambushing in the arsenal can kill them with one blow. Speaking of the ambushing people, Hu Liang rolled his eyes, and a few doubts flashed in his eyes. At that time, he agreed to call back to confirm after arriving at the target location. But until he set off with his men, there was no letter from the other side. Could it be the first group of people who went out were swallowed by the mutant zombies? Realizing this possibility, Hu Liang sat up from the bed. No! He must get out of here as soon as possible and tell Lu Jinhua this news. If the first group of people who went out have become the zombies' rations, then wouldn't it be a waste to give Zhou Rui a batch of arms? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. He couldn't sit still anymore. So he stood up and paced back and forth in the room. His life, Hu Liang, is now closely linked to Lu Jinhua. If Lu Jinhua falls, he will definitely not end up well. He had to think of a solution, quickly. Zhao Jianlong was so angry that he walked out with a red face and neck. He didn't calm down until he got home. He sat on the sofa and stared at the wall, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. When her husband came back, he stared at the wall without saying anything. Li Yulin naturally noticed something was wrong. She was always considerate. Seeing this, she didn't disturb her husband. Instead, she sat aside quietly and wrote and drew on the account book with a pen in her hand. She is still the head of the logistics department, and she has to do all the billing and accounting work herself. Time passed by minute by minute. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Jianlong suddenly spoke. Yulin? Li Yulin raised her eyes. What's the matter? Zhao Jianlong looked at her and opened his mouth. But he couldn't say anything until the end. Nothing. I just wanted to call you. Hu Liang. He really couldn't move him now. But he also had ways to make Hu Liang live a life worse than death. It was also his own fault for not knowing people well. He spent all day hunting eagles. But in the end, he was pecked in the eye by geese. Li Wan helped Ju Yi up with some effort. He had to move Gu Yi to the car. But this guy's body became heavy after turning into a zombie. His body shape was still the same, but it seemed to be made of solid iron when he was dragged. He had to use all his strength to help him up. At this time, Ju Yi's weight seemed to be lighter. Looking over, it turned out that the good-looking mixed blood helped him. This guy's appearance is really outstanding. Apart from other things, Li Wan has always claimed to be a handsome boy since he was a child. But when he met this guy, he felt that his face, which could have been scored 90 points before, could only be scored 70 points. Just no comparison. No harm. Thinking about it in his mind, Li Wan was stunned and shook out the irrelevant thoughts. Now is the time to think about these things. He whipped himself in his heart. Thank you. With Bai Yunlai's help, Ju Yi was taken downstairs smoothly. Zhou Rui opened the back door and helped Ju Yi indirectly. Li Wan thanked him and went in from the other side. He straightened his clothes and let Ju Yi's head lie on his legs. During the whole process, Ju Yi, who had killed the mutant zombie with one move yesterday, did not react at all and allowed himself to be moved like a dead body. It can't be said that he was actually dead from the moment he turned into a zombie. Even if he fell into a deep sleep, Ju Yi's passive skills still radiated everyone. A few ordinary zombies were attracted by the noise when the car started. When they arrived, they failed to find the prey and left in confusion. Li Wan decided to settle down in this place after some investigation. There are not many ordinary zombies, and there are no mutant zombies. There were some before, but Ju Yi shot them in the head and ate them. Zhou Rui drove the car again on the way back, and Bai Yunlai sat in the passenger seat. We have to go to Iha Road before we go back. Li Wan. Someone heard me say that she hid a batch of arms there before. I have to go collect them. After saying that, without waiting for Li Wan to answer, Zhou Rui said, this person has been crooked since childhood. I suspect she told me this news with no good intentions. There may be some traps or ambushes there. I will park the car in a more secret place, and Yunlai and I will go in. You and Ju Yi will just wait in the car. Zhou Xinyua's brain is extremely clear. She couldn't have known that she could sell the house at a higher price by trading with others. So there was no need to find him as her brother to exchange for the house. It's impossible that Zhou Xinyua, who had been targeting him since childhood, suddenly found her conscience and wanted to find him as her brother to reconcile. Zhou Rui didn't forget that this woman cheated him in order to compete with him for Zhou's shares, and even deliberately leaked the company's bottom price for the acquisition of land to the rival company. To achieve her goal, she would do anything. After Zhou Xinyua came, Zhou Rui prepared a house for her. But Zhou Xinyua did not come the next morning. He immediately had a clue in his mind. The original 70% guess was confirmed to 100%. Zhou Xinyua definitely had bad intentions in telling him the news. As for who she sold the news to, Zhou Rui guessed it was the Lu family. The only family that could share the same goal with her and reach a cooperation was the Lu family. His existence blocked Lu Jinhua's way, so Lu Jinhua naturally wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. It was just that he was the highest level superpower in the refuge area, so Lu Jinhua could only swallow his anger no matter how much he wanted to kill him. But it was different outside the refuge area. No one knew whether Zhou Rui was eaten by zombies or had some other accident. Lu Jinhua was used to manipulating public opinion. When the news came back, he would be able to clear himself of suspicion. He might even have to put on a show to earn some sympathy points in front of the audience. In terms of creating momentum and manipulating public opinion, Lu Jinhua was a master at this trick. If this executive officer Lu had not joined the army, he might have done something as a media person. Li Wan shook his head. My special ability can help you. Zhou Rui was a little surprised that Li Wan actually offered to help, and turned back and said, thank you. It's okay. Li Wan curved his eyes. If Zhou Rui and the others had not lent a hand when he moved Zhu down just now. He would be as quiet as a chicken now. It's just giving a peach to a peach in return. The vehicle slowly drove into Iha Road in the morning light. The preservation of the buildings and facilities here is much better than that of University Road. And there are no bloody scenes on the street, such as broken limbs or large bloodstains, but from the flying plastic bags and paper garbage on both sides of the street, and the bloodstains that have dried into black and red on the edge of the green belt, it can be seen that this place has undergone a great change. Many foreigners live in Iha Road. It is close to the embassy, and the skin color difference is particularly large. Normally, if you accidentally enter it, you will think you have entered an international street. Zhou Xinyu is smart to think of hiding arms in such a place. People from all countries are mixed here. Because of international relations, the public security here is much worse than other neighborhoods, which invisibly facilitates those who smuggle and break the law. Chapter 62, Let the Wolf In. After Zhou Rui and his group arrived at the hiding place mentioned by Zhou Xinyu, Li Wan closed his eyes, activated his supernatural power, and scanned the house in all directions. Half a minute later, he opened his eyes and said to Zhou Rui with a strange expression, "There is no one inside." He didn't find anyone during the first scan, and thinking about what Zhou Rui said, he scanned a few more times, but the result was still the same. Hearing this, Zhou Rui was stunned. "No one?" he asked back in surprise. Li Wan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, there is no one inside. It is very clean. There are many boxes in the basement, which should be the things you mentioned." He emphasized the word things. Guns, firearms, etc. He never dared to think about it before. As a result, not only did he see it with his own eyes, but he might have to come into contact with it in the future. If he wants to live outside the shelter, he can't always rely on Zhui. Every time Zhui uses his superpowers, he will be forced to fall into a coma. If other mutant zombies smell the smell and come to the door during this period, then they will both die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Zhou Rui didn't say anything and pondered for a while. "You should wait in the car. Don't get off. Yulai and I will go to check it out." He did this entirely for Li Wan's safety. Although the supernatural power didn't find anything, if there were any traps or something like that, he would only be able to protect his little baby at that time. Hearing him say this, Li Wan nodded. "Okay. This house is full of European-style decoration. It seems to have been a coffee shop before. The door is not locked. There are a few pools of dried blood scattered on the table and the floor, which looks shocking." Zhou Rui walked lightly, and the two of them bent their waists. The soles of their shoes were made of special materials. They moved carefully and stepped on the ground without making any sound. When he was about to reach the door of the basement, he turned around and made a mouth shape to Bai Yulai. "I will go in first, and you can go in 5 seconds later." When encountering unknown dangers, he must take the lead and protect the little baby. If you don't work, you won't have food to eat. Seeing this, Bai Yunlai shook his head. Together, he opened his mouth up and down, and his expression was obviously smiling, but his eyebrows were full of determination. Zhou Rui's eyes moved. Finally, he nodded. After all, Yunlai was not someone he could persuade with just a few words. As a result, until the two of them collected all the guns and ammunition in the basement, no ambush or trap appeared. Zhou Rui even doubted his judgment that day. Could it be that Zhou Xinyu really turned over a new leaf? The sun will rise from the west tomorrow? Back in the car, Bai Yunlai opened the back door and handed several large gun boxes to Li Wan. "There are 3 guns inside, and I have prepared the bullets. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Don't refuse it." Li Wan was quite confused by his trick, and after 2 seconds he said, This is not appropriate." Bai Yunlai shook his head and did not take his hand back. "You saved us. This is what I should do." Zhou Rui had already opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. He also turned around and advised him, "If you don't accept it, we will both be worried." "Don't worry. Our lives are valuable, and you will still lose in the end." Li Wan was speechless for a moment. He wanted to say that the deal between the two parties was that as long as Zhou Rui returned to the refugee area and found his family to meet him, he would have received the due compensation. But the words seemed to be stuck on his lips, and he couldn't say them. Finally, his eyes became red, and he silently took the gun handed over by Bai Yunlai. "Thank you." It was getting late now, So they found an unowned house nearby to rest for a night, and set off to rush back the next morning. Li Wan gave the specific location of his and Zhu Yi's parents in the shelter, relying on the buff Zhu Yi gave him and fearing that there would be complications if he was late. Zhou Rui drove very fast and arrived at the entrance of the shelter in a few hours. He now found a house outside the shelter for Li Wan to live in temporarily. When the car drove to the earthen wall of the shelter, Zhou Rui raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, I saw that at the top of the thick and tall earthen wall, several large red painted plaques were placed without knowing when. Huahai base. This sign just happened to quote the name of Haishur, and mixed it with other elements, and it was named Huahai base. Perhaps the upper management of the base felt that calling it a refuge area would not make them stand out, so they put up the sign overnight." The gatekeeper naturally knew Zhou Rui's car. When he saw him driving here from a distance, he stood up unconsciously, stretched his head and neck, and looked forward. When the car stopped in front of him, he went forward and knocked on the window. The car window slowly dropped, revealing the two profiles of the people inside. The soldier glanced at the back seat and saw that no one was sitting there. So he raised his voice and said, "Please cooperate with the inspection." Everyone respected the highest level superpower in the base. In addition, it was heard that it was Mr. Zhou who took the initiative to get out of the car and fight the zombies after encountering the mutant zombies, which resulted in the rescue team being unscathed. His brother was also a member of the rescue team that day. So in addition to admiration for Zhou Rui, he also felt a little more gratitude and admiration. It was called an inspection, but in fact, it was just a glance at the car windows and trunk. He didn't rummage through the car like he did with other vehicles. Before they came in, the news that the strongest superpower had returned safely had spread to the ears of everyone in the base. Lu Jinhua was told by a soldier on duty at the gate. When he learned that the man had returned safely, Lu Jinhua crushed the purple sand cup in his hand with a bang, and the pieces of the sand cup fell to the ground with a clatter, making a loud sound. "What did you say?" He looked at the soldier who came to report the news with a gloomy face, and the calmness between his eyebrows was completely washed away by anger and surprise. In addition to controlling public opinion, his good reputation passed down by word of mouth was also due to his gentle face and his friendly appearance. Now his face darkened, and the soldier couldn't help but stiffen his back a little and repeated the letter again. "Mr. Zhou is back." Hearing the soldier repeat it again, the expression on Lu Jinhua's face suddenly changed. After a while, he said to the soldier in a cold voice, "Okay, I got it." The soldier was frightened by his appearance just now, and didn't even dare to raise his head. He bowed his head and retreated respectfully, until the door was closed with a click. Lu Jinhua sat back in the chair and pinched his temples with a headache. He didn't want to think about what went wrong in the plan. Just look at the results. Although Zhou Rui returned safely, he didn't personally participate in this matter from beginning to end. He also asked Hu Liang to count the soldiers when sending troops. Even if the Zhao family wanted to investigate because of suspicion, they couldn't find him. They couldn't find any concrete evidence. And even if they knew that they were the one behind the scenes, they could only jump in anger. But Lu Jinhua clenched his hands. He had indeed sent out a team of elite soldiers. Although those people didn't have superpowers, they were all good soldiers in the army, and losing any of them was a loss to him. Now that Zhou Rui was back, it goes without saying that the soldiers he sent out were naturally annihilated. Lu Jinhua gritted his teeth, and for a moment he hated this superpower who helped the Zhao family suppress him as soon as he arrived at the base. Then, he thought of Zhou Xinyue, who came to negotiate a deal with him that day. It seemed that he was tricked by the brother and sister. Thinking of this, Lu Jinhua took out his satellite phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Invite the Zhou family to come here." He bit the word invite hard, and looked like he wanted to eat their flesh alive. Unaware that Lu Jinhua had hated him after his plan failed, Zhou Xinyue was watering the flowers in the garden, wearing a light white skirt, and looked as relaxed and comfortable as before the end of the world. Although they now live in a villa and have received many points, they cannot hire 3 or 4 maids to clean the house like they did before. Zhou Xinyue was unwilling to do tedious housework, so the housework naturally fell on Qimiaoyu. She was not a star, and her family was just a well-off family before she married into the Zhou family. Although she did not do much housework, she was capable and not completely clueless. But after being a rich wife for so many years, these life skills have long been degraded. These few days, she broke 3 or 4 plates alone. which made Zhou Ruiguang scold her several times. At this moment, Qi Miaoyu was walking out with a mop in her hand. Seeing Zhou Xinhua watering the flowers leisurely, she was immediately furious. She threw the mop aside. Well, I'm so tired of mopping the floor inside, and you don't even want to help me. You are here leisurely using this small flower pot to water the flowers? It's already so late. What's the point of watering the flowers? Ah? Tell me yourself. Hearing her mother jumping up and down, Zhou Xinhua didn't even look at her. Why are you so excited? Executive Officer Lu's son is coming over this afternoon. How can I look good if I don't clean up the garden? Lu Jinhua's son Lu Shid is 26 years old this year. Unlike Xiao Chunggong of the Zhao family, who still has some moral bottom line, this guy is a real idiot. He was raised by his father, and went to college abroad through the Lu family's connections. As a result, this young master Lu let himself go when he was abroad. Not only did he get several women pregnant, but he didn't recognize any of them. After knowing that he was going to be a father, he couldn't wait to return to China. Although he was a playboy, he was really stupid. Zhou Xinhua only used a little trick to control the mind of this young master Lu. The flowers in this garden were all sent by Lu Shid. And the food that has been added to the family recently was also generously donated by Lu Shid. Apart from anything else, he is really generous. Hearing this, Qi Miaoyu's originally angry expression suddenly became silent. She was too embarrassed to pick up the mop she had thrown away. So she said to her daughter, I don't think that Master Lu is a good person. She was also a troublemaker in the entertainment industry in her early years. Although she became Zhou Ruiguang's mistress for fame and fortune. No matter what Zhou Ruiguang's private life was like, this person was at least not bad. But Lu Shid was different. Qi Miaoyu felt uncomfortable the first time she saw him. How could he stare at the girl's mother as soon as he entered the room? Not only did he stare, he also glanced up and down. That look made her very uncomfortable. She told her daughter about it. And her daughter said that Lu Shid was curious about her, because he had seen her movies before. Just take care of yourself. You have to be there when people come. It will be disrespectful for me to be in the same room with him. Chapter 63 Going out again. Qi Miaoyu's eyes widened. Why do you have to have me there? She muttered softly. But in the end, she didn't say anything to refuse. Now in this family, besides her husband, the one with the most say is her daughter. In comparison, she has become the bottom of the food chain. She is of course relieved that her daughter has been smart since she was young. It's just that she is too smart, which always makes people feel a little scared. When she was young, she would be quiet and obedient when she glared at her. She was a good child. Now that he has grown up, he has his own ideas. Lu Shid's appearance is like his father's. He is not the most handsome one, but he looks quite artistic. At first glance, he can be regarded as a good young man in the eyes of his parents. But his eyes ruined this beauty. They always turn around, flashing uncomfortable emotions. Seeing Lu Shid's car coming towards this side from a distance, Zhou Xinhua took a few deep breaths, put on a smile, and greeted him. Shid. Her voice is very sweet, and she deliberately speaks like this. So most men who hear her speak like this will immediately soften their tempers. This is also a little trick of hers. Lu Shid got out of the car and smiled at her. Xinhua. Why are you so beautiful today? As he said this, Lu Shid looked up and down at the skirt on Zhou Xinhua. This is the skirt he gave to Zhou Xinhua. The skirt is very beautiful, well cut, and the color is well chosen, which makes the girl look as white as cream. It carefully outlined the graceful body, and Lu Shid's eyes deepened. He smiled very warmly. Seeing this, Zhou Xinhua's mouth curved a little wider and led him inside. I was watering the flowers in the garden just now. I saw a car driving towards this side from a distance. I knew it was you. Lu Shid raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, Haha. Is that so? How about this? I'll send someone to send you a car tomorrow. You and your aunt can drive. Zhou Xinhua shook her head and waved her hands quickly as if she was flattered. Oh, that's not what I meant. I want to give it to you myself. As he said that, Lu Shid took her hand, bent down very gentlemanly, and kissed the back of her hand without saying anything. Xinhua, I like you, and naturally want to give you the best. Don't reject me. Maybe because he has been abroad for a long time. Lu Shid's behavior is more passionate and unrestrained than ordinary people. This kind of love words are even more easy to come up with. And his little mouth is smeared with honey. Even though Zhou Xinhua only regarded Mr. Lu as a tool, her heart would skip a few beats when facing such an attack. She blushed, shyly withdrew her hand, and pretended to be angry. You always say such embarrassing words. Lucia just smiled and did not answer. The two walked into the house side by side. Chi Miou cleaned the house very clean. And the mop finally picked her up. The guests were coming. And such distinguished guests. Chi Miou hesitated for a long time before finding 2 plates of dried plums from the storage room at home and placed them on the table. Funny enough, the dried plums were given by Lu Shud. Although Chi Miou didn't like him, she still smiled when she saw Lu Shud. You're here. Please sit down. Please sit down. After all, he is the son of the Lu family. Because of his contribution in providing clues to the arms, Lu Jinhua gave Zhou Ruiguang a job to count points at the exchange office. The salary is very good, but he has to go out early and come back late every day. Sometimes Chi Miou goes to bed early and doesn't see him all day. Lu Shud sat down as he was told. Aunt, do you clean the house by yourself? As he said this politely, his eyes glanced at Chi Miou's body, which was still charming even in loose clothes, and his eyes could not help but darken. But he was always patient, knowing that this matter needed to be considered in the long run. So he patiently played with the mother and daughter, until his guards came over in a row. His good mood was interrupted in an instant, and Lu Shud frowned, seeing that these people broke into the gate without saying anything and wanted to catch Zhou Xinhua and her daughter. Lu Shud stretched out an arm to block them. What are you doing? He suddenly stood in front of the 2 people, looking like a hero saving a beautiful girl. I didn't expect the leader's son to be here. The people looked at each other for a long time. And finally the leader said, Executive Officer Lu asked us to come. No matter whether young Master Lu was a hero saving a beautiful girl or just wanted to show off, they had his father's order. When comparing the two, Executive Officer Lu's order was more important. After all, this person was their real breadwinner. He didn't say the following words clearly, but Lu Shud could understand them. His eyes turned, and he was angry at the captain's contempt. Lu Shud's face did not change. He shook his head and said to the man, maybe there is some misunderstanding. You go back first. I will talk to my father. The captain was a little embarrassed. You are his son, so you will not be questioned. But we are different. If you don't complete the task, isn't this asking for trouble? Seeing his embarrassment, and that his request was rejected twice in a row, something flashed in Lu Shud's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Don't worry. I'll go back with you and explain the situation to my father. After saying this, he turned to look at the mother and daughter behind him. Sorry, I have to leave for a while. The frightened mother and daughter finally came to their senses, and their beautiful eyes looked at Lu Shud, who suddenly stepped forward, full of fear and joy after surviving the disaster. Only Zhou Xinhua had something more between these two emotions. It was panic. She knew. Now Lu Jinhua suddenly turned against her, and it must be related to the brother she had calculated. The more Zhou Xinhua thought about it, the paler her face became. If the Lu family could get the news, the Zhao family could too. Zhou Rui drove to the door of his house and saw a man standing there from a distance. He looked closely and realized that it was Zhao Chengdong. Zhao Chengdong looked thinner and darker than a few days ago. Even his faded hair, which was half yellow and half purple, was shaved into a flat head. Not to mention, when he stood there neatly, he looked like a young poplar. Very tall. The last time he was dressed like this was when his father Zhao Jianlong threw him into the military camp during the summer vacation. Hey, you've been tanned like a black egg. Zhou Rui parked the car and got out to laugh at him. Zhao Chengdong subconsciously looked down at his wrist. There was a clear dividing line between it and the back of his hand, which looked very funny. It looked like a sesame bun with a filling leaked out. This is a symbol of growing up. A man's medal. As he said that, Zhao Chengdong gently punched Zhou Rui's shoulder. What's going on? Did Hu Liang trick you? His tone was full of disbelief, as if he had never expected that one day two names that were originally unrelated to each other would be linked together for this reason. Zhou Rui just smiled and said nothing. After putting the car into the space, Bai Yunlai looked at him helplessly, and turned to Zhao Chengdong and said, Don't stand at the door. Go in and talk. On the way into the house, Zhou Rui told him the general situation. The more Zhao Chengdong listened, the wider his eyes widened. Finally, he couldn't help but curse indignantly. This grandson is too bad. It's okay to run fast, but he also cheated you. Hu Liang had been highly valued by Zhao Jiang before, so he knew his name, appearance, and personality, but they had never gotten along well. So his impression of Hu Liang was vague, fixed on the impression that he seemed to be a good and cheerful person. Who knew that this seemingly upright person would do such a thing behind the scenes? By the way, he is now locked up by my father. Are you going to see him later? This was the purpose of his coming here today. No matter what Zhou Rui thought, they had to meet the enemy who almost killed them. When he said this, Zhao Chunlong secretly looked at the protagonist in his words with the corner of his eyes. Unfortunately, the man still had an unshakable smile on his face. Zhao Chunlong studied it for a few seconds, but couldn't figure it out. So he withdrew his gaze. Zhou Rui was becoming more and more unpredictable. He scratched his head frantically in his heart, and felt a little self-destructive, letting him come to test Zhou Rui's attitude. Isn't it like sending out half a fool? Let's talk about that after I come back. I have to go out of town. Ignoring Zhao Qingdong's gaze, Zhou Rui suddenly spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he had just said something insignificant. Zhao Chunlong couldn't follow his train of thought, and was stunned for a long time before saying, "Ah? Out of town again? Didn't you just come back?" Bai Yunlai smiled and said, "There are some things to do. You've only been back for a short time. Why don't you take a rest before you go?" Zhao Chunlong naturally couldn't say anything that could make people change their minds. It wasn't until he was sent out that he kicked the stones under his feet in frustration. After a few days of high-pressure training, Zhao Chunlong has come to realize that many of the arrogant and cocky superpowers are actually not as good as the soldiers who have undergone intensive training. Although their physical qualities have been greatly improved through superpowers, most of them have not yet developed enough courage. Some of them can only emit small flames and small water jets. Zhao Qingdong's desire for superpowers is much less than before, but sometimes he feels that if he can have superpowers one day, it will be icing on the cake. Wonderful. The parents of Zhu Yi and Li Wan live in the cheapest area of the entire base. Here, bunk beds are piled in the corners, and more than a dozen people are squeezed into one house, which is crowded and small. They are all ordinary people, and they are old, so they can't do heavy work. It is also difficult to find jobs suitable for their age. Often, the recruitment notices are snapped up as soon as they are posted. Since the two sons got together, the two families bought a house in the same community, and they also brought a lot of supplies with them when they fled together. Although they are old, they are more sensitive to crises than ordinary people. The two families collected all the food from both families and took the large and small bags on the car when the army came to rescue. Although these supplies were not much, they helped them survive a long period of time in the refugee area. They were not driven out like other people because they could not pay the points and lived in fear all day long. When Zhou Rui found them, Li Wan's mother Qi Qinsu was washing clothes in a basin. Labor costs are now even cheaper than electricity costs. They have all fallen into this kind of room and naturally cannot afford to use the public washing machine on the first floor. She didn't know how many years it had been since she washed clothes by herself. She always had no idea how to rub clothes, and her fingers were red from the cold. She couldn't afford to eat now. Tap water has become much cheaper recently. Otherwise she wouldn't have the leisure to spend a lot of money to buy a basin of water just to wash clothes. Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai looked at her from a distance, hesitated for a moment, and then set off. "Excuse me, are you Li Wan's mother?" Bai Yunlai asked in a low voice. As for why Zhou Rui didn't ask, this guy was born with a look that was difficult to get close to. If he spoke rashly, he might scare this poor woman. Chapter 64. You are home. Perhaps it was because she hadn't heard a familiar name for a long time. The woman was stunned, and then her eyes widened. She had endured countless hardships in the past few days, and she had lost a lot of weight. In addition, the clothes she wore were really shabby compared to the two people in front of her, and the woman felt a little embarrassed for a moment. "Xiao Wan." "Yes, I'm his mother." "Who are you?" The woman frowned slightly and looked up and down at the two people who suddenly asked about her son. Speaking of her son, she was helpless and worried. Clearly, when they were still able to talk a few days ago, she had repeatedly told the child to come to the refuge area after it was safe. And now it was here at the Huahai base. But the child just vaguely changed the subject and refused to agree. She asked Zhu Yi to answer the phone, and Li Wan was also making other comments. One moment he said Zhu Yi went out to collect supplies, and the next moment he said Zhu Yi was not around because of something. This made her, and Zhu Yi's family very worried. Worried whether the two boys had encountered any difficulties, and whether Zhu Yi, who had not been able to answer the phone, had. They knew that the two children had a good relationship. What they feared most was that Zhu Yi had an accident, and Li Wan was still deceiving herself and refusing to face reality. Now, these two men suddenly found her, which made her panic more than confused. For a while, her mood was terrible, fearing that these two young people would hear some bad news. Judging from their appearance and clothes, they should be superpowers, or something like that. Now, the only people who can live comfortably in the base are superpowers, and those military commanders. But how did Xiao Wan get in touch with these people? She secretly observed the two people, and had all kinds of calculations in her mind. Zhou Rui was very sensitive to other people's gazes, and soon discovered the woman's self-concealed gaze. He smiled. Ms. Su, I think you misunderstood. We came here to tell you. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will come to pick you and Zhu Yi's family to go outside the city. Li Wan will be waiting for you there. Li Wan's mother's surname is Su. Su Yuliang. Hearing this, Ms. Su suddenly clenched her fingers. Her attitude changed drastically, and she hurriedly asked, Did Xiao Wan ask you to come? Why didn't he come here in person? Is he okay now? She asked several questions in a row, and before Zhou Rui could answer, Bai Yulai said, He has his own reasons. You will know when you meet him. He is fine now. Li Wan said that we should give this to you so that you can know whether what we said is true or false. His voice was much softer than Zhou Rui's. Su Yuliang looked at him, and the tense expression on his face also relaxed a little. Bai Yulai took out a silver pendant from his pocket and handed it to Su Yuliang, who was full of expectations. After receiving the pendant, Su Yuliang's eyes suddenly became moist and hot. This was the silver pendant she had asked for Xiao Wan in the temple. She had asked him to wear it since he was a child, and never took it off. Seeing it now, she felt like she saw her son standing in front of her. The emotions in her heart could no longer be suppressed, and they came out in waves, making her want to pour them out. Fortunately, she knew that the people in front of her were all juniors, and she couldn't cry in front of them. She endured, and finally held back the tears that suddenly emerged. She blinked several times and took a few deep breaths. I see. Thank you for bringing him a message. I was so excited that I forgot to ask your names. Are you Xiao Wan's friends? She doesn't look like she can stand the truth. On the way back, Bai Yulai said to Zhou Rui with some concern. At the beginning, Su Yuliang was so excited just by listening to him and Zhou Rui talking about Li Wan. If he knew that Zhu Yi had become a zombie, and Li Wan didn't leave him and insisted on staying with him forever, would his heart be able to stand it? Parents all hope for the best for their children. Of course, there will be situations like his and Zhou Rui's family, but the probability of such situations is relatively low, and most parents still love their children very much. Bai Yulai does not feel envious or wronged. These emotions have been generated since childhood. He has also made efforts, such as studying hard to get full marks on all the test papers. For example, he took the initiative to get up early, make breakfast for his mother, stepfather, and sister, and wash everyone's dishes after dinner. He did this for many days. Finally one day, his mother, Anai, called him into the house. Bai Yulai thought he would hear praise from her. He even straightened his back quietly, wanting to appear more obedient and sensible when he received praise from his mother. He imagined countless possibilities in his mind, but Anai always did the opposite. He would always remember the look and tone of Anai when she said those words. Don't do this kind of thing every day. Your father has hired a cleaning lady and a breakfast stand at home. If this kind of thing gets out, your father will be laughed at by others. People will ridicule him, saying that he is so harsh even on a child. How cheap. I don't know who taught you to do this, to deliberately upset your father, but I hope you won't do this again. Okay? When she said this, she always looked helpless and sad, as if the child in front of her really did something bad that made her sad and disappointed. Still so gentle, yet so cold. He had never realized it as clearly as that day. He was redundant, whether in this family or in Ani's heart. This enthusiastic and open French girl was watered by a man with love and became a qualified wife and mother. She can do housework, plan life for her children and husband, and do all these very well. But he is not included in this. He is the child of Anai and her ex-husband. He is a thorn between her and her current husband. It is neither right to pull him out nor to keep him. He thought that since his mother had fought hard for custody during the divorce, she must have loved him to some extent. But this love could not withstand the polishing of time and reality, and was slowly worn away by them. Holding his hand, Zhou Rui's answer was quite open-minded. Don't worry. She survived the end of the world, so this little difficulty is nothing. After saying that, Zhou Rui stopped walking, turned around and looked at Bai Yunlai, his eyes burning. As long as the important people are still here, the home is still here. The real purpose of these words is not the wine. Bai Yunlai can naturally understand. Even though he knew that these were love words, he was very happy in his heart, and his face was dyed with a smile. Are you confessing, Mr. Zhou? He bit the 3 words lightly and softly, and each word was not real, which made Zhou Rui raise his eyebrows. How can it be a confession? He loosened his hand, changed from holding to carrying, and carried the person on his back. Zhou Rui was strong now. Carrying Bai Yun was like a sprint. Although he was not afraid, Bai Yun's arm still subconsciously hugged Zhou Rui's neck. Feeling the hand around his neck, his goal was achieved. Zhou Rui slowed down, smiled, and whispered to the person on his back. The person is already mine, and you asked me to carry him home. This is not a confession. It's a love story. At this time, he was unusual and began to be picky about words. He was amused by his words. Bai Yunlai buried his face in Zhou Rui's shoulder, his chest pressed against his back, and a low laugh came from his throat. Then you have to carry it well. Don't let me fall. The love he lacked was filled up by Zhou Rui bit by bit. Chapter 65, Self-Destruction. Dad. Lu Shid followed the soldiers, who went to capture Qi Miaoyu and her daughter, and returned to his father. Seeing that the people sent out did not catch the people they should catch, Lu Jinhua's eyes widened, and he glared at the leading soldier fiercely. What's going on? When he said this, Lu Jinhua's face was extremely gloomy. He was already in a bad mood because of the loss of a team of elites. Now seeing so many strong men who couldn't even catch 2 women and a middle-aged man, the fire in his heart burned even more fiercely. Waste. A bunch of waste. The soldier was about to explain, and Lu Shid said first, I told him to come back. I also stopped the group of people who were holding Zhou Rui going on the road. He spoke in a very sonorous and powerful manner, and his eyes met Lu Jinhua without hesitation. And he was justified. Lu Jinhua's anger rose even more. Do you know what that woman did? He asked his son. He was so angry that his head was confused. He grabbed the wooden ornaments on the table and threw them at his son. Lu Shid would not stand there obediently and let him hit him. He dodged the wooden ornament by leaning his body. He lowered his head with a very gloomy expression. The people behind him were not so lucky. Lu Jinhua was a second-level psychic. When he was angry, his strength was unmatched by ordinary people. The man was hit hard on the head, and the skin was broken instantly, and blood flowed out. Lu Jinhua did not expect that the ornament he threw out in a rage could have such power. He was stunned, and then waved his hands at the group of soldiers in annoyance. Hurry up and go down to deal with it. 2 seconds later, the people who were hit were carried out by the people on the left and right. The expressions on the soldiers' faces were the same as usual, but they were all calculating in their hearts. Originally, they thought that Executive Officer Zhao was a stern person who was not easy to get along with. And Executive Officer Lu always had a smile on his face and looked kind. Who would have thought that these were just appearances? They sighed in their hearts at the same time. The soldier who was carried on his back had lost consciousness because of excessive bleeding in his head. At present, the price of medicine in the base was high. In the end, they could only collect everyone's points to exchange for a hemostatic medicine, and wrap the man with clean clothes to treat him simply. Let's not talk about this group of soldiers for now. After everyone left, Lu Jinhua raised his eyes and looked at his son in front of him. But then, he thought of the soldier who was so seriously injured that he had to be carried away, and his scrutiny softened a little, and his tone was not as angry as before. That woman and her brother cheated my elite team together. Why do you care about these trivial matters? After saying that, there was a little more suspicion in his eyes. He had heard that his son had been close to the Zhou family recently, but he had never taken it to heart. After all, being able to abandon pregnant girlfriends without hesitation is a ruthless act that not everyone can do. Lu Jinhua did not think that there was anything wrong with his son giving up those women so easily. In his opinion, this was something that could make him proud. Not being bound by love. This is what his son Lu Jinhua is like. So he cleaned up all the problems left by his son abroad, And even those pregnant women were not spared. He gave them a sum of money to abort the babies in their bellies. Of course, these women were not willing at first, and actually resisted for a while. So, he didn't think his son would fall in love with a woman from Zhou's family in these 4 or 5 days, and give his heart and soul to her. Lu Shud raised his eyes, and the gloom in his eyes had been swept away. I don't know about this, but I think Xinyu must not be that kind of person. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Lu Jinhua snorted. I think you really fell for this woman. As he said that, Lu Jinhua waved his hand impatiently. I don't care what you think in your heart. This plan was originally initiated by the woman of the Zhou family. Now that the plan has failed, she must be responsible. Lu Shud smiled and insisted, You must have misunderstood Xinyu. Hearing this, Lu Jinhua curled his lips, obviously very disappointed with his son. Okay, you go down and think about it yourself. After answering softly, Lu Shud turned and walked to the door. When he put his hand on the door handle, he heard his father's cold voice from behind. Since you won't let my soldiers bring the people here, tomorrow at noon, you bring Zhou Xinyu here in person. Right here, in front of me. He turned his head, his smile unchanged. Okay, Dad. After taking Li Wan and Zhu Yi's family out of the city, the two families met again, crying and laughing in the bedroom. Zhou Rui was not interested in prying into other people's joy and privacy. So he stepped out after sending the people and returned to the car. In order to send both families out, he specially found Chen Jun and asked him to act as a free driver. Li Xining is a very good doctor. He found a job in the temporary hospital built at the base these days. Although it is a bit tiring, the salary is very high. In addition, Zhou Rui helps him from time to time, so his life is also very colorful. When Li Xining is working, Chen Shi is beside him as his assistant. He does whatever he is asked to do. The two cooperate very well. I asked about Zhou Xinyu. She is still very close to Lu Shud of the Lu family recently. That guy visits their home from time to time. While the people above are still expressing their longing for each other after not seeing each other for a long time, Chen Shi slipped into their car and reported to Zhou Rui what he had found out while he was away. Before leaving the base, Zhou Rui had arranged for Chen Zhu and Wang Pingsheng to keep an eye on Zhou Xinyu's movements. Now it was easy to check, and the two of them could find out a lot of information. Should we go after we return? Bai Yunlai asked tentatively. After all, they were Zhou Rui's family. Although he had a weak impression of his family, and Zhou Rui had always acted as if he didn't care about them at all. But this kind of thing was really hard to explain. But halfway through his words, Zhou Rui shook his head. We are not needed. His expression was a little cold, and he repeated, We are not needed. Zhou Xinyu can kill herself. She is really smart. But being too smart is always a mistake. The plan failed, and she was the first to face Lu Jinhua's anger. Although those people did not die at her hands, Lu Jinhua would not care about that. He only knew that Zhou Xinyu caused him to lose an important team in vain. What she promised was all illusions. And Lu Jinhua was just like the monkey trying to catch the moon in the water, busying himself for nothing, regardless of dignity or loss. Lu Jinhua will not let her go easily. As for Lu Shud, this is also a typical example of Zhou Xinyu's self-destruction. He was able to provoke several women at the same time, and abandon them without hesitation to return to China. How could he be a man who values feelings? Zhou Xinyu thought she had him in her hands, but she didn't know that she was the meat on the chopping board, and her posture had been fixed to meet the final fate. She will soon know what kind of scum she has provoked. Now, she is probably thinking about how to get out of it. Zhou Rui is also looking forward to what interesting things this sister can do to survive. Chapter 66, I have to accompany him. More than an hour later, Li Wan and others with red and swollen eyes finally came downstairs. Thank you for sending us out and meeting Xiao Wan. We talked and planned to live with him outside, Su Yuliang said. As she spoke, she wiped her eyes and choked up. I really can't let them go. Although his son said that Zhu Yi would not hurt him even if he became a zombie, the two of them could live well outside relying on each other. But as parents, they are still worried. They are half buried in the ground. And in this world, it is equivalent to being buried up to their necks. Their only wish now is to spend the remaining time with their children and face difficulties together. Whether they live or die, at least they will be together when they leave in the end. And they will be able to see the people they miss, so that they will not leave with regrets in the underworld. If it is as the children say, He will give them supplies, let them sleep soundly in the base, and live comfortably every day. But he was outside the base, facing countless unknown dangers. The first thing he did when he woke up was to be thankful that he had survived another day. Su Yuliang couldn't bear to imagine such a scene. Zhou Rui glanced at Li Wan. His eyes and cheeks were also red at this time. He must have cried a lot just now. Li Wan did not refute his mother's words just now. It seems that he has been persuaded by them just now, and accepted the fact that his family wants to stay with him. Or maybe, he himself hoped so. Zhu Yi would not hurt him, and his attitude towards him could even be described as loyal. But apart from these, there was nothing else. Whether it was the overwhelming love or those gentle and considerate whispers, the other party could no longer give him. The body that became a zombie was cold and hard, no longer warm and soft as before. Li Wan tried to put braces and gloves on Zhu Yi, and then slept in his arms for a night. But the result was obvious. He was woken up by the cold. The other party's arm was still stiff. And when Li Wan woke up, his neck was sore, as if he had been sleeping on stainless steel all night. Later, every night before going to bed, he locked the chain that tied Zhu Yi to the head of the bed and asked him to guard the bed, where he could reach him. Zhou Rui raised his eyebrows at their decision. Not surprised or surprised. Okay. If you need anything later, you can contact me through this phone. As he said that, he looked at Bai Yulai. The latter immediately understood, took out a satellite phone from the space, and handed it to Li Wan. This was what Zhou Rui asked Li Yulin to help him change yesterday when he went to Zhao's house. Such a small thing is very expensive. Even Zhou Rui and Bai Yulai, who are rich, can't help but feel a little pain in their hearts. Li Wan took the phone with some surprise, looked at it uncertainly for 2 seconds, and then nodded solemnly, with gratitude in his voice. Thank you. Zhou Rui helped him so much that he really didn't know what to say. Thousands of words finally turned into a brief thank you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can also find me through this. I have no plans to leave this city, and I plan to settle down closer to the base in the future. The other party treated him so sincerely. Li Wan hesitated for 2 seconds, and also took out his highest level of promise. Zhou Rui smiled even more. Of course. On the way back, Bai Yulai put Qinqi's car into the space, and took him back home. Zhou Rui knew that after returning to the base again, his stone would inevitably disturb the calm water. Whether it was the Lu family or other people who were harboring evil intentions, it was time for this farce to end. It's strange to say, these few days, I followed Ning Ning to treat the wounded in the hospital, and I found that some people's abilities are quite unique. Qinqi smiled and chatted with him. After all, it would be too boring to walk the whole way in silence. He is a chatterbox. Bai Yunlai looked back at him and said, For example, there is a little girl whose ability is to make flowers bloom on her and other people's heads. They bloom in a large cluster, colorful, with all kinds of flowers. There is another one whose ability is to make his nails grow longer and shorter quickly, just like the white bone claws in the movies, which can dig open even the iron door with one claw. He was so engrossed in talking that he couldn't wait to share his experiences of the past few days with others. How wonderful. Fingernails can be turned into weapons. If you go to kill zombies, you can kill them with one claw. Zhou Rui laughed. Unlike Qinqi, he was quite interested in the girl who could make flowers grow on her head. So he asked Qinqi, are the flowers that the girl who can make flowers grow on her head just ordinary flowers? Is there anything special about them? Qinqi nodded. Well, they should be just ordinary flowers. I haven't heard of anyone saying that her flowers have any special effects. She is still doing business in the base. Now only her strange ability can get fresh flowers. She sells these things in various places in the city every day to exchange for points. After saying that, Qinqi sighed. The subsidies for psychics are already very high. Her flowers are not cheap, and it is a completely cost-free business. Although everyone now pays more attention to food, the executives and other psychics in the base are still willing to be generous and buy flowers to put in the house to improve their mood. Therefore, even though this girl's psychic ability is not an attack type, and can even be called a chicken rib, she can still earn hundreds of points in a day, which is better than most psychics with attack types. Looking at it this way, Qinqi thought that if he could awaken his superpowers one day, it would be quite good to awaken this type of ability. He could definitely make a fortune. When things are settled, I can go to her and buy a bunch of flowers. Zhou Rui couldn't help but smile, looking at him strangely. Bai Yunlai asked, "Why are you smiling so sweetly all of a sudden? Do you like flowers so much? I haven't seen you have this hobby before." Zhou Rui looked at the driveway in front of him intently. Life should have a sense of ritual. The answer was very official. Bai Yunlai naturally didn't believe it. But he didn't ask any more questions. He just said "oh" in a long voice. The atmosphere between them was subtle. Chen Shi wanted to say something else, but the words on his lips seemed to be blocked by something. He tried for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. In the end, Zhou Rui felt that the car was too quiet, and couldn't help but look back at Chen Shi through the mirror. "Why don't you continue talking?" Chen Shi tried to smile. "Seriously? It's so hard for me." He had to work hard to continue talking about the strange people and wonderful things he met when he was practicing medicine with Li Xining. When he was in school, his Chinese was the best subject. Now he told the story very well. And Bai Yunlai couldn't help asking questions and sighing. "Then what? There are such people." They chatted back and forth. And Zhou Rui felt uncomfortable because he had to drive, and couldn't get a chance to talk. Zhou Rui coughed artificially, and lowered his voice. "We are almost there. Stop talking." Bai Yunlai glanced at him. He gave her face, and turned his head back. The subtle atmosphere appeared in the car again. Chen Shi blinked, feeling mixed emotions. If it is not necessary, it is better not to ride in Zhou Rui's car alone. Chen Shi thought silently in his heart. How did you offend the Lu family? In the afternoon, Zhou Ruiguang questioned his daughter, as soon as he got home after finishing work. He was working today when suddenly a group of tall and strong soldiers rushed in and carried him out of his workstation. They ignored his shouting and yelling. When he refused to leave, the group of people held his arms and dragged him away with a very tough attitude. Zhou Ruiguang was still thinking about the information he sold to the Lu family. So he shouted loudly, "The Lu family is behind me." Who would have thought that the soldier who was dragging him out snorted coldly and replied coldly, "It was Executive Officer Lu who asked us to arrest you." Zhou Ruiguang's first reaction was that this unruly citizen was talking nonsense. But until the two men took him to the Lu family's office building, Zhou Ruiguang finally realized and believed their words. Chapter 67 Pretty. Right. But why did Lu Jinhua want to arrest him? He provided Lu Jinhua with the location of the munitions, which helped fill the other party's arsenal. Although the two of them had paid in cash, and it was hard to say who helped whom. Zhou Ruiguang believed that they had developed some friendship after this incident. The two soldiers who held him were very strong. He struggled several times along the way but failed to break free. So he gave up the meaningless resistance and quickly thought about what to say when he saw Lu Jinhua later. Before he could think it through, he unexpectedly ran into Lu Jinhua's son Lu Shid outside when he was about to meet him. Zhou Ruiguang knew this guy. He had been having a hot relationship with his daughter recently and often went home. But he turned a blind eye to this matter and even secretly hinted to his daughter, asking her to hold on to Mr. Lu and strive to become Mrs. Lu as soon as possible. Now that she saw him, she immediately had a clue in her heart and shouted to Lu Shid for help. As soon as he got home, Zhou Ruiguang came to his daughter to question her. Facing her father's questioning, Zhou Xinhua raised her eyes. She was also confused at the moment, but she was familiar with the secret deal between herself and Lu Jinhua, so she could guess the truth of the matter. After a little association, she understood the meaning of Lu Jinhua's actions today. Is this because the plan failed? And he is angry and wants to take action against me. Maybe he still believes that she and Zhou Rui have joined hands to deceive him. Zhou Xinhua was thinking about it. But she didn't reveal her true feelings in front of him. She said innocently, "How can I know? Maybe the people he sent out to search for arms just happened to run into me." It would have been fine if she didn't say anything. But Zhou Ruiguang got angry when he mentioned this. You still have the nerve to say that. Why didn't you tell Zhou Rui a fake position that day? Now that Lu Jinhua's plan has failed, he will definitely blame us for it. The more he talked, the more anxious his expression became. But in the end, he seemed to suddenly think of something. And he relaxed. Forget it. Isn't Lu Shid in love with you? You can talk to him and ask him to do it for your sake. Listening to his father talking there, Zhou Xinhua blinked, still pretending to be harmless. Okay, Dad. I'll try. Let's not talk about Lu Jinhua. She had to find a way to get away with Zhou Rui. Now it was her father who coerced her and sold the clues to the Lu family on her own initiative. But Zhou Rui has always been smart. After several associations, he could also think of his own involvement in this matter. She cooperated with Liu Jinhua at the beginning with the premise that Zhou Rui would never come back, and made a series of plans. Who knew? Zhou Xinhua secretly despised him in her heart. Who would have thought that Liu Jinhua was so useless? Even if he had the right time, right place, and right people, he still couldn't accomplish anything. I really don't know how the Zhao family was able to continue. Qi Miaoyu watched the father and daughter talking to each other. And when she saw that her husband finally pushed all the pressure on his daughter, her eyes widened. Ruiguang. I think, she said hesitantly, wanting to say something to make her husband change his mind. But before she could finish, Zhou Ruiguang interrupted impatiently. Okay, go and prepare the meal. After that, he complained, you stay at home all day, and you can't even do this little thing. I don't know what you are busy with. Don't you plan to take revenge? When Zhao Chengong returned to the base at night, he got the news and came to eat with Xiao Buzi in mind. Zhou Rui briefly analyzed the action with him, and Zhao Chengong was amazed. But when he asked Zhou Rui how he planned to take revenge on his sister, he shook his head. Xiao Chengong was puzzled. The two grew up together, and he thought he knew Zhou Rui a little bit. No matter how you look at it, this person won't suddenly turn into a kind-hearted person and become the type to repay evil with kindness. Is he stimulated? Faced with his doubts, Zhou Rui swallowed what he was chewing and said, Don't worry. Just watch. Without waiting for Zhao Chengong to ask what should I watch, he continued. As for Zhou Ruiguang's family, they can kill themselves without my help. He emphasized the last two words, and Zhao Chengong's face changed when he heard it, and goosebumps appeared on his arms. After 2 seconds of silence, Zhao Chenglong took a sip of water. You mean, evil people will be punished by their own evil? Zhou Rui didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows. Zhao Chenglong knew what was going on when he saw his expression. He was definitely up to no good. Let's not talk about this. I came here today to tell you something important. His expression became serious. Something important? Yes. Do you remember the diamond-shaped crystal we got from the mutant zombie's head before? When he mentioned the crystal core, Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai paused. After a subtle look, Zhou Rui spoke first. Remember, how did the military develop this thing? Zhao Chenglong nodded heavily. Yes. The rhombus crystals, because their appearance and the way they were produced were similar to the descriptions in fantasy literature. The military temporarily gave them the code name of Crystal Core. The first person to discover the Crystal Core was a captain. The captain accidentally encountered a gold-type mutant zombie during a rescue mission. The other side was extremely cruel. Even though the captain led dozens of soldiers, they were still in a bitter fight with the zombie, and most of them were killed or wounded. After a fierce battle, a fire-type superpower user used his superpower to burn the zombie clean in order to mourn his dead companion. The zombie's body melted in the flames. Strangely, in the black ash under the sun, there was something shining. They picked it up and brought it back to the base. After the research of the Research Institute, they temporarily learned 3 uses of the Crystal Core. One is that it can be carried with you, which requires your own superpower to activate, and can exert 10% of the power of the Crystal Core itself. Second, after taking the Crystal Core, the zombie will immediately evolve, gain 50% of the ability of the Crystal Core, and produce new Crystal Cores in the brain. On the contrary, humans will be infected and become zombies immediately after taking the Crystal Core. Of course, this test subject was killed after the test to gain 30% of the ability of the Crystal Core. Afterwards, they dug out the Crystal Core from the brain of the test subject, which had become half dim. When the zombies were first experimented, someone also discovered this feature, as the Crystal Core is constantly swallowed and taken out, while it is playing a role. Its own ability is constantly reduced. As for the third method, it is to grind the Crystal Core into powder in a special way. 1 core is 10 parts, and other energy liquids are added to extract it into an evolution potion. After taking it, the superpowers can improve their superpowers, but ordinary people will mutate into zombies. I just found out about this today. The Research Institute has been secretly researching it for a week, and my father is also tight-lipped. He didn't reveal anything. As Zhao Chenglong spoke, Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai's expressions became increasingly solemn. The food on the table lost its tempting aroma and became tasteless. They all knew how much energy and life this data had consumed. It didn't matter whether the test subject was voluntary or involuntary. His will could not shake the urgency of the people in power to improve their superpowers. Or in other words, To obtain superpowers. You are telling me this. Zhou Rui frowned slightly. Xiao Changdong smiled. There are only 8 tubes of evolution potion at present, and 2 tubes were used during the test. Of these potions, the Research Institute will keep 2 tubes for itself, and the remaining 6 tubes will be divided equally between us and the Liu family. I came here today to deliver a courier to you. As he spoke, he opened the silver password box he was holding when he came. After carefully entering a string of passwords, he opened the box in front of Zhou Rui. How about it? Beautiful. Right? He was talking about the potion in the box. The potion was azure blue, with glowing silver powder flowing in the liquid. A slight shake would emit infinite brilliance, as bright as the stars. As for the Liu family, Liu Jinhua should have taken 2 tubes now. It is said that his ability has reached the pseudo-3rd level, and he is only 1 step away from the 3rd level. As he spoke, Zhao Chengong shook his head. If he reaches the 3rd level, I'm afraid the situation in the base will change again. Chapter 68. A Great Transformation. There is no need to explain the rest. It is easy to foresee the tense situation in the base after Liu Jinhua advances to level 3. The Zhao family is anxious. Liu Jinhua himself is a superpower. He can keep all these potions and keep them secret. After improving his strength, he can still condense the superpowers below. But the Zhao family can't do that. They don't know what's going on. No one from top to bottom has awakened superpowers. This potion cannot be kept by oneself. Naturally, it must be distributed to the superpowers under the family. Zhao Jianglong was also hesitant at first, wondering whether to give all the potions to Zhou Rui to help him advance to level 4, so as to beat Liu Jinhua. But after weighing the pros and cons, he suppressed the idea, let alone whether it is appropriate to give all to one person. Even Zhou Rui would probably not accept such a heavy gift. Giving only 1 tube is just within Zhou Rui's acceptance range. Looking at the potion, Zhou Rui's eyes moved. You told me this because you want me to take out the water crystal core? Zhao Chengdong smiled, and then shook his head. After a while, he spoke hesitantly. I didn't tell my dad and the others that you have a crystal core. Before Zhou Rui nodded in agreement. He would not make the decision to betray him privately. Not to mention that the crystal core itself is Zhou Rui's property. Even if it is precious, Zhao Chengdong feels that he cannot make his own decision. Hearing this, Zhou Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally believed in Zhao Chenggong's character. But this crystal core will undoubtedly play a big role in the current situation of the Zhao family's decline. No matter how good his relationship with Zhao Chenggong is, Zhou Rui dare not confidently guarantee that Zhao Chenggong will favor him in front of the family. Bai Yunlai patted Zhou Rui on the back. After taking a look at him, Zhou Rui's thoughts were swept away. He raised his head and smiled at Zhao Chenggong, who was tangled on his face. I can give you the water crystal core here, but the condition is that I want 6 bottles of the extracted medicine. Zhao Chenggong was stunned. Then he panicked and waved his hands quickly. He seemed to be afraid that Zhou Rui would misunderstand and become alienated from him. I told you that what I said just now is not what I meant. He wanted to say that he did not spy on the crystal core in Zhou Rui's hand. Nor did he play hard to get and deliberately tell him the news to force him to make a decision. But before he could say these explanations, he was stopped by Bai Yunlai's gentle voice. We know. But this crystal core was also discovered by you. If you hadn't picked it up. Zhou Rui nodded in agreement. At that time, he was already overwhelmed by anger and worry when he saw Yunlai injured. After killing the zombie, he carried him upstairs. It was reasonable that he should give half of the crystal core to Zhao Chenggong. The reason why he didn't take out the other crystal core was because Zhou Rui felt that a crystal core with healing ability, even if it could only exert a small part of the superpower, was more precious than turning into a superpower enhancement potion. At least, up to now, he hadn't heard of anyone in the base awakening the superpower of healing. Although this crystal core cannot cure serious injuries, it can heal some minor wounds immediately. Zhao Chenglong was stunned for a moment after hearing their words of comfort. At this moment, he thought a lot in his heart, thinking of the current power of the Liu family, and the situation that his father was still struggling in the base even with Zhou Rui joining. After a while, he blushed and agreed. If he was still the old Master Zhao with a powerful family and lawless, he would never accept this crystal core. But because of his family, he finally accepted this overly heavy gift. I will find a way to give it back to you later. When he said this, Zhao Chenggong was undoubtedly in a heavy mood. Zhou Rui had been helping him, but he seemed to have not been able to help him at all. Of course, there was certainly a reason that he was an ordinary person, and could not help too much. If he awakened his superpowers. Even if he was like Wang Pingsheng, helping Zhou Rui cut the zombies in the back row when he rushed forward, Zhao Chenglong would not feel so guilty. But Zhou Rui stopped him before he finished the last two words. Come on. When you drove my car to pick up girls, the girl vomited in the car. But you didn't say you would buy me a new one the next day. When he mentioned the old things. Besides teasing, he also felt nostalgic. That car was bought when he was chasing Yunlai. Limited to the world. A magic tool for picking up girls. After buying it, it was registered under by Yunlai's name. But he didn't drive it often. And he didn't drive something so conspicuous. He occasionally drove it, and preferred the cheapest black Audi in Zhou Rui's garage. Of course, his favorite car was the one driven by Zhou Rui himself. So the sports car that he bought at a high price was left idle in the garage. It was just sitting there idle anyway. Occasionally, when Zhao Chenglong wanted to pick up girls and show off, Zhou Rui would lend him the car keys for a few days. Occasionally, during the night when he was watching online music, he would toss and turn and miss his previous life. How great it was. He finally got rid of his father, and got his girlfriend. All they needed to do was eat, drink, play, sleep, and wait for a lifetime of companionship. In my heart, I thought about the trip I agreed to with Yunlai in peacetime, but didn't go. And then I thought it was a pity that Yunlai hadn't finished college yet. So it was a pity that it was ruined. They still had too many unfinished regrets. When talking about that girl, Zhao Chenglong felt even more anxious. Don't mention it. I had already checked into the room and taken off my clothes that day. And then I found out that it was a man. Could Zhao Chenglong bear it? Zhao Chenglong met that girl in a bar at that time. The lighting in the bar was good, and the atmosphere was subtle and ambiguous. He looked up at the person sitting at the bar, and his heart was instantly blocked by the other person's beauty. Who would have thought that such a handsome man would be a cross-dresser? Of course, he didn't discriminate against such people. But he was a man who liked women. Seeing that the person he had pursued for a week and finally brought to bed changed gender at the last step, he felt mixed emotions in his heart. Zhao Chenglong ran away that day. He ran in a very embarrassing way, and even tripped when he went down the stairs at the gate. When he got back to the car and was about to drive back, he smelled the smell in the car, and he felt even more wronged and cried loudly. This was too embarrassing. He had been flirting with her for a week, but couldn't even tell her gender. He was too embarrassed to tell Zhou Rui. So he asked someone to wash the car and covered it up. Now that Zhou Rui asked about it, he felt conflicted. This was the first time he heard Zhao Chenglong talk about the original situation. Just this one sentence showed Zhao Chenglong's collapse. Zhou Rui smiled without any sympathy and said, "You always meet strange people." He was gloating here. Bai Yunlai twisted Zhou Rui's waist from behind, signaling him not to go too far. This is someone else's sad story anyway. Catching the hand that did that, rubbing it gently in his palm, Zhou Rui not only did not hold back, but laughed even louder. Zhao Chenglong popped his cheeks and looked at him, forgetting all the melancholy just now. You also changed the interior for me when you washed the car. I remember it clearly. The interior of his car was originally brown and black. Zhao Chenglong asked the car washer to change all the interiors to matte black with gold stitching. It fits the other person's aesthetic taste very well. He had to show off his wealth no matter what. Coming out of Zhou Rui's house, with a precious crystal core in his pocket, Zhao Chenglong looked up at the sky and saw a starry sky. He knew that Zhou Rui's words just now were to change the subject, so that he would not be so depressed. But it brought back the humiliating memory of mistaking a man for a girl. And he became more troubled on the way home. Help! Help me! While he was thinking, suddenly, a person jumped out from the bushes on the roadside, and a pair of hands seemed to be about to grab Zhao Chenglong's arm. But who is Zhao Chenglong? He has been training for so many days, and his sensitivity has been improved. He is no longer the same as before. He dodged immediately and patted his sleeves, as if he was afraid that he would be rubbed with dust by this person. The man was obviously confused by his ruthless behavior, but in just a moment, he adjusted his mentality. The man raised his eyes and looked pitiful after posing in a posture that best showed his beauty when seen from above. Someone is pursuing me. Zhao Chenglong. He had no expression on his face, and even thought about opening a can of food for a midnight snack after returning home. He thought the man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. But his deliberately distorted angles were really clumsy. And Zhao Chunggong even wanted to remind him how to pose his body to look really good. The main thing was that this man wanted to climb up the social ladder without asking around in advance. He, Zhao Chunggong, the king of nightclubs in Haishur. He was only interested in girls from the beginning to the end. Chapter 69, The Rat's Tail Juice. Then don't lie on the ground. Get up and run. Zhao Chunggong is very considerate. The man lying on the ground was stunned. He thought he had heard it wrong. After a long while, he said, there are many people behind. I can't escape alone. Shouldn't a normal person lend a hand at this time? That's why you should cherish every minute and every second. You can run a long way just in the time you talk to me. Zhao Chunggong seemed to be very considerate of him. Seeing that he was not moved by soft or hard words, Chi hardened his heart and forgot what the man had told him. I saw you coming out of that villa. You should know Bai Yunlai. My name is Chi, and I am a friend of Bai Yunlai. The man lowered his head, his eyes moving restlessly in his eye sockets. Zhao Chunggong then realized why he looked familiar to him. It turned out that he had seen him before. Chi-Chi's heart rate had reached its peak at this moment. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. And he covered his chest with his hands anxiously. He was betting. He was betting that Bai Yunlai had not told this man that he had cheated him. Fortunately, a few seconds later, a man's hearty voice came from above. Then I'll call him and ask him to come over? As he said that, Zhao Chunggong took out the satellite phone from his pocket. He had a little impression of this man when he signed up. In his memory, Bai Yunlai seemed to have a good relationship with him as a friend. He was cautious and asked if he should call. But he tapped his hand several times and sent a text message to Zhou Rui. Since they were good friends, Bai Yunlai should not ignore him according to his personality. The only possibility was that this person must have done something before. Chi shuddered, and a little entanglement flashed in his eyes. He knew Bai Yunlai's temper. He couldn't be softer. He was simply the person with the best temper he had ever seen. As long as he begged for mercy, knelt down and cried for forgiveness. The other party should be soft-hearted, forgive the past. Right? He just pushed him accidentally at that time. In that situation, he was so scared that he had to make such an accidental move. At this moment, Chi-Chi's heart was completely without the decisiveness and ruthlessness when he pushed Bai Yun. He kept finding excuses in his heart to excuse himself. And the expression on his face changed. That person wanted him to show up in front of Zhao Chunggong and ask for help. And then someone would catch him and capture him. As long as he could arouse the man's sense of justice, he could accidentally save Zhao Chunggong in the fight between the two sides and let him take him home. But this person just didn't play by the rules, didn't follow the script, and was so cold. He had no choice but to give up the plan that person told him, hoping that Bai Yunlai would forgive him after he arrived. That person was really scary. He was captured for so many days, and he spent every minute and every second in fear. After hesitating for a while, he was about to speak, but heard Zhao Chunggong say with a smile, "Don't worry. He's coming now." The rat's tail juice? Chi, I haven't figured it out yet. What's wrong with you? His legs went weak. This time he was really weak. Not acting. Not the kind without any water. After all, he hadn't figured out how to face Bai Yunlai. I'm not ready yet. Chi tried to save himself. By the way, Zhao Chunggong scratched his hair. It's been 5 minutes. And the people who caught you haven't caught up yet. Did they lose connection halfway through the pursuit? Chi-Chi's expression became even more stiff. Zhao Chunggong didn't even offer a hand to help him after half a day. He said he would stand up for justice. How could those people hiding in the dark come out? If he came out at this time, wouldn't it be a comedy in front of this person? I'm afraid that he would not only not offer a hand, but also smile and see him off to be captured. When Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai rushed over, they saw this scene. Chi limped forward, and Zhao Chunggong chased him from behind, like a cat playing with a mouse, and stretched out his hand to hold his arm to prevent him from leaving. It was really funny. Zhao Chunggong was so strong that Ren Chi struggled for a long time, but couldn't escape from his palm. His face was frighteningly pale. When he heard that Bai Yunlai and Zhou Rui were coming, he was so scared that his legs were as soft as noodles, and he couldn't use any strength at all. On the other side, Bai Yunlai saw his old friend after a long time, and his expression sank. He didn't think about it at the time and pulled Chi to run together. But who knew that the end of the world had just begun? And this person taught him a good lesson. The moment he saw Chi-Chi again, Bai Yunlai felt mixed emotions. Let him go, he said to Zhao Chenggong. The latter immediately let go. When he let go, Chi-Chi was still trying to move forward. But Zhao Chenggong's unexpected move made him stagger, and he fell forward and fell face down. Now, his whole body became gray and had no beauty at all. The people who were watching them in the dark cursed them as idiots in their hearts. They looked at each other. As early as when they saw Zhou Rui, they had already thought of retreating. Seeing Chi-Chi's stupid performance, they immediately made a decision to give up this chess piece with a little problem in his brain. They didn't expect to rely on this person to do anything big, just to make trouble for the Zhao family. At first, they just saw this person following Zhou Rui and the others secretly, and thought he was his relative. But they didn't expect that after catching him, they learned from this guy that he was a traitor who abandoned his friend at the beginning of the end of the world. According to the original plan tonight, as long as Zhao successfully rescued Chi-Chi, the news would reach Zhou Rui's ears the next day. Soon, the whole base would know that the son of the Zhao family had saved his brother's enemy. This brother had made great contributions to the base and was the highest level superpower. At that time, not only would the public question the character of the entire Zhao family, but Zhou Rui's cooperation with the Zhao family would also have cracks. They had inquired and knew that the son of the Zhao family was a useless person who loved drinking and picking up girls in peacetime and had no special abilities. Who knew that this man was not only incompetent, but also so cold. Retreat. The leader was silent for a while, and then gave up decisively. At this time, Chi-Chi also saw Bai Yunlai. Yunlai. Chi-Chi tried to force out a smile. He knew that his smile was uglier than crying. But he couldn't care less at this moment. His head was spinning wildly, trying to find a reasonable reason to save himself. Long time no see. How are you doing recently? As he spoke, Chi-Chi's voice became smaller and smaller. I didn't mean to do that day. I just wanted to survive. If it were you, you would do the same. Right? Because of his strong desire to survive. He even began to speak without thinking. Bai Yunlai walked towards him step by step, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Chi-Chi's legs trembled more violently, and as Bai Yunlai continued to walk towards him, his breathing became heavier. Feeling, I'm almost unable to breathe. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I went back there later. But you were no longer there. I won't. He answered Chi-Chi's previous sentence. Bai Yunlai raised his eyes and looked coldly at the pathetic and hateful person in front of him. It was the first time Chi-Chi saw Bai Yunlai look at others with such eyes. It turned out that he would also show such an expression. Chapter 70. Bad to the extreme. At this moment, Chi-Chi's mind was filled with the beautiful, gentle smile of Bai Yunlai when they were friends. People with good looks always have many privileges. This is particularly true of Bai Yunlai. Because of his outstanding appearance, he attracted the pursuit of rich kids in the university, and he always received a mountain of gifts during festivals. Their music school is not short of such people who are rich and handsome. Unfortunately, this person never wants it. No matter whether the gifts were given to him personally or by friends, they were all returned without exception. There are actually many benefits to being friends with him. But Chi-Chi is a little jealous. He is jealous of his good looks and envies his precious peach blossoms. When he first became friends with Bai Yunlai, he didn't have these twists and turns. These men and women who want to pursue each other have never been stingy with him as Bai Yunlai's friend. The so-called pursuit of a person should start from his friends, so that people can say good things about him. In order to make him pass the gift to Bai Yunlai, they said some things about themselves in front of him, and also took him to those expensive places where Bai Yunlai was invited but not to. They indulged in sensual pleasures in them. And after a long time, Chi-Chi almost thought that he had really become friends with this group of people. He also fell in love with a young man named Lin. Young Master Lin was very handsome, and his family made home appliances. In his eyes, 100,000 or 200,000 yuan was not a lot of money. This young Master Lin is one of the most approachable people among the second generation. Even though Chi-Chi knew that he was friendly to him, and that he took him out to play because of Bai Yunlai, he couldn't help but fall for him. He even couldn't help fantasizing in his heart. Maybe one day, if he kept playing with young Master Lin, he would no longer like Bai Yunlai and would like himself. Until that day, he went to the bathroom and was about to leave the cubicle when he heard the voices of two men outside. I don't know what Yunlai's vision is when it comes to making friends. Chi. I've been really. The man's tone sounded helpless. Haha. Maybe he deliberately found a little cabbage to set off himself? Another voice sounded, full of ridicule. Just now in the box. He was rubbing against me. What was he thinking? Did he think I would like him? If it wasn't to get closer to Yunlai. Oh, isn't this guy a little internet celebrity? He looks pretty good with beauty and filters turned on. Maybe he wants to have a love scene with you. Forget it. His face is just like plain porridge and small dishes. Not as good looking as the young master in the box. I won't even go to him even if he lies down for me. Haha. You are such a bad mouth. What do you mean by bad mouth? I'll tell you the truth. With a guy like him, if he wasn't a friend of Yunlai, I wouldn't even look at him on the street. One sentence after another, like a sharp sword piercing his heart. If he was like usual, tougher, he could go out and question the two men and ask them why they said that. But he was scared, because the person who said, I won't even lie down was young Master Lin. Chi felt particularly ashamed. He felt worthless in the heart of his beloved. They said something else later. But Chi didn't listen. At that time, his mind was full of the man saying, Bai Yunlai wanted to be friends with him because she wanted to find a little white cabbage to set off herself. The more he thought about it, the more he hated it. And the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This sentence echoed in his head for a long time. And Bai Yunlai's fairy-like face became hateful. Yes. Why didn't he find someone with a more exquisite face, who could match him to be his friend? But chose me. Isn't it because he wanted me to set him off and make him look good? In this way, not only can he attract more people to pursue him, but strangers will also subconsciously compare themselves with Bai Yunlai when they see the combination of him and Bai Yunlai, and compare themselves to the mud cracks. He pretends to be so noble every day, and he doesn't say anything when people pursue him. But in fact, he is just like this. He thinks that except for his face, he is better than Bai Yunlai in every aspect. He is better at talking and handling things than the other party. Bai Yunlai has a good temper, but he is never good at using his face. He smiles every day. Like a fool. If he had that face, let alone Master Lin. Even if there are 5 or 6 more masters, he can be coaxed to death. That day, Chi waited until the man left before he dared to come out of the compartment. He was afraid that if he came out, the two would not only not feel guilty, but would make him more embarrassed. Such rich young masters. The pride of heaven. What can't they do? After coming out, Chi washed his face in front of the mirror in the bathroom. The cold water hit his face, just like his broken heart. He finally returned to the box. As if he didn't hear anything, his face was still cheerful. But jealousy planted a seed in his heart. Until the day when the virus broke out. It grew wildly into a towering tree in an instant. It was all Bai Yunlai's fault. If the other party didn't have such an attractive face, and didn't deliberately find him to set him off, he wouldn't have the heart to push him. But until now, God still favors Bai Yunlai. Not only did he not turn into a zombie, he also awakened superpowers. Chi heard about this superpower from the soldiers who were monitoring him. They said Zhou Rui is now the highest level superpower user. And Bai Yunlai is not bad either. A second level space superpower user who can not only carry things, but also use lethal skills. How ridiculous. Even if he was in a dead end, God had torn another door open for Bai Yunlai. Chi could not say more words to beg for mercy. Because the second after Bai Yunlai answered the question, his heart was pierced by a black blade. This black blade was Bai Yunlai's space ability. Before his consciousness disappeared, Chi-Chi's expression was still in panic. He didn't seem to expect Bai Yunlai to be so decisive and so quick, even until the second before his death. He still swore in his heart that the other party would definitely forgive him. Xiao Chenglong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He silently gave Bai Yunlai a thumbs up in his heart. This is really unexpected. He secretly glanced at Bai Yunlai's expression again. Oh! Too calm. Such a character. He was willing to admit defeat. Xiao Chenglong, who originally thought that Bai Yunlai was a soft-hearted little angel like Chi, silently hit himself in his heart. I told you to judge people by their appearance. It's too late. We were both going to bed. You should go back early too. As he said this, Zhou Rui didn't even look at the body lying on the ground. He raised his fingertips slightly, and the flames burned the body into ashes, destroying the body completely. Watching his movements, Zhao Chengdong rolled his Adam's apple up and down. He finally realized that in some ways, these two people were a perfect match. One killed and the other set fire. And their cooperation was seamless. But he didn't show any emotion on his face. And smiled, okay. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around easily. His steps were brisk and neat. And he walked away in a short while. He needed time to calm down the impression that was overturned tonight. Seeing his figure walking away, Zhou Rui's eyes moved. And he gently patted Bai Yunlai's back with his flat palm. One by one, as if to comfort him, Bai Yunlai lowered his head, revealing a small section of his white neck. After killing Qi himself, he was not as calm as he appeared. I'm fine. Let's go home. Realizing that Zhou Rui was comforting him, he shook his head, and his nose felt a little sour. After returning home, Bai Yunlai went to the bathroom in silence. He always took a quick shower, but this time was different from usual. He stayed in there for more than 10 minutes before coming out. The longer he stayed in there, the more anxious Zhou Rui, who was waiting outside, became. He wondered if his baby was secretly crying and feeling sad inside, and then wondered what he should do to cheer him up after he came out. He thought about it over and over again, but he didn't pay attention to his facial expression management, and his face was almost tangled up. But all this disappeared in an instant when he heard the light sound of the bathroom door. He put his facial expression on a smile, and Zhou Rui tentatively said, "It's getting late. I'll blow your hair, and let's go to bed quickly." Bai Yunlai rubbed his hair with a white towel with one hand, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally nodded and said, "Okay." His fair face looked normal. His cheeks were slightly red from the steam in the bathroom, and there was no sign of sobbing in his eyes. Zhou Rui immediately felt relieved. Perhaps he shouldn't have thought Yunlai was so fragile. So he smiled and gently pushed Bai Yunlai, who had just come out of the bathroom, back and forth, asked him to sit on the stool, picked up the hair dryer, and began to blow his hair skillfully. The two of them had been together for so long. He could be more or less confident in his hair blowing skills. Bai Yunlai doesn't have the habit of blowing his hair after taking a shower. As a boy, his hair is short. So after taking a shower, he just needs to wipe it with a towel a few times, and it will be almost dry in 10 minutes. But since the two of them started living together, Zhou Rui often wouldn't miss this opportunity to enhance their relationship. Whenever he saw Bai Yunlai coming out of the shower without blowing his hair, he would take the initiative to show off his Tony Zhou hair-blowing skills. Circling the soft hair under his hand, Zhou Rui rolled his eyes and said casually, "Today. That Qi." Sure enough, his subordinate's body stiffened a little. Knowing that this incident had an impact on Bai Yunlai, Zhou Rui sighed in his heart and said, "It shouldn't be a coincidence that he suddenly appeared here today." "Yeah," he hummed in a calm voice. Bai Yunlai lowered his eyes, and his long eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyes, covering the mixed emotions in his eyes. He thought he could quickly deal with the chaotic emotions in his heart. This is why he wasted half a day in the bathroom just now, constantly building up his mentality. But when he thought of Qi's appearance before his death, half of the building he had just built collapsed. He kept telling himself that the man deserved to die and that he had done the right thing. But he felt a little disappointed. The Liu family must have been behind this. Qi must not have entered the refugee zone today. He was most likely one of the first citizens rescued by the army. Before he had time to think deeply, his thoughts were interrupted by Zhou Rui. Bai Yunlai continued, "So, the Liu family didn't know how he knew about our relationship and deliberately captured him. But, even if Xiao successfully rescued Qi today, what good would it do to them? Successfully planted a spy?" Zhou Rui guided Bai Yunlai to guess the intention of the person behind the scenes. Maybe they want to use public opinion to make the Zhao family suffer a loss. Bai Yunlai looked up at him. He raised his head halfway, but was pressed down by Zhou Rui. "Don't move. You haven't finished drying your hair yet. If Zhao successfully rescued people today, they would have a reasonable reason to spread bad rumors about the Zhao family in the base, and use us invisibly." Bai Yunlai continued to analyze. Seeing that he was talking so logically, Zhou Rui was relieved. "Well, that's about it. They have so many thoughts." Bai Yunlai wrinkled his nose, and his disgust for the Liu family increased. The most important thing now should be to quickly develop a vaccine and rescue the survivors who are still trapped in the city. But the Liu family is full of power struggles. Just like before the villa, always thinking about their own interests and sacrificing others for this. He is not a saint. and thinks that the Liu family has an obligation to make selfless contributions. It's just that the style of this family is too extreme, and it makes people not like them from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou Rui laughed, and felt novel for the little baby, who was full of justice at the moment. Yes, their hearts are so bad. Chapter 71 Heavy Snow Falls. Chi-Chi's death did not cause any waves in the base. All kinds of people die here every day. He has no relatives in the base. He was abducted by the Liu family as soon as he arrived at the base. And he couldn't even make a friend. And the only family who knew of his existence and sent him to cause trouble would not care whether he lived or died. It was sad to think about it. Zhou Rui's fire was very good, and the corpse was burned to only a small amount of ashes. The wind was strong at night, and the ashes were blown away with a slight blow, and nothing would be left. After getting rid of the person who had been hanging in his heart and wanted to take revenge, Bai Yunlai felt a little disappointed at first. But after a night, this feeling disappeared completely, and the stone in his heart was put down, and he felt relieved. After this incident, the Liu family was quiet for a while. Zhou Rui did not specifically explore what they were busy with, and took Bai Yunlai to the shooting range to practice shooting every day. After returning, the two of them worked hard to cultivate their supernatural powers. Although the progress was not rapid, it was still a lot of progress compared to before. In this world, the only way to feel safe is to improve your own strength. It is more difficult to upgrade your superpowers. It took Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai 3 months to reach level 4. Bai Yunlai's space power is not easy to upgrade. Zhou Rui only used 2 tubes of superpower enhancers and gave the rest to him. It was just September when the weather turned from hot and sultry to winter. It seemed that God was against people. Heavy snowstorms fell for many days in a row. Even the roads in the base that were cleaned by special people every day would be buried by snow if you were not careful. Not to mention the deserted city. In the past few months, 2 Earth-type superpowers came to the base, and there were ordinary people awakening in the base. With the efforts of these people, the thickness of the city wall was strengthened a little bit. By taking drugs? No. Taking superpower-enhancing potions. Liu Jinhua officially advanced to level 3 last month. The Research Institute estimated that drinking this potion would allow people to upgrade. But there was no specific unit of measurement for how much to drink, and it depended on each person's physique. The crystal core was also officially released to the public during this period. And during the period of exposure, it was even hiked up to a sky-high price. People die for money. Birds die for food. Countless superpowers and ordinary people often form teams to get crystal cores and rush out. But the chances of encountering mutant zombies or mutant animals are really slim. Not only are few people able to hunt successfully, but many lives have been lost in vain. In winter, the zombies' mobility is not slowed down by the severe cold, but they are more agile. This is just an ordinary zombie. If it is a mutant zombie, it is impossible to imagine. Recently, a piece of news began to spread in the base. In the former 5-star hotel Shui Fang, there is a gold-type mutant zombie entrenched. What does the mutant zombie have? Crystal core. This news undoubtedly gave people who were too cold to move in the cold winter a boost of enthusiasm, and their blood boiled immediately. They didn't care what level this mutant zombie was. Everyone who heard the news was ready to fight and organized a team to go out of the city to fight. Zhou Rui knew this news by chance when Wang Pingsheng told him. Wang Pingsheng has a good talent. Although he seems unreliable in his words, he has never fallen behind in his ability cultivation. After Liu Jinhua announced that he had entered the 3rd level, he also stepped into a new world. Didn't we live in Shui Fan before? I think we are familiar with it. If the situation allows, we can also go there to pick up some links. As he said this, Wang Pingsheng couldn't help but look forward to it. Ah! Such a mutant crystal core. It can be seen at a glance that it is a gift from God to his boss. The son of destiny. The boss eats meat, so he can also drink some soup. Right? Look! The time and place have been chosen by God. Just waiting for Brother Zhou to pick up the leak. I am worthy of it. I have figured out the intention of God clearly. Next, starting with this zombie, Brother Zhou will start his famous routine. Zhou Rui paused, and his head quickly turned over the information he got from Li Wan a few months ago. That gold zombie is very strong. When Li Wan left, the other party had already reached the edge of level 4. Now that a few months have passed, it will definitely become more powerful. That zombie is very strong. We are no match for it. Shaking his head, Zhou Rui decisively broke Wang Pingxing's fantasy. One look at his smug expression, and you know what he is thinking. Of course Zhou Rui also wants to get the crystal core. But if he puts too much energy into that crystal core, he might get seriously injured. So he is less interested in it. Not to mention that he is no match for it. The people in the entire base may not be able to beat the gold zombie. The only chance to kill the opponent is to use heavy weapons. It has to be a heavy weapon with great destructive power. I didn't expect that one day I would hear the 3 words can't be from Zhou Rui. Wang Pingxing was stunned. And then he admired him. Ah, what a considerate male protagonist. I understand. It must be because the news spread too widely. Everyone rushed to Shui Yifeng. And Brother Zhou was embarrassed to compete with others after he went there. I understand. I understand. Our male protagonist doesn't look down on such a small opportunity. Wang Pingxing suddenly became calmer after he had figured it out. Alas. In the end, he had to shoulder all the responsibility alone. He looked at Zhou Rui with some excitement, and was impressed by his broad mind. I understand. He felt proud, and sat up from his chair. Zhou Rui was startled by his action, and asked Wang Pingxing what he understood with his eyes. Wang Pingxing nodded to himself. Then we won't go to Shui Yifeng this time. This winter is too cold. Let's go to the Jinqi supermarket, which specializes in selling off-season down jackets. I don't know what Wang Pingxing had in mind just now. Why he gave up the idea of going to Shui Yifeng to fight with the gold zombie so quickly. But Zhou Rui was also happy to be free without having to explain himself. And nodded in agreement. Great minds think alike. When you go back, tell Li Xining and the others about this. We will have a small meeting tomorrow afternoon to discuss the time to go. He, Yunlai, Li Xining, Chun Shi, Wang Pingxing and Zhao Chunggong officially formed a team. The base does not allow teams to name themselves privately, and they are uniformly numbered with numbers instead. Zhou Rui's team number is 06, which looks quite auspicious. At that time, Zhao Chunggong specifically found his father to go through the back door. The Zhao family and the Lu family are now in a state of confrontation in the base. The Lu family has been very quiet recently, and has not made any big moves. The atmosphere in the base has improved a lot. As for the Zhou family, Zhou Rui did not pay attention to their affairs. He just heard that Zhou Xinyue has become Lu Shit's fiancée, and is living a pretty good life. Let's not talk about how much operation is involved. Zhou Rui thinks that this woman must have spent a lot of money to coax Lu Shid. Wang Pingxing is gone. Bai Yunlai was sorting clothes in the bedroom when Wang Pingxing came to visit. Both parties are now familiar with each other. After saying hello, Bai Yunlai went back to the room to continue packing. Gone. Yawning, Zhou Rui grabbed Bai Yunlai's hand. Are you going out to collect supplies in a few days? When you plan to go? I'll clear the things in the space first. Obediously sitting on Zhou Rui's lap, Bai Yunlai raised her eyes and looked at Zhou Rui's eyebrows gently, which were as soft as ever. I'll go after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Hiding his head on Bai Yunlai's back, Zhou Rui curled his eyes as he smelled the orange blossom scent on the other person. Chapter 72. That Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival of the previous year was a very beautiful memory for Bai Yunlai and Zhou Rui. At that time, Bai Yunlai had not yet moved into Zhou Rui's villa, and the two had just confirmed their relationship. It was supposed to be a time of deep love. Bai Yunlai was actually a little depressed because they had just gotten together, and it was a festival for family reunion. Mid-Autumn Festival. Although he looked calm on the surface, the dormant clinging factor in his body was officially awakened after being with Zhou Rui. And he wanted to stick with Zhou Rui all the time. But he had inquired about Zhou Rui's family, knowing that he would definitely go home on such a special day. And not just for one day. Bai Yunlai felt a little uncomfortable. But he was used to being ignored by Anai when he was a child. And he was afraid that speaking out would make people unhappy and tired of him. So he suppressed this unhappiness in his heart, and didn't show his fox tail. That day, Bai Yunlai said goodbye to Zhou Rui, as usual, and returned to the dormitory by himself. There was no one in the dormitory. It was a little empty for a while. That's right. The people in his dormitory are well connected. And some of them are from Haishur. During the 3-day holiday for Mid-Autumn Festival, most of them left, including those who had appointments and those who went home. Putting his things aside, lying on his back on the cold bed without even taking off his coat, looking at the iron bed board above his head, Bai Yunlai's thoughts began to diverge. If Zhou Rui invites him to stay with him next time, would it be better for him to agree? Anyway, They will live together sooner or later. He likes it. He likes being with Zhou Rui. When he is with him, he feels cherished and held in his hands. He admits that he lacks love a little because of his upbringing. But he only wants Zhou Rui's love. No matter how good others are to him, it can't stir up the slightest ripple in his heart. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Most of the people living in the dormitory building have left today, and few even turn on the lights. The knock on the door seems particularly sensitive, and it echoes twice in the corridor. His train of thought was interrupted, and Bai Yunlai sat up from the bed with a somersault, looking at his phone uncertainly. He remembered that he didn't order takeout. He put on his slippers and walked to the door. Bai Yunlai stretched out his hand to open the door, and before he could see the person standing in front of the door, he was hugged tightly. He was startled, but when he smelled the familiar smell on the other person, the shock turned into surprise. At this time, the other person's voice came from his head. We had already walked to the school gate. I saw you went straight back to the dormitory, guessing that you would not go home today. And after thinking about it, I ran back. While talking, Zhou Rui occasionally gasped, proving how true his words run back were. He was at least young again. He ran all the way from the school gate to the dormitory building and came to Bai Yunlai. You? Bai Yunlai put his ear to Zhou Rui's chest, listening to the sound of his heart beating, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. It wasn't just Zhou Rui. Although he didn't do any strenuous exercise, his heart seemed to be distracted by Zhou Rui's rhythm, and it also beat rapidly. He had a lot of things to say, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't find the right adjective. He could only look at his lover, who appeared again with hazy eyes. Why didn't I notice it before? Zhou Rui turned out to be so handsome. Every facial feature was grown according to his preferences, which made people very happy. I was afraid that you would feel abrupt, so I hesitated for a while. But after thinking about it, we will live together for decades to come. So it's not bad to prepare in advance for the family to watch the moon and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival together. When talking about decades, Zhou Rui did not feel guilty or hesitant, but was very sure and frank. It seemed that once he said this, the two of them would never be separated and would be together forever. Bai Yunlai was also infected by his confidence, and there was a bit of warmth in his eyes. Now, do I have the honor to invite you to Chuntian Terrace to have dinner and watch the moon? When he said this, the man looked at his lover in his arms with a pair of eyes full of ardent love. Afraid of missing every expression of his, Bai Yunlai opened his mouth. Finally, he took the initiative to kiss the corner of the man's lips, smiled and said, well, okay. The moon was very round that day, and the cool evening breeze blew on his face, bringing a comfortable coolness. After eating in the box, they went to the rooftop of the restaurant. There are special astronomical telescopes there, and many people are there in groups to observe the moon. There are many telescopes. Zhou Rui took Bai Yunlai to walk forward, and then found a place where no one was, and adjusted the angle for Bai Yunlai to see. There are many uneven pits on the moon's surface, emitting a soft and cold light. But Bai Yunlai felt that it was the most beautiful moon he had ever seen since he was a child. They had made an appointment. Every year in the future, they would spend the Mid-Autumn Festival together and watch the moon. The next day, Wang Pingxing visited again and brought us somewhat heavy news. Chun-Shi has a fever, and it's very high. He didn't get better after taking antipyretics. He went to their homes excitedly this morning to inform them of the decision to collect supplies in 2 days. As soon as he knocked on the door and went in, he saw Li Xining, who looked haggard. After asking, I found out that Chun-Shi had a fever. There were also a few people in the base who awakened their superpowers because of fever. But there were also some who could not survive the high fever and mutated into zombies. After experiencing this kind of thing a few times, the base issued a strict order that anyone with a fever must be sent to the isolation room and not come out until the fever period is over. The isolation room, as the name suggests, they just throw people in and leave them alone. No one will even give them water, not to mention meticulous care. So Li Xining didn't report Chun-Shi's fever to the base out of selfishness. He took good care of him at home until Wang Pingsheng came to visit him. He was relieved and told him all about Chun-Shi's condition. Hearing this, Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai looked at each other. Did he have a fever since last night? Bai Yunlai asked. Wang Pingxing nodded, yes. He didn't get better after taking medicine. He kept sweating. Let's go and take a look, Zhou Rui said in a deep voice. At that time, when Zhou Rui and others arrived at Qinshi's home. As soon as they opened the door, Li Xining welcomed them in with some joy. He got much better after you left. He stopped sweating. And he is sleeping now. I think he must have survived. Speaking of this, Li Xining's eyebrows couldn't help but rise a little. Qinshy always kept talking to him about hypotheses, like if there were superpowers, and if there were superpowers. And his ears were callous from just listening to him nagging every day. Now that Qinshy finally got what he wanted, how could he not be happy for him? For a moment, even his facial features became lively and bright. Hearing him say that Qinshy was fine, Zhou Rui and others, who had been worried all the way, also breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go see him. He had a fever last night. Why didn't you go to the front to find us? Zhou Rui asked. Li Xining smiled. He got sick suddenly last night, and I was alone at home. I was afraid that Qinshy would have another accident if I went out. So I thought about waiting to see the situation today before going. Chapter 73 Old Versailles. He couldn't feel at ease leaving his unconscious lover alone at home. I heard someone say that if you can survive this sudden fever, you will awaken your supernatural powers when you wake up again. At the end, Li Xining's eyes were slightly curved, and he glanced at his lover sleeping on the bed, and whispered, Qinshy will be very happy to see you when he wakes up. Zhou Rui nodded, confirming what he said just now. Yes. For now, as long as you can survive the fever period safely, you can awaken smoothly. Then, Li Xining originally wanted to ask Zhou Rui what the consequences would be for those who failed to survive the fever period. But after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. Bai Yunlai lowered his eyelashes and listened to them quietly. His awakening method was different from the several known ones. That day in the car, he really felt that his life was fading away, and the sickle of death had even strangled his throat. According to Zhou Rui, black veins had already begun to climb up his arms at that time. This is a unique sign of the infected. But somehow, in the end, not only was he not infected, but he also successfully awakened his superpowers. Only he and Zhou Rui knew about this, and they never told anyone about it. Bai Yunlai had a vague premonition. If this peculiarity were known by someone with ulterior motives, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Wang Pingxing said. I was in the hospital at the time. I thought I would definitely die from the fever. But when I opened my eyes, I was not only alive and kicking, but also had superpowers. What is this called? This is what it means to be born with talents that will be useful. Alas, he was obviously a doctor. But he was interrupted by this sudden superpower and turned into a battle mage. It was fate. The language he organized was always interesting. What was originally a serious matter became a talk show when it came out of Wang Pingxing's mouth, which made people laugh. Okay, wait until Qinshy wakes up. Let's go downstairs and wait. Zhou Rui nodded to Li Xining. After confirming that Qinshy was fine, it would not be convenient for them to stay in the bedroom all the time. It would be better to wait downstairs and leave some space for the young couple. After Qinshy came back from the brink of death, the first thing he wanted to do was to kiss Li Xining. If he saw them in front of the bed, he would have held back his kiss. Stealing bamboo shoots. As for why Zhou Rui had such thoughtful and meticulous considerations. Judge others by yourself. Judge others by yourself. If it was him, forget kissing. There should be a hug. Okay. Li Xining didn't think too much about it. He thought that the three of them had rushed here in a hurry and didn't eat breakfast. Now they were hungry. So he gently said, there are noodles and ham in the kitchen downstairs. He also knew that these things in his house were nothing to Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai, and many of the supplies in the house were provided by Zhou Rui and others at that time. But the way to entertain guests must be thoughtful. After saying this, Li Xining hesitated for half a second, and then said, these things are all in the cabinet. Not easy to find. I'd better go down and find them for you. Wang Pingxing was very flattered and waved his hand. No. 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 No need. After that, he whispered, I came here after breakfast. I'm not hungry. Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai also waved their hands. Jin Jue has been cooking all night, so he should be hungry when he wakes up. When he wakes up, give him some porridge, which is easier to digest. Bai Yunlai pointed downstairs. We are waiting downstairs anyway, so just clean up yourself. You stay here and watch over him. His voice was gentle and his words were like a breeze, warming people's hearts. Li Xining softened his expression. Okay. The layout and furnishings here are no different from Zhou Rui's home. After going downstairs, Bai Yunlai found the kitchen with ease, took out a bag of rice from the space, and put it in the basin to wash. It was cold at the moment, and Zhou Rui immediately reached out to stop him when he saw his attitude. The water is so cold. Leave it here. I'll do it. Bai Yunlai was helpless. You won't feel cold if you take a shower. The former was very confident, and naturally passed him from behind, and took the small bowl of rice over. I am a fire element. I don't feel cold. This is true. The temperature has dropped sharply in the past few days. It is freezing outside, and there is even a thin layer of ice on the river. But they don't need to turn on the air conditioner or burn the stove when they go to bed at night. Zhou Rui himself is a human furnace. The weather is cold. Bai Yunlai is very close to him, wrapped in the quilt, and has a sweet dream all night. When they talk about coming back, it is difficult for others to get in. Wang Pingsheng stood outside the kitchen and wanted to cover his ears. The reason why he just thought about it, but did not put it into practice. Is this the sweet love between an ordinary couple? This is his big brother. The big brother's emotional intelligence and rhetoric are unique, and every sentence can be a classic quote. He must study hard and try to get a wife back before the beginning of next spring. No one knew what Wang Pingsheng was thinking. About an hour later, Li Xining and Qin Shi came down from upstairs hand in hand. The process of awakening superpowers is exhausting, and it feels like you will die in the next second. But after it is completed, the whole person will take off on the spot, full of energy and strength as if you took stimulants. Zhou Rui cast his eyes at him from a distance and met Qin Shi's eyes. Having just awakened his superpowers, Qin Shi's expression was inevitably a little excited. He felt the sense of power bursting out of his body, and his voice could not help but be louder. Good morning. Good morning. This is a very vigorous way of greeting. Their house is empty, and Qin Shi's voice instantly echoes. Zhou Rui was shocked by his voice and slightly opened his eyes. He looked at Qin Shi, whose face was flushed, and his expression was subtle. You have awakened the supernatural power of sound waves? He came up and gave the elders and villagers a lion roar? Qin Shi smiled and touched his head embarrassedly. Of course, he didn't awaken the lion roar. Instead, he awakened a corrosive ability. After briefly explaining his ability to Zhou Rui and others, Qin Zhen looked at the large blue and white porcelain vase on the shelf in the room with great interest. He activated his ability, and a purple-black mist suddenly appeared, lingering around the vase. The mist was hazy and looked very beautiful. If you look closely, it also has a pearlescent feel. As the mist continued to emerge, an uncomfortable sizzling sound came from the vase. After a few seconds, the mist dissipated, and there was no trace of the vase at the original place. Clean and tidy. Wang Pingsheng subconsciously said hack. This is to swallow the thing directly. Not even a fragment is left. Zhou Rui's eyes moved slightly. Not bad. In the future, after going out to kill zombies, you can let Qin Shi clean up on the spot. This is much more powerful than the corpse-dissolving water in the novel. There is a future. After showing everyone his ability and getting everyone's affirmation, Qin Shi himself was a little excited and couldn't help laughing twice. Thanks to Ningning who has been watching over me. There were several times when I felt that I couldn't make it. After the excitement, thinking of Li Xining's meticulous care when he was lying on the bed, Qin Shi's eyes were a little red again. Chapter 74. How can this work? Zhou family. Since the plan failed that day, Zhou Xinyue used all her strength to appease Lu Shud. After appeasing this man, she couldn't help but feel satisfied, and felt a sense of pleasure that she could play with Lu Shud in the palm of her hand. Her father also said that we should not underestimate Lu Shud, saying that this person looks unreliable. But in fact, he has a wolf in his heart. Huh. After dating for so long, she didn't see any wolf in that soft egg. And Zhou Rui. During this period, she was busy coaxing Lu Shud and forgot about this person. She designed this person once. But not only did he not get into the circle, but also lost a batch of supplies. Zhou Xinyue couldn't swallow this anger, but she had to think carefully about how to do it. Xinyue, I heard that everyone is now forming a team to go out of the city to collect supplies. Do you think we should also find someone to form a team to go out? Just as she was thinking about how to design her half-brother, the person sitting next to her spoke, instantly disrupting Zhou Xinyue's thoughts. She couldn't help but poke the poached eggs in the bowl, and said impatiently, Isn't the food Lu Shud gave enough for the family? Are you bored every day? Do you have to find something exciting to do? The man was stunned, and his expression was a little embarrassed. This person was Qi Miaoyu, She looked at her daughter, who didn't even look at her, and clenched her hands under the table. I just think it's not good to keep eating other people's food. Hearing this, Zhou Xinhua simply put down the chopsticks in her hand. She raised her eyes and said, "If you are really bored, go water the flowers I raised." After that, she muttered, "I didn't see you say that when we were eating. Why are you so crazy now?" Zhou Ruiguang had to go out to work all day and come back at night. She stayed at home with Qi Miuyu every day, and her ears were almost calloused by her nagging. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Zhou Xinhua simply stood up, went to her room without looking back, and slammed the door. Qi Miuyu stared at the food on the table for a long time. After a while, a very subtle expression appeared on her face. She felt sick and wanted to cry. A few days ago, Lu Shi found her alone. The kid was no longer as humble as before, and even a little mean. He said he liked her very much. He liked her since she was a star. He said that if he didn't want the whole family to be driven out of the base and eaten by zombies outside, he had to obey her. When Qi Miuyu stopped talking, she was naturally shocked and angry. When she was young, she followed Zhou Ruiguang and became his underground lover, with the Zhou family as her backing. She was a person that no one dared to mess with in the entertainment industry. Later, she entered the Zhou family with unlimited glory and became the wife of the Zhou family. No one dared to look down on her. Zhou Rui, that little bastard, was disobedient and did not tolerate being bullied since he was a child. Later, he fought back and took power in the Zhou family. This was a rare moment of shame in her life. But it was nothing compared to the frivolous words of this man, who was nearly 10 years younger than her. He looked at her as if he was inspecting something in his bag, or as if he was looking at some lowly prostitute. She wondered, how could life become like this? She didn't dare to tell her daughter or her husband about what happened. Every time she mustered up the courage to reveal a few words, she would be interrupted impatiently. Finally, she sighed deeply and cleared the table in silence. In addition to those who went to Shuifang, some of the teams that went out also went to Dimeo. Zhou Rui unfolded a map on the table. Zhao Chenglong was also called over by him. After getting a buzz cut, he looked particularly energetic, and looked at the places Zhou Rui marked with his eyes. Dimeo was previously an international trade center, mainly selling all kinds of luxury goods. There are 3 large shopping malls around it, and there are more than a dozen supermarkets of all sizes. Now that winter is coming, many people will go there to collect supplies. Zhou Rui pointed to the construction site next to Dimeo. Go south from Dimeo. There is a zoo. Speaking of the word zoo, Zhou Rui's tone was a little heavy. He had seen the power of mutant animals. The zoo in Dimeo included a lot of species, among which ferocious large animals accounted for 70%. He had brought Baiyun there once before the end of the world, and the Tiger Park and Lion Park there left a great impression on him. The Tiger Park and Lion Park are the selling points of this zoo. The environment is well maintained, and it is even claimed that the ecological environment here is 100% restored on the grassland. If the lions and tigers there mutate, they will definitely be several times more difficult to deal with than the previous group of evolved dogs. Dimeo is close to such a high-risk area, and the risks can be imagined. Of course, the risk and return rate are proportional. The animals in the zoo are indeed a problem. Most carnivores have a sense of territory. If there are mutations among them, they will naturally not be satisfied with being confined in the zoo. Bai Yunlai said, thinking of the animals he saw when he went to the zoo before. He was also very unsure. These animals were famous beasts before the end of the world. Zhao Chenglong had also been to this zoo. At present, he and Li Xining were the only ones in the team who did not have superpowers. In terms of self-protection ability, they were weaker than others. But Zhao Chenglong was not afraid at all, and was even a little excited. I think we can give it a try. Just like Zhou Rui said, high risk, high return. Qin Shi also said, there is a private hospital near Dimeo. There are few people there, and there are many kinds of medicines. Seeing that the medicine in his hand was getting less and less, although he could still hold on for a while, Qin Shi was also anxious. He couldn't just sit there and eat up all the food. He had to prepare in advance. Now that he had superpowers, he could play a role in the team. Li Xining's eyes moved. He naturally knew that the reason why Qin Shi insisted on going to the hospital was because of him. So, even though he knew that the danger there was very high, he didn't say anything against it. Zhou Rui looked around at everyone. What about you? Wang Pingxing. What do you think? Being called out unexpectedly? Wang Pingxing blinked and said without thinking, of course I vote in favor. Of course. Since there are no people with special abilities in the team, I suggest that we equip them with more powerful equipment. After saying this, Wang Pingxing glanced at Zhou Rui. Sure enough, the other party also showed an expression of approval. Wang Pingxing, always the younger brother who is best at figuring out the boss's thoughts. No one can compete with him. Okay. Since there is no objection, let's go the day after tomorrow. As he said that, Zhou Rui put away the map. We will split the things we found in half. Agreeing on the distribution before leaving is also a kind of insurance. How can that be possible? Putting aside other things, just looking at the level of superpowers, we can know that you and Bai Yunlai must be the ones who contributed the most in this operation. Zhao Chunggong was the first to deny it. He knew his own weight. Although he had received a lot of training during this period, there was still a gap compared to the superpowers. He would naturally take what he should take, but he would not take things that were beyond his ability. He teamed up with Zhou Rui because he thought he could help him and train himself. If he really divided it according to the other party's share just now, wouldn't he, Zhao Chunggong, become a blood-sucking worm that was picking on others? How could that be possible? Chapter 75. I only miss you. Everyone is risking their lives when they go out, so there is no difference in how much effort they put in. Zhou Rui waved his hand, stopping Chen Shi and the others from saying anything more. Okay, let's do it this way. The supplies we get will be divided into 6 portions, 1 for each person. Li Xining hesitated for a while, glanced at Zhou Rui's determined look, and finally said nothing. When it comes to killing zombies, he is several blocks behind Zhao Chunggong. At least the other party has good physical fitness and has received military training. And himself, let alone this disease that could break out at any time. If he encounters zombies, he will definitely be the one with the weakest self-protection ability. And he might even hold others back, even if he is a doctor and has some medical skills. But Wang Pingxing also has them. He is not only a doctor, but also a superpower with strong attack power. By comparison, if I don't hold others back, who can be called a hindrance? He lowered his head and let the expression on his face change. Chen Shi was completely unaware of what Li Xining was thinking. He suddenly had superpowers, which inevitably made him feel a little excited. At the moment, he was discussing with Zhou Rui how to collect supplies in Dimeo as quickly as possible, so he didn't care about his lover-sensitive mood for a while. Bai Yunlai noticed it. Li Xining had been keeping his head down since just now, and he spoke very little. He was very clear-headed, and he immediately figured out most of what Li Xining was thinking by associating the cause and effect. He didn't say it to her face, and only mentioned it to Zhou Rui after returning home. What do you think of Li Xining? He asked. Zhou Rui was confused. Think? What do you think? The radar in his heart instantly stood up, and Zhou Rui held Bai Yunlai's hand, put it on his chest, let that hand feel his heartbeat, and his face was full of sincerity. I didn't think about him. You were all in my mind. The desire to survive is always strong. Bai Yunlai. I was annoyed by the other party's ability to say sweet words regardless of the occasion. He frowned and wanted to pull his hand out. Zhou Rui misunderstood the meaning of his expression and quickly said, Really? You believe me? The posture was so strong that he wanted to rush over and pounce on him to prove his innocence. Sighing deeply, resisting the urge to knock Zhou Rui on the head, Bai Yunlai gritted his teeth and said, Who asked you this? When he talked about going out to collect supplies today, I saw that he was not in a good mood, so I wanted to tell you about it. Zhou Rui suddenly realized, Are you afraid that he will think he is holding him back? Seeing that his thinking was finally in line with normal people, Bai Yunlai breathed a sigh of relief and hummed. Zhou Rui disagreed. We don't need to worry about this. Chen Shi will comfort him well. After saying that, he was afraid that Bai Yunlai would think he was perfunctory. So he added, Chen Shi just awakened his superpowers today and is a little bit dizzy. Don't worry. He will calm down in less than a night. He said this. Bai Yunlai had no more words to persuade him, and nudged into his arms, and said nothing more. I thought to myself that if Li Xining was still in that state before departure, I would have to persuade him. In fact, Zhou Rui has always had a good grasp of people's hearts. On the morning of the day of departure, when I saw Li Xining again, the hesitation and melancholy on his face were gone, and he had returned to a gentle and elegant look. Bai Yunlai silently observed him for a few minutes. And when he saw that he was really fine, he was relieved. We found a batch of military ammunition from outside before. So don't worry about the firepower. You two will have to bear the burden a little bit. And put an extra gun on you, which can play a lot of role at critical moments. Zhou Rui handed 2 pistols to Li Xining and Zhao Chengong respectively. And his words could even be said to be earnest. As for a superpower like him, Zhou Rui did not give him any extra. For them, at a critical moment, using skills is more effective than taking out a gun from their arms. Chen Shi and Li Xining had received a gun from Zhou Rui before, and now they got another one. And they were touched. However, they were more restrained in their emotions, so they kept this feeling in their hearts. Zhao Chengong was much more straightforward, patting Zhou Rui on the shoulder, and everything was said without words. A group of people started the vehicle and slowly drove out of the base. As the vehicle gradually disappeared, a sneaky figure also emerged from the shadows. He looked at the vehicle that had gone far away from a distance, turned around, and left the city gate. They left the city? Listening to the report from the person who came, Lu should pause for a moment. Half of his face was covered in the shadows, and his expression could not tell whether he was happy or angry. The person who came to report the news said affirmatively. They went to the right. According to the recent movements of the superpowers who left the city, they should have gone to Dimeo. After a while, go down and tell Zhou Xinyu about this news. If she wants to do something, help her secretly. After saying that, he picked up the pen in his hand again. The visitor responded solemnly, turned around and left, and gently closed the door. As soon as his figure disappeared, Lu Shi curled the corners of his lips, his eyes full of gloom. Zhou Xinyu is a smart woman. Unfortunately, her intelligence is not always used in serious matters. Suddenly, Lu Shi gave the same evaluation as Zhou Rui. She is quite clear in playing tricks on people. But as for other things, I have to say stupidity. Zhou Rui is currently the most popular superpower in the entire base. It is better to be friends with him than to make an enemy. Unfortunately, that woman can't see clearly, and neither can his father. If he fails to kill the other party the first time, there will be endless troubles in the future. Now that he has made an enemy, he must cut the grass and root it out. And his father actually thought that as long as Zhou Rui doesn't come to look for him, this matter can be easily turned over. He couldn't help but sigh. Dimeo is a dangerous place. 1 or 2 superpowers died in it. It was only natural. The tip of the pen drew a period heavily on the paper, with such force that it almost tore through the paper. After being away from the outside for several days, the desolate streets had changed again. After killing the zombies, no one had the time to collect their bodies, and the dead bodies were lying everywhere, whether on the main roads of the streets or on the lawns that were originally used for greening. There were 2s and 3s of rotten bodies. These bodies would inevitably attract black birds and flying insects that would peck at the rotten bodies. There were many stray cats and dogs in the city before, and some animals would eat these meats that were not delicious in their taste system when they were hungry. Once they eat the zombies' body tissues, these animals will inevitably be infected by the remaining viruses in their bodies and become zombies. Zhou Rui and Wang Pingsheng had faced those zombie dogs together before, so they naturally knew how difficult it would be if these things awakened their powers. Now they can only pray for luck on this journey, and not encounter those evolved animals or zombies. At present, many teams will come out of the base to collect the remaining supplies in the city. Some people don't care so much when they kill zombies. In order to save time and bullets, they just drive over and hit them. This meant that every time they walked a distance, they would encounter 1 or 2 zombies whose bodies were broken into 2 pieces but still wriggling. The other half of their bodies had disappeared, and the upper half of their bodies did not know where they came from, crawling on the ground with 2 arms. Seeing that the car was about to run over the zombie again, Zhou Rui changed lanes in silence, and by Yunlai condensed a space blade and stabbed the zombie's head. The zombie's cloudy eyes finally dimmed. And for it, this was also a kind of relief. They must have died when they were infected with the virus. The ones still moving now are just corpses, Zhao Chengong said. This can be considered as a kind of self-consolation. He felt bad after seeing the once prosperous city turn into what it is now. And the zombie crawling on the ground made people feel uncomfortable. When we go to Dimeo, there will be more zombies there. And of course, corpses too, Zhou Rui said. In addition to zombies, there are also human ones. Holding the steering wheel, he cast his eyes on the road ahead. He contacted Li Wan before coming out this time, asking if he wanted to act together. Unfortunately, Zhui had just swallowed 2 crystal cores a few days ago, and he has not woken up until today. The zombies in Shuifeng, now I don't know how much they have evolved, Bai Yunlai said. Logically speaking, with the appearance of zombies of this level, the military should use large heavy weapons to eliminate this future threat in advance. But the Lu family and the Zhao family in the base check and balance each other, and this matter has been brought to the meeting proposal many times, but it has not been passed smoothly. Chapter 76 Suddenly Expensive. It is not a good thing for 2 equally powerful forces to exist in a base. Perhaps in a few years, when the base develops to a certain extent, several forces will be needed to check and balance each other. But it is definitely not now. At the beginning of the end of the world, whether in the Huahai base or other temporary refuge areas, a leader is needed to unite everyone to resist the various threats and difficulties faced in the early days of the end of the world. This point is vividly shown in the issue of Shuifeng. Reducing the power of the Lu family, or in other words, removing it from the base, is the top priority for them. Of course, the Lu family thought the same as them, racking their brains to eliminate dissidents. Everything is self-evident. Sighing leisurely, perhaps knowing the role of his family in the base, Zhao Chunggong inevitably became a little silent during the rest of the journey. Because of safety considerations, Wang Pingsheng was assigned to share a car with Chen Shi and the others. Although Chen Shi has awakened his superpowers, he is now in the early stages of awakening. In terms of self-protection ability, he is still not as good as Wang Pingsheng, who has awakened for a while. Although this guy is always slippery and seems unreliable, his strength is also top-notch in the entire base. Except for his blind worship of Zhou Rui, he is still very reliable when he is with others. As Chen Shi was driving, he would occasionally tell him some knowledge about how superpowers can improve themselves and how to exercise their superpowers. Chen Shi was very grateful to hear this. After driving for nearly 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the Dimeo International Shopping Center, which was in the opposite direction of the base. This place was much more tragic than the desolate scene in the city before. It was in line with Zhou Rui's expectations. It was not an exaggeration to describe this place as a place full of corpses. They chose to get off at South Street. Bai Yunlai neatly put the car into the space, straightened his back, and looked around vigilantly. He looked like a taut bow, and the string would break at the slightest disturbance. Zhou Rui was also a little nervous when he saw him like this, and he couldn't help but reach out and grab the back of his lover's hand. "Relax," he whispered to comfort him. Bai Yunlai nodded quietly without saying anything. He also knew that he was acting a little too nervous, but he was inexplicably flustered in his heart, which made him unable to calm down. He couldn't explain the uneasiness in his heart. It was strange to say that Zhou Rui always showed a greater sense of urgency in the past, but today it was just the opposite, and he played the role of the other party. There are many internet celebrity shops and gold shops in this area of South Street. Whether it is food or daily necessities, there are a lot of them. Usually, there is a large flow of customers in South Street, and the survival rate here is even lower when the virus breaks out. However, zombies rarely come out to move on the streets during the day, and most of them hide in the dark and hidden corners of the buildings. Unless someone makes a loud noise, they will not come out in groups to hunt. They chose to start hoarding supplies from the first gold shop. Adventurers can only bring limited resources, so they prefer to go to the large supermarkets further inside. Such expensive and luxurious gold shops are not very attractive. If you bring too many jewelry, it will be heavy and take up space. If you bring too few, it will not be worth it and waste time. Therefore, many people will choose to skip this kind of relatively flashy material in the end times. But Zhao Chunggong brought them a piece of news this time. Those people in the research institute are recently tinkering with weapons that use crystal cores as energy to attack. This experiment is only in the middle stage, and many conclusions and results are unknown. But one thing is relatively clear. That is, the main material of this weapon is gold. It must be relatively pure gold. The conclusion of the experiment has not yet been spread in the base. Bai Yunlai has a huge space, and these gold ornaments are just a drop in the bucket for the space. Since we are risking our lives to collect supplies, we naturally have to take as much as we can. The glass door of the gold shop has shattered into a pool on the ground. It should be caused by the conflict and shoving between the people outside and inside when the virus first broke out. They walked into the gold shop carefully with light steps, because it occupied the first place of the entire South Street. The lighting in the shop was very good, and it was bright at a glance, which made them feel relieved. This undoubtedly avoided the possibility of zombies hiding quietly in the corners. Several display cabinets in the gold shop were smashed by blunt objects, and the things inside were missing. It is also known that some adventurers did not mind the trouble, and smashed a few of them, and took them with them. Take the baskets and search for all the gold from the counters. As Zhou Rui said this, Bai Yunlai took out several colorful plastic frames from the space and handed them to other people. This was the storage basket that was being held at Hualai department store before. It was 2 yuan each, and there was a big word explosion written on it, which successfully attracted Bai Yunlai's attention, and he collected a pile of them. Several people nodded silently, holding the frames to support their hands, and jumped into the booth, and carefully took out the gorgeous gold ornaments from inside. Wang Pingsheng considers himself a rather vulgar person. Therefore, when he saw the self-filtered, glittering gold rings in the counter, he couldn't help but put them on his fingers 5, 6, 7, 8. In an instant, Wang Pingsheng felt that his hands were much more expensive. Satisfied with the subtle feeling in his heart, he started to work non-stop. Because he was a wind-type mutant, his speed was much faster than others, and he didn't fall behind at all. Zhou Rui was searching for gold, and inadvertently looked up and saw Wang Pingsheng's glittering hands, and couldn't help but smile. Wang Pingsheng's mentality is too good. He thinks he can learn, no matter what time. You should find joy in adversity. After thinking about it, he also picked 2 gold plain rings. Then he gently poked Bai Yunlai next to him and whispered, "Would you like to wear it?" The voice was small, but full of expectation. Bai Yunlai, of course, wore it. He and Zhou Rui had rings before, but those 2 rings were too ostentatious, and the diamonds on them were dazzling. He was embarrassed to wear them at school. After getting Zhou Rui's consent, he found a thin chain and hung the ring on it, turning it into a small necklace, which he usually wore around his neck and tucked under his clothes. Seeing him like this, Zhou Rui also put the ring through the chain and wore it around his neck, and touched his neck from time to time, feeling that this was proof of their love. Unfortunately, when the end of the world came, they both felt that wearing things around their necks was a bit dangerous. So they silently took off the necklace and put it in the space. Bai Yunlai lowered his head, his eyes full of warmth. He watched Zhou Rui take his hand and gently put the gold ring on his finger. Bai Yunlai has very fair skin, even after experiencing the baptism of the end of the world. This dazzling whiteness has not been destroyed to a darker color or roughness. The simple plain ring on the hand has a certain beauty. Zhou Rui reluctantly let go of his hand. "No matter what you wear, you look so good," he praised from the heart. Chapter 77 Snowflakes are falling. There is a small convenience store in front of the gold shop. In recent years, this self-service checkout business model has been introduced from overseas and officially taken root in the local market. Zhou Rui took the lead and stepped into the blue convenience store that had been looted. The shelves where food was placed were the most severely looted. At first glance, they were very clean, and not even a bag of candy was left. Other shelves, such as daily necessities, looked much better than the food shelves, but they were also in a mess, and a lot of things fell on the ground. Zhou Rui saw several packs of heating pads. It was the winter solstice, and heavy snow would come from time to time. Even though they were supernatural beings who could resist freezing, they couldn't help but feel happy when they saw this convenient and heat-generating little thing. It was still summer before, and the malls were selling things to relieve the heat. Even if there were stores that specialized in selling off-season items, they were selling warm clothes such as down jackets. They originally wanted to find some supplies here. After all, mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. But now it seems that apart from the unexpected surprise of the heating pad, the other meat is really a bit small. Bai Yunlai didn't despise him, and quietly put some things that were well packed into the space. Zhou Rui opened a bag of heating pads, took out 4 or 5, tore the packaging, and called Bai Yunlai. "Come here." The latter didn't understand, and approached in a daze. Zhou Rui curled his lips, pulled down the zipper on his down jacket, lifted up his sweater, and pasted heating pads on his back waist, stomach, and both sides of his waist. It took a while for the heating pads to heat up. Bai Yunlai looked at Zhou Rui's actions in a daze, and when he reacted, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. "You put some on too." "It's okay. I'm a fire element. I don't feel cold, and I'll feel a little warm if I put this on." Zhou Rui shook his head, lowered his eyes, and carefully zipped up Bai Yunlai's clothes. Hearing this, Bai Yunlai didn't insist anymore. There were still a few packs of heating pads on the shelf, with 10 pieces in a pack. Zhou Rui called Zhao Chunggong and the others, and they divided the remaining heating pads and felt safe after applying them on their bodies. The battle situation in the next few stores was similar to this one. In a hamburger restaurant, they also met another team of people. This group of people didn't look like they were from the Huahai base. Everyone's face was weathered and tired. When they met strangers, they tensed up, raised their sharp weapons, and stared at Zhou Rui and his group with a fierce look. Although they were called sharp weapons, their weapons were nothing more than a few baseball bats and steel pipes, which really had no deterrent power. We came first, the leader emphasized. They were just a small team of 3 men and 2 women. Although the equipment was not very sophisticated, and the team was also temporarily formed. Fortunately, several people were colleagues in the same company before, and they knew each other well, and could support each other. This person is the only one with special abilities in the team. He has awakened the special ability of speed, and naturally became the team leader of this scattered team. He looked up and down at this group of people who were extremely glamorous compared to his own people with a hidden look. And he had a plan in mind. If they fight, they will definitely not win. In the end times, being able to dress cleanly and decently is also a skill. Unlike them, it's a question whether they can even survive tomorrow, let alone spend the energy to talk about themselves. But this operation was planned for a long time before he was willing to give the supplies in this room to others. But being unwilling is one thing. Whether he can win or not is another. Thousands of thoughts passed through his mind in a flash, and he looked nervously at the person standing not far away, and was already considering whether to retreat and change to another store. Maybe he could get something else. They just coveted the unopened bread slices and meat and other scattered things in the hamburger shop. Although those things might not be alive after so long, they always had to go forward to check before giving up. Yes, but in return, you have to provide us with information about this place, Zhou Rui said. This group of people must live nearby. He was very sure, whether it was their clothes or their mental state. It was obvious that they were not a team from the base who came here to collect supplies with full preparations, but ordinary people who had to come out to fight after being hungry for several days. Dimeo also has commercial housing for people to live in, small property apartments, which can be used for living or commercial purposes. This group of people should live in the apartment building. He was confident in the strength of his group, but not complacent. Before coming here, he had guessed that there were many dangers here. Now that there was a channel to quickly obtain information, Zhou Rui would naturally not be stingy. The leader who had already prepared for retreat and considered himself unlucky. Just bad luck finally left him? He was so shocked by this sudden good luck that his eyes widened, and it took him 2 seconds to find his voice. Yes. Yes. Nodding. The man took a step back, agreeing verbally, but not letting down his guard. Zhou Rui understood, and also took a few steps back with his men. In the environment of the end of the world, keeping a safe distance is good for everyone. What kind of information do you want to hear? Fearing that speaking loudly would attract zombies, the man lowered his voice. He also had an uneasy look on his face, as if he was afraid that a zombie would pounce on him from a dark corner and bite him in the next second. Have you ever encountered a mutated animal? Zhou Rui asked, infected by the tense atmosphere around this person. He couldn't help but lower his voice. I saw one when I looked down from the upstairs. Thinking of the scene he saw when he looked downstairs one day, the man's voice trembled a little. Zhou Rui frowned. For example? I have seen tigers. They should have escaped from the nearby zoo. Each one has mutated greatly, like the giant beasts in the movies. One of them even mutated with wings. It looks special. He paused, unable to find an adjective. It's particularly scary. The fur color is also different from other tigers. It's white. If the other tigers that just grew bigger gave him a sense of danger, then the white tiger gave him a sense of fear of facing death. He didn't even dare to look at the white tiger downstairs for fear that it would discover him. So he hastily looked away. Zhou Rui frowned, and the next second, his expression returned to calm. Okay. Nodding, he winked at the others, and they slowly left the hamburger shop. Wang Pingxing even closed the door for them with great quality. Unexpectedly, Zhou Rui and his group actually gave up the fight for the ownership of the hamburger shop. The 5 of them looked at each other, and someone chuckled softly. And then everyone's face was filled with joy. The women held the steel pipes in their hands and turned to the back kitchen of the hamburger shop. They searched around and suddenly opened a box full of bread slices. Take it out and have a look. Wow! It is well preserved. In addition to the bread slices, they also found large cans of Coke and Sprite, as well as some powder for soaking soy milk and orange juice. This is really a big harvest. The leader couldn't help but feel grateful to the group that gave up this place so easily. He looked out at the sky. Tonight, let's rest here for a night, and we will go back tomorrow. Not long after leaving the hamburger shop, Joe Rui was walking on the road, thinking about the information he got from the other group, and he felt a little uneasy. Suddenly, a touch of coldness fell on his cheek. Joe Rui was brought back to his senses by the coolness and raised his head. At some point, white snowflakes began to float in the sky. The snow came suddenly. It was originally a few small pieces of snow, but in a few seconds it fell down and turned into heavy snow. Let's find a place to rest first, Joe Rui said decisively. Heavy snow is not conducive to movement. There are many dangers here. Instead of braving the snow and advancing in bad weather, it is better to find a place to live as soon as possible and rest first. The others had no objection to this. They glanced at the shops around them, and soon decided on a hotel called Hoi. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and they trotted into the hotel. There was a zombie sitting on a chair on the first floor of the hotel, wearing a white t-shirt, with his head drooping, as if he was sleeping. Joe Rui directly burned its head with his supernatural power. There were a dozen room cards in the drawer at the front desk. Bai Yulai picked them up, looked at them, and put them back. The electricity in this hotel should have been out of service for a long time, so it was useless to have room cards. Qin Shi raised his hand, his eyes full of expectation, and he wanted to take the lead very bravely. He consciously wanted to use his supernatural power to melt all the door locks. Joe Rui paused and let Qin Shi go upstairs first with great consideration. Ordinary people without supernatural powers, Zhao Chunggong and Li Xining, always had to walk between them. Qin Shi stepped onto the stairs and carefully poked his head at the edge of the second floor. Very good. There was no enemy. He shrank his hand, and according to the principle of proximity, he found the room number closest to the stairs, and used his supernatural power to melt the door lock of this room into mist. Without the lock, the door slowly opened. The room was clean and tidy. Fortunately, there were no zombies or anything like that hiding inside. The decoration of this hotel was not comparable to that of Shuifang. It was just an ordinary hotel, but it was bright and clean. Much better than expected. Then, the furnishings melted 3 locks in a row. A surprise zombie burst out of one of the rooms, and was burned to ashes by Joe Rui behind him. The group stayed in this small hotel temporarily. Chapter 78 Mutant Cat. After they divided their rooms, they agreed on a departure time the next day. Zhao Chunggong had no special abilities, so for safety reasons, he was grouped with Wang Pingsheng. Fortunately, they were both talkative, and the room was a double room with 2 beds. They had a good relationship, and did not spend an awkward night. As time went by, the snow outside the house became heavier and heavier, and soon the street was buried in white. What are you looking at? The small hot pot on the table was bubbling with steam. Zhou Rui waited patiently for it to cook. He looked up and saw Bai Yunlai standing at the window, looking down at something. Hearing Zhou Rui's voice, Bai Yunlai came back to his senses, curled his lips and said, "It will be difficult to walk tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Zhou Rui raised his eyebrows and did not comment. "If I really can't walk, I will use my supernatural power to clear the way forward. I hope the snow won't fall so heavily tomorrow." If it snowed as heavily as it is now, even if he could use his supernatural power to clear the way, it would be too cold and the ordinary people in the team couldn't bear it. That's true. Nodding, Bai Yunlai pulled the heavy dark curtains with a rustle, shutting out the snowy scene outside the window. After finishing his meal, Zhou Rui checked the electricity and water in the house one by one. The result was obvious. The 2 had been turned off in the hotel for a long time, and not even a drop of water could be squeezed out of the faucet. There was no other way, so the 2 had to wash up hastily with the mineral water stored in the space. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the heavy snow outside still showed no sign of stopping. As the night fell, the strong wind began to whistle, which was somewhat helpful to sleep. "Is it time for you to shave?" Facing Zhou Rui lying down, Bai Yulai reached out and touched his chin. Zhou Rui had been busy traveling these 2 days, so he had some stubble on his chin. After touching it and feeling that it felt good, Bai Yunlai did not stop, and kept hooking there with his hand like he was serving a cat. He felt it was new. After being together for so long, Zhou Rui had always kept himself clean and decent, and it was the first time he had seen stubble on his chin. Zhou Rui even squinted his eyes in enjoyment without stopping his hand from rubbing his chin. I was too busy to remember. After briefly explaining the reason, Zhou Rui smiled. I'll shave tomorrow. After saying that, he also reached out to touch Bai Yunlai. It was smooth and felt as good as ever. He grows slowly here, so even if it takes a few days, he won't grow any stubble, so it's easy to take care of. The wind was still blowing outside the window. He slowly closed his eyes. Bai Yunlai arched in Zhou Rui's arms, and the hand touching his chin was withdrawn. Reaching out his arms and hugging him, Zhou Rui kissed his forehead. Go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow, he responded inaudibly, and with the whistling wind and heavy snow outside the window, the two of them slept well all night. Swish! When the curtains were opened, a dazzling whiteness came into view. Zhou Rui smacked his lips, feeling cold just by looking at it. Luckily, the heavy snow stopped today. Otherwise they would have to stay in this small hotel for a day or two. The two of them had a simple breakfast. Bai Yunlai had milk in his mouth and thought it was about time, so he reminded Zhou Rui to check the time. Is it almost time? Drink slowly. Without answering his question, Zhou Rui first reached out to support the pure milk bag in Bai Yunlai's mouth, and then stretched his arms to reveal what was inside his clothes. There are still 10 minutes. The 6 people will meet on the first floor. The temperature dropped suddenly, but Zhao Chengong was fine. He had been exercising during this period, and his physical fitness had become much stronger. He could withstand it by putting on more clothes. Li Xining couldn't handle it. He was covered with hats, scarves, and masks. From inside to outside, the handsome and tall young man was wrapped in 3 layers of layers, and instantly became several circles rounder, like a little white bear. Even so, Chen Shi was still worried, and asked Li Xining if he was cold, and if he could bear it every once in a while. He asked again and again, and the latter was embarrassed by his concern. His face under the mask turned red, and he stretched out his arm to poke Chen Shi. Li Xining lowered her voice. I am warm. Don't ask. The sweet atmosphere between the young lovers was thick. Zhao Chengong and Wang Pingsheng looked at each other and shivered together. There was also a feeling of sympathy. Wang Pingsheng was also a flower in the hospital before. He was good-looking and had a high salary. The young nurses in the hospital chattered around him all day long, and even the boring work became very interesting. Zhao Chengong was even worse. Perfect interpretation of what it means to play in the world. The mood is a bit complicated at this moment. Seeing Chen Shi being so caring to his lover, Zhou Rui moved his Adam's apple up and down, and looked at Bai Yunlai with a somewhat obscure look. He also wanted to nag Yunlai like this. But Yunlai is a superpower, and his body is very strong. If he shivers like Chen Shi, Yunlai might question him in his heart. Zhou Rui gave up on being clever with some regret. There is an underground shopping mall about 500 meters ahead, with a total of 2 floors. The first floor sells some clothes, probably all summer clothes. We only need to take a small part. Not too much. Zhou Rui paused for 2 seconds before continuing. The second floor is very rich in food and household items. The team that came here before must have gone in to sweep it, but they only took some food and water. As far as I know, Yunlai is the only one who has the space ability in our Huahai base. When Zhou Rui said this, Wang Pingsheng could already understand what he meant. His eyes lit up, and he said, so there should be a lot of supplies left on the second floor. Nodding, Zhou Rui said, indeed. But in addition to the Huahai base, there will be other gathering places in the entire high city. And there may be other space superpowers. Don't hold too much hope, lest you face the empty shelves when you go there, and you will feel too disappointed. Hearing this, Chen Shi and others hummed seriously. After going out, the group really faced the cold wind. The snow stopped, but the wind did not stop, and a piece of fine snowflakes was rolled up and blew directly into people's faces. Zhou Rui's hair was blown tightly by the wind. He stretched out his hand to push it down, feeling mixed emotions. Put it on. The person next to him stretched out his hand and handed him a mask. Zhou Rui knew it was his little baby. He wanted to hug him and kiss him, But he suppressed his nature and just said thank you. In addition to Zhou Rui, Bai Yunlai also distributed masks and gloves to other people. As for why, he didn't give it to Zhou Rui. He had to use his supernatural power to clear the way. He was afraid that the gloves would be burned to ashes by the flames as soon as he put them on. The flames mercilessly burned the new clothes that the earth had just put on into nothingness. After advancing for about 3 minutes, with a click, everyone felt something hit their heads. Reaching out to catch it, they saw white crystals. Hail? Zhao Chengmeng murmured subconsciously, crushing the ice fragments that fell into his palm. Zhou Rui sighed in his heart. In just a few seconds, the ice cubes from the hailstorm grew several times larger, and became so large that it would hurt a person if they hit him. What bad luck. Faced with the sudden bad weather, they had no choice but to hide in a nearby shop. As soon as he entered the door, Zhou Rui frowned and raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. He was the first to enter the door, and the stench rushed to the front. Bai Yunlai and others who followed in were slow for half a second. And then, they covered their faces with ugly expressions. The room was filled with a stench that even masks could not resist. It was like a corpse that had been left for several days. And then it was filled with a disgusting stench. There should be corpses of people or zombies here. They all had this thought in their minds. Fortunately, it was daytime now, and the lighting in the room was good, so they were not in the dark. Zhou Rui quickly found the source of the stench. There were cages of different sizes on both sides of the wall, and there were some miscellaneous pet supplies in the middle. It can be seen that this was a pet store before. At the counter at the back, a female corpse wearing a light yellow apron was leaning against the counter, because she had been dead for too long. Her skin had begun to rot, and some carrion-eating parasites grew on it. Tiny bugs crawled around on her body. She should have been a human before she died, because she had been dead for so long. They could not determine why the woman died. This place stinks too much. Wang Pingshan was about to roll his eyes because of the stench here. He covered the lower half of his face with force, feeling that the smell was simply a new type of biological weapon. The death of the female corpse was really miserable. Even though he had killed so many zombies, he still felt physically uncomfortable. Why don't we go? Another. Chen Shi hadn't finished his words when he suddenly caught a glimpse of something in his eyes and shouted, "Get out of the way!" The words were directed at Bai Yunlai, who, although he didn't notice the danger coming, subconsciously dodged to the side because of Chen Shi's shouting. Almost the next second after he dodged, a huge deep pit appeared where Bai Yunlai was standing. The floor was shattered by the sudden attack, and when the smoke from the rubble dissipated, the thing that launched the attack finally revealed its true appearance. It was a very fat cat. Its fur was snow white without any other colors. It was 3 times bigger than the cats before the end of the world, and its body almost reached the waist of a human. After failing to hit it, it bent down, its blue eyes staring at its prey vigilantly, and the hair on its tail stood up one by one, forming a complete battle-ready posture. With a gloomy expression, Zhou Rui could not feel any pity for the mutant cat at this moment, considering that the mutant cat had just wanted to attack Bai Yunlai. The flames in his palm gathered and burned towards the cat's head, but the fat mutant cat's body did not slow it down. It jumped on the spot and dodged the blow that could have burned its head. The flame hit its tail. The thick and long tail was instantly burnt, and the mutant cat screamed. Perhaps it knew that it had kicked the iron plate, and that this group of prey was not easy to provoke. So the mutant cat swept its tail back and forth on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Looking over again, there was no trace of it on the spot. In any case, the fire on the tail was successfully extinguished because of this move. Zhou Rui's fire had the characteristic of not stopping until the prey was burned. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Chapter 79, Doomsday City. Do you want to chase? Bai Yunlai asked. Somehow a ball of paper appeared where the mutant cat was originally curled up. Bai Yunlai's intuition made him walk over to pick up the ball of paper and put it in his pocket. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhou Rui shook his head decisively. No. Let's retreat quickly. This was a pet shop before the end of the world. But now, the cages used to display pets in the store are empty, and there is no trace of the bodies of cats and dogs. What's even more strange is that there is no sign of the cage door being damaged from the inside or outside. How did these animals disappear? Where did they go? The appearance of the mutant cat just now was a reminder to Zhou Rui. This is not a place to stay for long, so they'd better retreat quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, The mutant cat will call out its companions. They probably won't get any good results. That big fat cat looks pretty good. But why is it so clean? After leaving the pet shop, they walked along the eaves of the shop to avoid the broken ice falling from the sky. Chinjua muttered something in a low voice, and Zhou Rui heard it, and something flashed through his mind. Yes, he recalled the appearance of the mutant cat. The snow-white fur was spotless in this environment. His heart sank. It was just like someone was raising it specially. Dian. As Zhou Rui and his group walked further and further away, the door to the inner room of the pet shop was gently opened by someone. The mutant cat, whose tail had just been burned, rubbed the human's head affectionately, wrapped its injured tail around her, and purred. Why can't you be a little gentler? The woman sighed helplessly, with a hint of blame in her tone, but more of worry. She had orange-red medium-length hair, and because of the passage of time, the roots of her hair had grown a little black, which looked a little mottled. The mutant cat's comfortable purring did not stop, and it meowed softly. The woman couldn't do anything about its appearance, so she had to stroke its fur to comfort the injured cat. Look at this burnt tail. At this time, cats' meows of varying sizes came from the inner room. The woman was somewhat helpless, and she placed her hands on the injured tail of the mutant cat, and a bright green light immediately emanated from her palms. Under this light, the burnt part of the mutant cat recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon the wound there healed. But the burnt fur did not return, and from a distance it looked bald, which was really not very good looking. The mutant cat meowed in dissatisfaction. The woman tapped its head and clapped her hands. We can only wait for it to grow out. Look at you. I asked you to go out and deliver a letter, but you insisted on making a grand appearance. Hearing this, the mutant cat meowed again, as if to defend itself. At this point, it returned to the topic at the beginning. After treating its wound, the woman closed the door and turned back to the house. Here, 5 or 6 cats of different fur colors gathered together. When they saw her and the big mutant cat come in, their mouths, that were still meowing, closed instantly. Things were similar to what Zhou Rui had thought, but not as serious. The only mutated cat in the entire pet shop was the mutant cat. The remaining cats were just a little smarter, but in other aspects they were the same as ordinary cats. And this orange-haired woman was a clerk in this pet shop before the end of the world. She had taken care of these cats for a long time, and she had awakened her healing ability, so she got along very well with the mutant cat. When the mutant animals in the zoo ran out and passed by here and wanted to take her for a snack, it was this mutant cat who bravely blocked in front and saved her life. I don't know if they saw the paper ball, the woman muttered softly, stroking the cat's head. Because of some unpleasant experiences, she had a bit of social phobia. She would tremble all over when she saw people and couldn't communicate normally. She used to work in a pet store, cleaning cages and arranging shelves. It would be harder than climbing to the sky for her to communicate with those people. Those mutant animals were very strong. She originally thought that Dian was strong enough, until she saw them. Some of these mutant animals would spit out icicles from their mouths, while others would condense flames around them, just like the fire-type mutant today. Of course, the flames of those mutant animals were not as strong as this mutant. After all, when the gray wolf that could condense fire tried to attack Dian, its flames did not cause much damage to Dian. Zhou Rui and his group had no idea what happened in the pet shop. The hail was getting bigger and bigger, and they hurried forward and finally ran to an underground shopping mall. This mall has been visited by many people, but fortunately, there is a sufficient supply of goods, and there are still many things left inside. After dealing with several zombies hiding in the corner of the mall, Zhou Rui's clothes were gently pulled by someone. I picked it up at the pet store before. Seeing that there was no danger for the time being, Bai Yunlai took out a ball of paper from his clothes and called others to come and see. What's written on it? Xiao Chenggong asked. He and Li Xining were shivering in the cold outside just now, and now they finally recovered a little. Under the gaze of several people, Bai Yunlai opened the paper ball. The size of this paper ball is about B5, and there are a few words written on it. A piece of advice: if you see this note, then I advise you, don't go in again. There are all mutant animals inside. They all have strong superpowers, and no one who has entered has ever come out again. I hope you can pay attention to my advice. This is not alarmist. This should be written by a woman. The handwriting is very beautiful, and the word advice is specially circled with a red pen. Several people took turns to read the paper ball. So the cat was here to deliver a letter? Qin said in disbelief. No way. Can even a cat turn around these days? But at that time, it was rushing towards Bai Yunlai like a hungry tiger. If they hadn't discovered the cat early, Bai Yunlai would have been seriously injured. A fracture is only a minor injury. Zhou Rui frowned, and also thought of the cat's original attempt to attack, and his face was a little dark. No matter what the cat is here for, we should be careful in our next move. Wait until the hail stops and then go inside to collect some medicines. If we see any signs, we will retreat immediately. Everyone knows who the medicines are mainly for. Chen immediately looked grateful, while Li Xining felt a little guilty. He is an ordinary person, and it would be fine if he dragged everyone down. But now he has to let them risk their lives to find medicines for him. I wish I could also awaken my superpowers. Li Xining's desire had never been so strong. Even if it was just the most useless ability. As long as it could make his body stronger and no longer hold everyone back, that would be the best ability. What's wrong? Bai Yunlai walked over and sat down next to Zhou Rui. This was a row of chairs placed in the mall. They were still looking for something useful in a small area. Zhou Rui looked around and didn't find anything, so he sat down to rest for a while. His expression was very tangled. How could Bai Yunlai not notice it? Look! He came over immediately. Chapter 80 Thinking About You. I just think it's outrageous. Hearing this, Bai Yunlai felt helpless and gently covered the back of his hand with her palm. Don't think about it. After saying that, as if she remembered something, she said, I think what was written on the note should be true. As for the cat, maybe it was raised by the person who kindly reminded her. She should have been hiding in the pet shop at the time. And she didn't show up because she was afraid that they would have malicious intentions. After all, the story of the farmer and the snake is played out every day in the end times. So it is not surprising that the other party would have concerns. Whether it is true or not, at least it is a clue. The two of them chatted intermittently. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. The two hurried over and saw that the person who screamed was Wang Pingsheng. At this moment, a thin red vine was wrapped around his right calf. This thin red vine appeared without knowing how it appeared. Wang Pingsheng was collecting supplies there. When his eyes were fixed on the shelf, it suddenly came out from the ground, wrapped around Wang Pingsheng, and began to tighten. God knows how a plant could grow out of the marble floor. This thin vine has countless tiny barbs on it. As it shrinks, Wang Pingsheng feels a sharp pain and can't help but cry out in pain. He is really in pain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so grimace. It's sucking my blood. Damn it. I can't cut it off. The supernatural power hit the thin vine like it was free. But it had no effect. No matter how Wang Pingsheng chopped it, the thin vine remained motionless and even shrank tighter. His wind blade was powerful. But after several strikes, the thin vine was intact. But his legs were accidentally injured and blood gushed out instantly. And the blood was quickly sucked up by the thin vine. After the blood on the wound was licked clean, the edge began to turn slightly white. How painful it was. Try not to move. Fearing that the flames would burn Wang Pingsheng, Zhou Rui carefully released a small wisp of fire, which went straight to the root of the thin vine in the ground. Plants are afraid of fire. This is their nature. Even though this vine is very capable, it can't help but feel a little afraid when facing the natural enemy that is attacking it directly. When the flames were about to burn the roots, the thin vine decisively let go of its prey and slid into the ground, leaving a small gap. The floor of this mall is paved with imitation marble tiles. After the thin vine disappeared, a small hole appeared at the tile where it appeared, leading to a deeper underground. It slipped away quickly. It has disappeared without a trace. After several inspections, Zhou Rui confirmed that the vine would not appear again, and he withdrew his supernatural power. Are you okay? He stepped forward to support Wang Pingsheng, who was about to collapse. And the others who were still collecting supplies also came over after hearing the news. Oh, it's okay. That ghost thing only sucked for 10 seconds. I guess the amount is not as much as a blood donation. He forced a smile. The crisis was resolved, and Wang Pingsheng felt relieved. I just think I may have to eat a few more packets of donkey hide gelatin and red dates later. As he spoke, his eyes slowly moved to the bags of red-wrapped candied dates on the shelf. Xiao Chenggong. This person has a really big heart. Zhou Rui helped him to the bench where he had just sat, squatted down and tore off Wang Pingsheng's pants at the calf. Relying on the good health of a superpower, Wang Pingsheng didn't even wear long johns in this cold weather. and only wore a layer of casual pants with fleece inside. The pants were already full of holes of various sizes pierced by the vines, and the wind was blowing in. As an ordinary person, Zhao Chunlong felt cold just by looking at them. You are wearing too thin clothes. If you were 3 or 4 layers inside, it might take a while for the ghost thing to pierce through these defenses. Zhao Chunlong couldn't help but say. He even began to suspect that among so many people present, the reason why the ghost fiend chose Wang Pingsheng was because he was wearing the thinnest clothes, and it was easier to pierce inside. Wang Pingsheng was sweating coldly because of Zhou Rui's action of checking the wound. He gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely do it next time. He would like to call this the stubbornness of young people. What's more, he is a superpower now, and he is very resistant to cold. Not to mention autumn pants. Even Wang Pingsheng didn't wear these fleece pants. Zhou Rui lowered his eyes, took out the crystal core he got from the mutant dog at that time, input the fluctuation of superpowers to activate it, and slowly brought it close to Wang Pingsheng's wound. The weak green light quickly covered the wounds. The calf suddenly felt a warmth, followed by a slight numbness and itchiness. Wang Pingsheng looked at the crystal core in Zhou Rui's hand with some surprise. This is the one I got from the mutant dog before. After briefly explaining the source of the crystal core, Zhou Rui stopped transmitting his supernatural power and put away the crystal core after a few seconds. At this time, Wang Pingsheng's leg wound had healed a lot. He kicked his legs in disbelief and smiled when he didn't feel the expected pain. It's just like drinking a recovery potion in the game. Wang Pingsheng couldn't help but sigh. Not only the wound on his leg, but after being healed by the crystal core, his whole body was filled with warmth. Hurry up and find a place to change your pants. The wound was healed by the crystal core, but the hole in the pants made by the vine could not be healed. Look at the scratches all over the pants. Those who don't know would think this is some kind of performance art. As he said this, Zhou Rui winked at Bai Yulai. The latter immediately understood and summoned a pair of thick woolen pants and a pair of black overalls from the space. I guess he also heard what Zhao Chunlong just said, that it couldn't be pierced through. Wang Pingsheng. Thank you. Although, but? Aren't these two a bit too thick? He could already foresee that his legs would be as fat as a penguin after he put them on. Heavy concern. Wear warmer. Seemingly realizing that the 2 pants he took out were too thick, Bai Yulai explained and smiled. But he didn't seem embarrassed. Isn't it? With these 2 pieces on, the ghost vines can't pierce through them even if they suddenly attack again. There was a hint of laughter in Zhao Qinggong's voice, giving him a resentful look. Wang Pingsheng took the 2 trousers with both hands and thanked him again. I think I need one for the decoration. When Wang Pingsheng was about to find a place to put on the clothes, he suddenly said this. Originally, he was just watching the show, but suddenly the protagonist became his own decoration. He was wearing less today, and his legs were long and thin, looking like a male model who could walk on the catwalk, forming a very sharp contrast with Li Xining, who was wrapped like a bear. You're welcome. It's my duty. Wang Pingsheng smiled brightly at Chen Shi. Don't think he didn't see the boy laughing just now. He wanted to wrap them together. It was for Chen Shi's own good. Chen Shi twitched his lips. No. I don't think I need to. Before he could finish his words, Wang Pingsheng had already stuffed his 2 pants into Chen Shi's arms. After stuffing them, Wang Pingsheng looked relaxed and ran to Bai Yulai. Please give me another one. He didn't give Chen Shi any chance to refuse. Zhou Rui, who watched Wang Pingsheng's operation, said, It's quite thoughtful. Bai Yulai raised his eyebrows and took another pair of the same pants from the space. Let's go to the back of the shelf over there to change. Wang Pingsheng smiled again and pulled Chen Shi over very kindly. Chapter 81. Bang. 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 They stayed there for about 10 minutes, and the strange vines didn't appear again. Just when they were about to relax, a burst of gunfire came from not far away. Judging from the density of the gunfire, there were at least 40 or 50 people there, equivalent to a medium-sized team. Such dense gunfire is rare in the end times. First, the loud noise of gunfire will attract zombies. And second, ammunition is currently a non-renewable resource, so everyone will save it. This bunch of idiots. Zhao Chunlong cursed in a low voice. To do this in the end times, you must be greedy for life. Typical of a person who wants to die but drags others to be buried with him. The other people's faces were not good either, and they cursed the ancestors of that group of people one by one in their hearts, giving the others a look to signal them to hold their breath. Zhou Rui bent down, moved to the front door of the mall in small steps, and took a look outside. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. The gunshot woke up all the zombies within a 10-mile radius. Just like pulling their ears and saying, "Get up! Eat!" The steps of these zombies were not even close to being orderly. But their huge numbers made the ground tremble, creating an invisible pressure. The zombies did not become slow because of the heavy snow. On the contrary, they were extremely fast, several times faster than in the early days of the apocalypse. From time to time, a skinny arm would pop out from the white snow, and then the upper body would move out with difficulty. The gunshots were much quieter at this time, but as long as half of the head was not cut off and the hearing was lost, the zombies that should have risen had already gathered in groups. Covering his mouth with one hand, Joe Rui leaned against the wall and quickly looked for the possible evolved zombies among the zombies. The zombie group this time was really huge, so the base number of evolved zombies was even greater. If there were fewer evolved zombies, they could still try and maybe get a few crystal cores. This thing was really weird, and its evolution speed was much faster than that of humans. Some zombies even evolved beyond the scope of humans, with some ugly and weird horns growing on their heads or limbs. They are more like characters in some horror movies. With so many zombies, the fate of that team is self-evident. Joe Rui carefully returned along the same route. Seeing the number of evolved zombies in the zombie group, he had completely given up the option of fighting. Joe Rui lowered his voice and said with a somewhat ugly expression, "There are zombies everywhere outside. I took a rough look and found that many have evolved." As for his opinion, with so many evolved zombies, it would be better for them to find a hidden place in the mall, such as a warehouse, to avoid this zombie tide first. Although no one knows how long these zombies will stay before dispersing, there are enough supplies in the utilized space to support their consumption. Compared with these evolved zombies, the mutant animals that escaped are a greater threat. So many people risk their lives to use guns, except for encountering mutant animals or evolved zombies. Bai Yunlai raised his chin slightly, and was about to speak when an ethereal shout suddenly came from above the mall. This sound sounded really weird. At first glance, it sounded like some kind of musical instrument. But when you listen carefully, it sounded like a high-pitched sound made by humans. And the singer has to be quite skilled in singing. At this moment, the zombies that were parading outside the mall suddenly paused. The tremors of the earth stopped, and they all raised their heads at the same time, with cloudy pupils shaking in their eye sockets. The noise stopped, and the few people inside the mall could not know the situation outside, so they could only hold their breath as much as possible. The ethereal shouting continued. At this moment, the zombies outside finally moved. They slightly lowered their heads and looked in a certain direction. Then, they started running at a very fast speed. Their target was the building where the gunshots were just made. But the situation here was very different from what Joe Rui had predicted. The team that made the gunshots just now had no one spared in the few minutes. The white floor was covered with blood and body parts, and the black gun barrel was broken in half by the brutal attack, turning into a pool of scrap metal. In the empty hall, a dozen mutant beasts and a dozen evolved zombies, led by a white tiger with wings, confronted each other. These zombies look different. Each one is extremely ferocious, with extremely sharp fangs in their mouths, protecting a zombie wearing a long dress behind them. This zombie was a girl of 11 or 12 years old before her death. Its entire face was gnawed, and it was very scary. It must have suffered a lot before it turned into a zombie. The dress on its body was so dirty that its original color could not be seen. There were dried blood stains and mincemeat hanging on the lace hem of the skirt. The high-pitched cry came from it. Its methods are similar to those of the speed zombie that Joe Rui and his team encountered before, but it is much more sophisticated than the other zombie. It can control several times more zombies than that zombie, including some evolved zombies that are lower than its level. It knows that it cannot defeat these beasts, so it tries to drive away the mutant animals that invade its territory through the tide of corpses. There can only be one king. Obviously, it has not yet evolved to the end, and it will only be torn to pieces if it fights these beasts by itself. The leading white tiger bared his teeth. He looked down on the behavior of calling the zombie a younger brother when he couldn't beat it. He was not afraid at all, and even more eager to fight. The long-skirt zombie's ability is mental. It had swallowed countless crystal cores of the same kind before, but did not gain their abilities. Instead, it strengthened its own abilities several times. This means that its body is weaker than ordinary zombies. As long as you resist its mental attack, it will be very easy to kill it. It just controlled the medium-sized team of dozens of people in the dark, forcing them to use the guns in their hands to attack the group of fierce beasts that challenged its authority. But the effect was not very good. Not only did it fail to kill the leading white tiger, but it was also forced to expose its position and had to face these big guys. In addition to humans, there were also several evolved zombies in this building. In order to save its life, it had to summon them out and let them guard in front as shields. After all, it could not control these beasts of the same level as it. The leading white tiger was even worse, with a higher level than it. Fortunately, after the previous incident, these beasts were a little cautious about their attack methods and did not choose to pounce on it and bite it directly. The long-skirt zombie summoned its minions to fight. It needed to spread out its mental network to scan all the living beings within the range. Its powerful mental power allowed it to sense the unique and fresh lives around the building, different from the humans lying on the ground. It was more delicious and more powerful. Although its IQ dropped a lot, its poor brain could still distinguish the differences between these lives. Without even hesitation, it directly controlled the zombies that were closer to the superpower landmark to clear them out, preparing to eat the supply packs after fighting with these beasts. The zombies' thoughts could not shake the white tigers, but brought great trouble to Joe Rui and his group hiding in the mall. Hearing the zombies gradually moving away, they thought they were safe. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the ceiling of the mall collapsed, revealing a huge hole. Justice fell from the sky. More than 40 zombies fell from above like beans. Like some absurd movie scene. The one who created the big hole was a giant zombie with a body length of 3 meters. Its arms were huge, and its 2 fists collided with each other. It turned over nimbly during the fall and looked at the food with a covetous look. Other zombies didn't make such a handsome appearance. They fell from too high a height, and each one made a podgy sound when it fell, and the flesh came into extremely close contact with the floor. They were already very rotten, and when the podgy sound reached Joe Rui and others' ears, even though the situation was urgent at this time, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Zombies don't feel pain. Even so, the twisted limbs caused some inconvenience to their movements, and the number of zombies falling from the ceiling continued to increase. Podgy. Podgy. After 2 seconds, the podgy sound disappeared, and it became the sound of flesh falling on flesh. This group of ordinary zombies seemed to have piled up a small mountain of corpses with their bodies. Chapter 82 Evening. Evening. The giant zombie must have had a bad temper when he was alive. When the other zombies were still falling down, he flashed and rushed towards Joe Rui, the leader, with a pair of iron fists. Almost at the first sight, he punched this human warrior who was smaller than himself. Joe Rui also used all his strength to fight this zombie. The opponent was very strong and seemed to be higher in level than all the evolved zombies he had met before. If he hadn't just made a quick decision to cover his hands with flames to resist, he would have been knocked to the ceiling by the zombie's huge force, leaving a human-shaped hole. Unexpectedly, the invulnerable iron fist that he was so proud of was easily blocked by the prey. The giant zombie screamed and became more excited than before. If it was still a normal person at this time, it should understand that this feeling was the pleasure of meeting a worthy opponent. After a brief surprise, Bai Yunlai immediately reacted and condensed a space blade to attack the huge zombie. At this time, the small zombies that fell from the ceiling also stood up shakily, shouting and moaning, and their twisted fingers reached out to grab the prey from a distance. Bai Yunlai was busy assisting Joe Rui, so the task of dealing with these ordinary zombies naturally fell on Wang Pingsheng and others. Fortunately, there was only one evolved zombie, and the rest looked numerous, but they were actually small fry, and they were able to deal with them with their abilities. Wang Pingsheng's wind blade was extremely sharp, and he specifically cut the zombies' heads, and soon he harvested a lot of spoils. It was still too early for Chen to awaken his superpowers, and although he was not as powerful as others, he could easily deal with these ordinary zombies after his physical fitness was improved several times. Zhao Chengdong and Li Xining held guns with pistols. The latter had a lower hit rate but never missed a shot, and cooperated well with Zhao Chengdong. Most of the ordinary zombies died instantly. At this time, the battle between Joe Rui and the giant zombie also entered a white-hot stage. Bai Yunlai's space blade hit its muscles and cut deep and shallow wounds. But the zombie didn't care at all. Only the human who had just fought with it was in his eyes. It roared again, and the fighting spirit surged. At this moment, its fists even showed a color similar to steel. When it swung its fists, it brought a strong wind. It was easy to imagine what the consequences would be if it took this punch. Zhou Rui was not stupid. Seeing the zombie strengthen his attack, he dodged immediately and decisively gave up the option of resisting. After dodging the attack, he quickly jumped up from the spot, condensing his supernatural power in midair, and rushed directly towards the zombie that punched the floor. The scorching heat roared overhead, and the giant zombie knew to dodge at this time even if it was stupid. But before it could move, dark holes suddenly appeared in its limbs, imprisoning its movements to dodge. This is naturally Bai Yunlai's masterpiece. Creating these black holes requires a lot of his mind and energy. At this time, his forehead is full of cold sweat, and the hand controlling the black hole is trembling slightly. The giant zombie's struggle also caused him some trouble. This guy is too strong, and his ability has begun to falter. They are fighting here. At this time, in the building not far away, the throne battle has also come to an end. No matter how abnormal their bodies evolve, these beasts have been kept in the zoo for many years before the end of the world. Naturally, their thinking ability is not as good as that of the long-skirted zombies, whose spiritual ability has reached a certain level. It has evolved some thinking ability, and can even be said to be cunning. If not, it would not have controlled more than 50 humans to serve as its vanguard. It summoned countless zombies, and the endless tide of zombies made the ferocious beasts, who were watching with eager eyes, stand on their hair. They have powerful abilities, and their bodies have evolved dozens of times, so it is not difficult to kill these fragile opponents. But in addition to the ordinary zombies that serve as cannon fodder, there are also dozens of high-level zombies that have evolved to a certain level. Their treacherous abilities were endless, and their numbers were so great that they soon caused some casualties to the ferocious beasts. Under this tactic of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and losing 800 of their own, the ferocious beasts began to have some intention of retreating. The zombies continued to fall one after another. They were controlled by the long-skirted zombie and sent forward in waves as cannon fodder without thinking. A thick pile of corpses had already piled up on the ground. The sticky black blood was so much that it filled the floor of the building, which had enough space, and you could hear the sound of smacking when you stepped on it. In the past, this sound meant stepping on a small whirlpool, but now it means stepping on a pool of blood. Seeing the group of beasts in a state of anxiety, the long-skirted zombie, whose face was completely destroyed, showed a hint of excitement. It knew that this meant that its throne was unshakable. The sense of territory was undoubtedly strong. As time passed, the beasts were forced to shrink into a small circle under the tactics of the sea of corpses. In addition to the tigers, there were more than a dozen large animals of other species among the beasts that escaped from the zoo. Their bodies were enlarged several times. Even if they were squeezed into a small circle, they still occupied a very wide space. Some of their companions were accidentally attacked to the point of death in the previous battle. After falling down, within 2 or 3 seconds, the huge skeleton was devoured by the locust-like zombies. A few traces of sadness flashed in the resolute eyes of the double-winged white tiger. It was the leader, but watched its subordinates being eaten in front of it. It could not tolerate the provocation of this group of ugly things. But it also judged the situation, and knew that a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death. At this time, when the number disparity is extremely large, it is the right choice to preserve strength and retreat first. Roar! The double-winged white tiger roared, and the white wings on its back instantly spread to the maximum. The zombies closer to it were instantly cut into pieces by the airflow when its wings spread. Its supernatural power built a thick wall of fire. Seeing this, the long-skirted zombie thought that the beast was finally forced into a dead end by itself, and ordered the zombies to stay where they were. It knows this job. It's nothing more than the last dying struggle of the prey. When the fire wall was withdrawn, the beast's supernatural power was also exhausted. Under the gaze of the zombies, the fire wall finally disappeared after burning for half a minute. This means that the opponent's superpowers have finally been exhausted and turned into a sticky fish. The long-skirted zombie, who was about to give the order for the zombies to attack, it tilted its head, a little confused, and the ferocious beasts were nowhere to be seen. It really did not leave even a hair. Where is such a big piece of meat? How did it escape under the scanning of its mental network? The long-skirted zombie howled angrily to the sky, and the zombies controlled by it looked at the king stupidly and called out. They were still yelling, but now they have quieted down. At this time, outside the distant Huahai base, Zhu Yi, who had been sleeping for many days, finally opened his eyes. Somehow, a few glimmers of light flashed in those eyes that should have been dull and lifeless. Li Wan had been guarding his bedside, and he was a little excited when he noticed that Zhu Yi had woken up. He quickly held his hand and blinked his eyes. "You woke up? How is it? Are you okay?" He did not expect Zhu Yi to give him any response. He said these words just because of habit, and he preferred to talk to himself. This time Zhu Yi slept much longer than other times. Even though he knew that the other party was evolving in a special way, Li Wan could not help but worry. Zhu Yi raised his eyes, looked at his lover who was full of worry, opened his lips and said, "W." He uttered a syllable with difficulty. Li Wan was stunned, looking at Zhu Yi who was trying to say something in disbelief. Li Wan's back of his hand was bulging with blue veins, and he grabbed his hand slightly with force. "What? What are you doing? Want to talk? How is it possible?" Feeling the force on his hand, Zhu Yi lowered his eyes. After a few seconds, just when Li Wan thought that everything just now was his hallucination and was about to give up, a clear voice suddenly came to his ears. "Wan." Li Wan was stunned, his eyes fixed on Zhu Yi's handsome face. "I must be dreaming," he thought. He twisted himself with his other hand and felt a little pain. "This dream is quite real." Wan. As if because he didn't get a reply from Li Wan, Zhu Yi pursed his lips and called out again. Chapter 83 suddenly straightened. With the help of Bai Yunlai, Zhou Rui finally took down the giant zombie. The battle between Wang Pingsheng and others, and the ordinary zombies also came to an end. As ordinary people, Zhao Chumgong and Li Xining made a lot of efforts in this battle. Especially Li Xining, who was not in good health. He looked at the corpses of the zombies on the floor. His head was a little dazed, and the hand holding the gun drooped stiffly. The mood was still a little high because of the previous battle, and the heart in the chest was beating strongly, causing Li Xining's cheeks to flush. Did I really kill these zombies? I am actually quite useful. He was not frightened at all when he participated in the battle for the first time, but felt relieved. He was more afraid of being useless in the team than facing the zombies. As an ordinary person, Zhao Qingdong's physical fitness was much better than his, even better than some primary psychics. Whenever he thought of this, Li Xining would feel a little uneasy. Zhou Rui set fire to the corpse of the giant zombie and picked up the crystal core of the zombie from the ground. Perhaps because this zombie was higher in level than the ones they had encountered before. The crystal core was larger than any of the ones they had obtained before. It was silver in color, shining with crystal light, and more exquisite than the expensive diamonds before the end of the world. Without appreciating the beauty of the crystal core too much, Zhou Rui handed it to Bai Yun to keep it. He flicked off the dust on his body and said, "It's not safe here anymore. We have to stay away from the building where the zombies are gathered." They fought a battle with a small zombie group here. The noise was not big, but it was definitely not small. If the thing that summoned the zombies found this place, it would no longer be the unlucky ones who were besieged by the zombies, but themselves. After a few months, everyone's abilities have been improved, and these zombies are constantly evolving and becoming more difficult. The relatively comfortable life in the base made them lose the opportunity to become powerful. You know, he encountered mutant zombies before, and the speed of solving them was faster than now. If it weren't for Yun's help, even if he finally solved this zombie, it would take a lot of effort and even get injured. Now that the zombies have gathered, Zhou Rui has given up hope on the supplies in the central area. Those supplies are not worth their lives. The current task is to pick up more leaks in the periphery, focus on the hospital, and collect more medical supplies. 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. The abilities of the psychics in the team have been improved to some extent, but the one who benefited the most is not Zhou Rui, but Qinjin. Perhaps it is because of his accumulated experience that his abilities have evolved very quickly. It has only been less than a week since he awakened his special ability, and he has already advanced to the second level. After advancing to the second level, he corroded objects faster, and the mist that was already misty became more blurry, and it was impossible to see it without careful observation. Of course, he can also control the mist to become more condensed. If it continues to evolve at this rate, it will probably become transparent, like air. When he faces the enemy, he won't know how he died. Qin Shi was a little excited just thinking about it. His ability is different from Zhou Rui's fire and Wang Pingsheng's wind, but it is equally powerful and has a very broad space for evolution. Even if Li Xining can't awaken his ability in this life and can only be an ordinary person, Shi is confident that he can let him live a good life. Not to mention the luxury before the doomsday. At least, he can live a normal life and fill his stomach. They have been in the periphery for so many days. It is impossible to say that there is no gain. But this little gain is too far from what Zhou Rui expected, which makes him always a little depressed. They came here with their families, not just to see the zombies and find excitement. And in the later stages of the superpower, it becomes more difficult to advance. He was in a bad mood, and his attack methods were more brutal when facing zombies. His handsome face was more murderous than when he was at the base. At first glance, he didn't notice his good-looking face, and his eyes were attracted by his gloomy expression, which looked a bit scary. Bai Yun saw the changes in Zhou Rui, and was worried and helpless at the same time. Perhaps the types of superpowers have also affected some people's personalities to some extent. After all, Zhou Rui was not so hot-tempered before. Even if you are angry, you will try to restrain yourself in front of him. The Li's hospital is in front of you. Putting his arm around Zhou Rui's waist, Bai Yunlai lowered his eyelashes and tapped his waist with his fingers. Li's hospital is similar to Zhao's and Ming's hospitals. They are all private hospitals with larger scales. Let's not talk about the qualifications of the doctors. Before the end of the world, when people thought of such private hospitals, their first reaction was that they were expensive. Ordinary people would never think of going to such private hospitals for treatment if they have a minor illness. Even if there are some, they are rare. Aren't cheap and effective public hospitals good? Yeah. Zhou Rui was a little distracted by the hand on his waist. But he knew that this was not the time to make trouble. So he could only endure it. So he reluctantly grabbed Bai Yunlai's hand. There shouldn't be many zombies there. After saying that, he paused for a while before saying, no matter how many or few, you must protect yourself. He would repeat this kind of word several times whenever he went out to search for supplies. Zhou Rui also knew that he was a bit nagging. But he knew it. But he couldn't stop talking. He felt suffocated. Maybe all men in the world have the potential to evolve into nagging. The trigger is whether he is a favorite object. Always worried about whether he might get hurt. Since leaving the base, Zhou Rui's spirit has been tense, like a string stretched to the limit. And this feeling is even worse after encountering the zombie tide. Anyway, it's a bit bad. Bai Yunlai buried his head in Zhou Rui's neck and laughed softly. Why are you only talking about me? What about you? Of course I will protect you. Zhou Rui said it as a matter of course. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it. I am a man after all. Aren't you afraid of hurting my self-esteem by saying this? How could it be? Zhou Rui was at a loss. Bai Yunlai felt helpless, thinking that Zhou Rui sometimes got full marks for love words, as if he had taken a special course in love words. But sometimes he was so straight that he was too lazy to even turn a corner. He thought about what he should say to change his lover's sudden straightness. And he was silent. Seeing that he didn't speak, Zhou Rui began to panic. Angry? Then he got Bai Yunlai's response by shaking his head in his arms. It means no. But Zhou Rui didn't feel relieved. He tried hard to turn his head around, and finally found a sweet love word. Just when he was about to speak, his mouth was pressed by his lover's fingers. Not angry. I just want to say that I can protect you well. At the end, Bai Yunlai was even a little embarrassed. His face was red all the way to his neck, as if he couldn't believe that he had just said such a thing. Zhou Rui blinked. He was struck by the love words that his baby would rarely say in 1,000 years. So, it's also quite nice. I know. After laughing twice briefly, Zhou Rui hugged him in his arms. I was wrong. He and Yunlai never said that one of them protected the other. Chapter 84. Who are you? The gate of Li's hospital looks particularly intact against the backdrop of the department store next to it. It is said that he spent a lot of money on this door, and specially used bulletproof glass, claiming that even if you shoot a gun at the glass, it can withstand it. In addition to professional doctors and nurses, many security personnel are also employed here. Unlike the security guards in some hospitals who run away when they encounter trouble, these people are trained by professional institutions, and some of the expensive ones have special forces resumes. Before the end of the world, Li's hospital received many patients with cold and fever symptoms. They are private institutions, and the fees are higher than those of the KM hospital. Such characteristics saved other people in the hospital before the end of the world. Even if the flu was rampant, they received no more than 40 patients. Of course, compared to the survivors here, Zhou Rui naturally hoped that everyone here would evacuate early to avoid any complications. anticipating the bloody scenes and disgusting smells that might appear in the hospital. They wore masks in advance and transparent goggles on their eyes. The group walked briskly into the hospital's reception hall. There was also a pharmacy on the first floor, but it only had some common medicines. Expensive medicines had to be found in the storage room upstairs. The door leading to the pharmacy was locked, and only the square service window was open. Zhou Rui gave Chinchilla a look. The latter immediately understood, took a few steps forward, and reached out to the lock in front of the pharmacy door. If you can dissolve the lock, why bother climbing through the window in an unsightly way? In less than half a second, the tightly closed door opened with a click. The operation of collecting supplies on the first floor went smoothly. There were many asthma emergency drugs and anti-inflammatory drugs in the medicine room. However, when they were about to go up to the second floor, the glass door at the door, which was said to be able to block bullets, slammed and was broken into pieces by external force. Zhou Rui reacted very quickly and immediately built a thick firewall in front of him. The flying glass shards could not pass through this defense line. Several people instantly entered the combat state, staring at the intruder who broke the glass. This is not just stupid. It is both stupid and evil. There are still countless wandering zombies in this area. Judging from the sound of the glass door breaking just now, these monsters with sensitive hearing will definitely swarm over here. Zhou Rui removed the firewall. I saw a man standing against the light, with his head held high among the broken glass. It's really you. The moment he saw Zhou Rui's face, the corners of his lips curved into a ferocious arc. His left arm was empty, and his sleeves moved without wind. Realizing that he was looking at him, Zhou Rui's eyebrows jumped, and he felt a little confused. He looked at him coldly, and his brain quickly recalled whether he had seen this person before. Hearing this person's tone, he seemed to hate him very much, but he didn't remember provoking such a madman. Zhou Rui didn't think it was wrong to call him a madman, deliberately breaking glass in a city where zombies gather and dragging people to be buried with him. Isn't this a madman? Seeing that he was silent, the man laughed at himself, and his hatred became even stronger. He hurt me like this, but I didn't even remember him. Huh? You don't remember me? Before he finished speaking, a cluster of deep red flames suddenly rose from his remaining right arm. Everything I suffered was caused by you. From that day on, this hatred was like the fire of hell, burning him non-stop and spurring him to become stronger. For one day, I would meet the guy who hurt me so much and take revenge. Hu Wenbin no longer wanted to recall how he escaped from the purgatory that day. His fireball accidentally broke the glass, attracting a group of zombies. The useless teammates behind him were pounced on by the zombies one by one, and some of them didn't even make a sound, and their throats were directly bitten off by the zombies. But their death was not meaningless. At least it bought him time to escape. This was probably the only use of that group of rubbish. He looked back at the miserable scene behind him, and then ran faster. Hu Wenbin finally awakened his superpowers. These zombies were only elementary, and he could run faster than them. As the zombies kept chasing him, he was trapped in an alley. In a flash, Hu Wenbin jumped from the spot and jumped directly over the wall in the alley. The zombies were blocked outside the wall. After their mutation, their brains probably turned into water, and there was no trace of intelligent animals. When they encountered obstacles, they would just huddle together. Hu Wenbin thought he had escaped. The moment he jumped over the wall, he even thought about taking revenge on those guys who did not help him one day. But he never expected that this was the beginning of a nightmare. On the other side of the wall, there was a zombie with evolved superpowers. This zombie was extremely powerful and tall. Before Hu Wenbin landed on the ground, he was grabbed by the arm by the zombie. In shock, he quickly released fire to burn the zombie that suddenly appeared. If those guys who only wandered aimlessly were the early primary monsters in the game, then this mutant zombie could be more or less a small boss. The flames hit the zombie's skin, and the monster screamed in pain. It did not loosen its grip on Hu Wenbin's arm. Instead, the pain from the burning flames made the zombie's strength increase a bit. With a tug, Hu Wenbin's arm was torn off. He had never suffered such pain before. Hu Wenbin was the apple of his parents' eyes since he was a child. Although he was a man, he would have to recover for half a month even if he sprained his foot. He could not even walk on the ground. The pain of having his arm torn off was beyond description. Perhaps Hu Wenbin was not destined to die. When the zombie was about to stretch its claws towards his head, the superpower in his body suddenly burst out with a powerful force. In this explosion-like flame, the zombie was burned to ashes. All that was left was a white diamond-shaped crystal core. He wanted to faint from the pain from the broken arm. But because the superpower was too strong, Hu Wenbin couldn't faint even if he wanted to. I don't know how long it took. At this time, it was getting dark. Dusk was coming, and the light in this alley was constantly being taken away. Ouch. Hu Wenbin's tears and snot were all mixed together in pain, which was extremely miserable. Finally, he hid in the nearest small shop before dark. Of course, he did not let go of the crystal core. He was lucky, but also unlucky. After finding a temporary shelter, Hu Wenbin finally fainted. During his sleep, the blood flowing from his body soaked the crystal core. The crystal core continued to emit a pure white light, reflecting the blood. Soon, the crystal core turned into ashes. When Hu Wenbin woke up, the wound on his broken arm had stopped bleeding, and even his weak fire ability had grown several times. After discovering the use of the crystal core, Hu Wenbin did not choose to join the refuge area, but kept looking for traces of mutant zombies. He finally came to Dimeo, where there were a lot of people. And here, he finally met the enemy who had harmed him so much. Zhou Rui did not recognize Hu Wenbin, but Zhao Chengdong had some impression of him. After all, it is rare for a boy to be so short. It is a rare species. Of course, his fireball that hit the glass and attracted the zombies was also the king of fools. I didn't expect it. Zhao Chengdong muttered silently. Is this guy addicted to hitting the glass? He attracted the zombies by hitting the glass before, and now he is doing it again. And he has become even more crazy, since he found the trick to upgrade. Hu Wenbin's ability has evolved very quickly. After experiencing the pain of having his arm torn off, he can now cut his wrist and bleed calmly. He had been training in the wild, and had never joined the refuge area. Although he lost an arm, he relied more on his supernatural powers, and his fighting skills were constantly improving. The presence or absence of an arm did not really have much impact. Therefore, when his attack came, Zhou Rui was forced back several steps when he counterattacked. Hu Wenbin laughed strangely. I haven't seen you for several months. You haven't made any progress. It was much easier to deal with than he expected. The strength of this person's initial supernatural power was much stronger than his own. He thought this person would be very difficult, so he was ready to die together. Now it seems. That's all. As expected, I am the chosen one. Chapter 85, Unleashing Charm. Hu Wenbin could confirm that the man in front of him was his enemy, not only because of his exposed eyebrows and body shape, but also because of the wall of fire that the man quickly built when he launched the attack. After all, this group of people were wrapped up tightly, especially the man who was protected at the back, who was dressed like a bear. Hu Wenbin had never seen anyone use such a gorgeous orange flame except Zhou Rui. After a successful attack, Hu Wenbin raised his eyebrows, and his face showed a bit of excitement. Ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh happily. The body's adrenaline was secreted rapidly, constantly stimulating the brain. At this moment, Hu Wenbin's physical abilities reached their peak. No bragging. This is the moment. He felt that he could fight 5 people alone. Zhou Rui clenched his fists to resist Hu Wenbin's attack. This madman's ability is indeed higher than his own. But he is not invincible. He didn't need to say much. Wang Pingsheng and others, who had combat experience with Zhou Rui, understood and quickly joined the battle. They all held back some strength, not out of pity, but ready to use a wave of skills and run away. Hu Wenbin just broke the glass door at the entrance. He was happy, but no one could afford the consequences. Dimeo is an area full of risks and opportunities. But obviously, it has more risks than opportunities. Their only goal now is to get away as soon as possible when the zombies of Dimeo come. As for Hu Wenbin, who caused all this, since he has the courage to break the glass and is so heroic, he probably won't mind going into battle to fight the zombies. Compared to them, if a high-level zombie attacks, the target will definitely be Hu Wenbin, who is of a higher level. What they have to do is to try to delay Hu Wenbin before the zombies attack. Of course, it would be better if he was forced to use his trump card. Why are you hiding? Aren't you awesome? Come on. Fight me head-on. Hu Wenbin didn't take Wang Pingsheng and others seriously at first. He had been rampant in the no-man's land for too long. And now, he was too excited and had lost his basic judgment. Under their siege, although those attacks were not fatal, They also caused Hu Wenbin a lot of trouble. He originally thought that he could fight 5 people alone. But now he was a little bit afraid. And even almost shouted that if he had the ability, we could fight 1v1. Fortunately, he was not completely brainless. And he broke the words and swallowed them. This is not a game. There is no such thing as asking the opponent's MVP to fight 1v1 on the plank road after losing. Hu Wenbin could only grit his teeth and continue to fight them. But these people are really too shameless. He could only think of such an adjective. The psychic who used the wind would blow his flames off. And the dense wind blades left wounds of various sizes on his body. The strange black holes and fog always interfered with his actions and consumed his physical strength. Not to mention that there were 2 people hiding behind the superpowers and shooting black guns. Even if he was made of iron, he couldn't stand this. After being a lone ranger for several months in the apocalypse, Hu Wenbin realized the importance of teammates belatedly. Unfortunately, a gloomy flashed in his eyes, and he used flames to burn the small black hole that tried to trap him again. The flames around Hu Wenbin burst out with great momentum. This was different from all the attacks he had launched before. It was like he had finally revealed his trump card. The 2 looked at each other, and Zhou Rui raised his chin slightly. The moment they had been waiting for had come. The tacit understanding cultivated by fighting with real guns and bullets played a great role at this time. And Zhou Rui didn't even need to give any verbal hints. Let you see my true strength. Hu Wenbin's tone was very excited. At this moment, he looked like a huge fireball, and even his hair was filled with a hot energy. At this moment, before Hu Wenbin finished speaking, a pale arm suddenly stretched out from behind him and grabbed his left foot. The passionate Hu Wenbin was stunned. His eyes moved down to the pale claw in disbelief, until a sharp pain came from his foot. Hu Wenbin seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly used his superpowers to attack the owner of the hand. After staying in the periphery for several months, Hu Wenbin has realized the most obvious difference between superpowers and ordinary people. Ordinary people will turn into zombies immediately if they are scratched by zombies. But superpowers will not. But they are not insulators. If they are scratched by zombies that are 2 levels higher than themselves, or if they are besieged by several zombies, and the corpse poison in their bodies reaches a certain level, even superpowers will turn into zombies. The severe pain, numbness and itching in his feet, and the blood that has turned black remind him that the zombie that attacked him from behind is the first type. A zombie that is 2 levels higher than himself. Damn. With this level, even in Dimeo, it must be a leading zombie. Why is it running out instead of staying in the base camp? He endured the severe pain and used his supernatural power to attack the sneak attacking zombies, and glanced at the place where Zhou Rui and others were originally standing. There was no one there. He really waved his sleeves without taking away a cloud. He left quietly. At this point, how could Hu Wenbin not understand that he was being used as a target by Zhou Rui? The man had long known that the loud noise would attract a large number of zombies. Among them, high-level zombies, who can control the zombies will also be among them. All of them combined are not enough to feed the high-level zombies. These people played a set of exquisite combination punches, perfectly holding him back, waiting for his ability to explode to the highest level. At this time, if a high-level zombie came, the most delicious thing in its eyes would be naturally the self who fully released his charm. And there would be no time to care about anything else. Thinking of this in a flash, Hu Wenbin hated it so much that his teeth were about to break. At this time, in order to survive, he could only attack this high-level zombie. What a good plan. If it wasn't for him being tricked, Hu Wenbin would have applauded the man's plan. Hu Wenbin immediately burned his left foot that was scratched by the zombie. As long as the corpse poison had not spread to other places, he could still be saved. The foot had become extremely stiff under the influence of the corpse poison. And even if Hu Wenbin burned the whole foot, he didn't feel much pain. Otherwise, he would have fainted from the pain before he escaped. The one who secretly scratched Hu Wenbin was the long-skirted zombie who had just confirmed his status as the king of Dimeo. It was a spiritual system, and its physical fitness was worse than some low-level minions. But spiritual systems also have their advantages. At least just now it approached Hu Wenbin quietly and left its mark on his feet. Retracting its pale claws, the long-skirted zombie casually smeared the blood on it onto its skirt. Its sense of smell told it that the human in front of it was a supreme delicacy. But its intuition told it that something was wrong. It seemed that there was something tastier. It didn't think for too long. Hu Wenbin was desperate. And after burning his feet, He turned around to burn the culprit who caught him, looking at the fire bomb coming straight at him. The long-skirted zombie blinked. The next second, an extremely strong zombie suddenly appeared in front of it and perfectly blocked the attack for it. The flames left a charred mark on the chest of the zombie who blocked the knife. Unexpectedly, this human still had the strength to fight back. The long-skirted zombie's eyebrows moved slightly. With a thought, several strange zombies emerged from behind it and went straight to Hu Wenbin, who was limping away. Zhou Rui, who had plotted against Hu Wenbin, was now running for his life with his team. Just kidding. When the zombies finished dealing with Hu Wenbin, the next one to suffer would be himself. It was like the Grim Reaper was chasing after him with a sickle. Li Xining was not in good physical condition, so Chen Shi was holding him and running for his life the whole time. After jumping down from the second floor and running for a distance, Bai Yunlai immediately took out a vehicle from the space, and several people quickly got on it. This is a modified SUV, with more space than ordinary vehicles, and the space is not too narrow for 6 big men to squeeze in. Finally, after running for an unknown distance, Dimeo was finally left behind by them and turned into a small dot. You reap the consequences of your own actions. Wang Pingxing shook his head and said with some emotion, "Do you know that madman?" Wang Pingxing asked. Zhou Rui was concentrating on driving the car and rushing on the street. Hearing this, he hummed softly. Seeing him concentrating on driving, Wang Pingxing tried to shut up and end the topic for the sake of his life. Zhao Chenlong spoke up. "I met him when I went to the base before." After that, he said with disgust, the dwarf instigated people to put nails on the road and rob passers-by. As a result, they hit the iron wall. Wang Pingxing's eyes lit up. He felt that there seemed to be a big story here. Then what? Zhao Chenlong lowered his voice and spoke the most important part again. After listening, Wang Pingxing nodded up and down and changed his comment. Evil will be punished. Chen Shi snorted coldly. Karma. His forehead was wet with cold sweat. In the escape just now, Chen Shi was the one who spent the most physical energy. Seeing him like this, Li Xining felt mixed emotions. Taking out a piece of toilet paper from his pocket, Li Xining carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chen Shi was happy and was about to say something when he felt the unusual temperature of the hand on his head. He grabbed Li Xining's hand. "Why is your hand so hot?" As he said that, he pressed his forehead against Li Xining's head. The scorching temperature from the other's forehead made Chen Shi change color. "You were caught?" His voice even trembled. There was silence in the car for a while, and Bai Yunlai in the front seat also turned around to look. Li Xining blinked. His eyes were beautiful, and the blinking of his eyes touched Chen Shi's heart. Li Xining shook his head affirmatively. No. He had been hiding behind Chen Shi and shooting cold guns, so he had never come into contact with zombies. Then how come? Chen Shi hurriedly stopped talking and said again. Did he not notice that he was scratched by a dead zombie? He was so anxious that his head was about to burst into flames. He clenched Li Xining's hand, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He even thought about whether to cut meat or bleed if Li Xining mutated and found a place to raise him. Bai Yunlai looked at Chen Shi, who was confused by his concern. He was not caught. Haven't you thought that he was awakening? Fever is the early symptom of awakening superpowers. Chen Shi had experienced things himself, but now he had completely forgotten them. Chapter 86 Impressive. Ah! Chen Shi was stunned by this. Li Xining was also surprised. They looked at each other for a long time. In the end, Chen Shi came back to his senses first and hugged Li Xining's body. Ning Ning. I. After saying I twice in a row, Chen Shi was so excited that he couldn't say anything. His ability to organize language seemed to be completely down at this moment. But this state didn't last long. Looking at Li Xining's face that turned red due to fever, Chen Shi's heart tightened. Li Xining's sudden awakening of his special powers disrupted their original plan to return to the base. There were no hotels or other buildings nearby. Zhou Rui turned around and finally found a clothing store. Seeing the store, Bai Yunlai's eyes moved. A little surprised. He had been here with Zhou Rui before the end of the world. This was originally a private custom-made shop. It is said that the master craftsman in the shop has been a tailor for generations and has very good skills. Inviting others to come in, Zhou Rui took them to the lounge of the store with familiarity. The old master was old, and the shop had a large space, so he specially cleaned up a lounge here for his comfort. The lounge was well preserved. It was estimated that the old masters who were still in the shop ran away when the end of the world came. This was also a custom clothing store, and no one would be interested in these small things even if they searched for supplies. Shi helped Li Xining to the bed in the lounge. At this time, the latter had fallen into the most critical moment of awakening his superpowers. His skin was red all over his body, and he lost consciousness. Awakening superpowers is something that can only be done by oneself, and all others can do is accompany. They didn't stay in the room when they were awakening before, and now they are more conscious, and they go to the outer room one by one after seeing people lying down. In a clothing store, the most common thing in the store is fabric. Bai Yunlai twisted the fabric on the table with his fingers, and a few traces of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Zhao Chengong found a stool and sat down, and asked Bai Yunlai for a bottle of water. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he drank the water in one breath, drinking mineral water like beer, and he looked a little depressed, patting his shoulder to comfort him. Zhou Rui actually understood Zhao Qinggong's mentality. He was the only one who hadn't awakened in a large group of people. Even if he had a good psychological quality, he couldn't help feeling depressed. I sometimes want to give my arm to the zombies to bite. Maybe he has awakened. Originally, it was just a little depression. As soon as Zhou Rui comforted him, Zhao Chengong felt that his desire to talk could not be stopped instantly. His voice was very low, even a little vague. He has been the bully of the whole courtyard since he was a child. He has never suffered any setbacks. To be honest, with the conditions of the Zhao family, he can live a life of idleness and wait for death. He has dated countless girls, not to mention his studies. He has never taken this matter to heart. Before the end of the world, his life can be said to be a smooth road. How come now? He has suddenly become the one who is the most lagging behind. Why am I so miserable? Thinking about it, Zhao Qinggong's eyes are a little sore. The five senses of the people sitting here are very good. Hearing this, Wang Pingsheng looked at Zhao Qinggong speechlessly. Why do you keep saying that useless thing? Can you just say this casually? People can't even hide in time. And you are still waiting. Zhao Qinggong. Both eyes were red instantly. Wang Pingsheng. No. When did you become so fragile mentally? Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Qinggong probably knew that he was too embarrassed to be like this now. So he turned his head away and didn't look at him. Do you know what it means to be emotional? He is now. Zhou Rui twitched his lips and slapped Zhao Qinggong on the back of his head. It's just a sentimental thing. If you don't know how to use words, don't use them. Facing Zhao Qinggong's face, he really couldn't say any warm words of comfort. So he slapped Zhao Qinggong on the back of his head again. Don't think about it. The strong always come out at the end. Give yourself some confidence. Zhao Qinggong lost all his sadness after being slapped twice by him. He covered the place where he was slapped and complained, the end. If I continue to suppress it, I will be silent. You? Just as he was about to say something to him, Zhou Rui suddenly looked serious, covering Zhao Qinggong's mouth and making a shushing gesture. Zhou Rui looked towards the door of the store. The door was made of glass made of special materials. People inside could see outside, but people outside could not see inside. At this moment, they could clearly see a van parked outside. Half a minute later, 5 men in camouflage uniforms got out of the van one after another. They were of similar height and stood very straight. Zhou Rui guessed that these people should be soldiers. I just don't know where the soldiers are from. When they thought that this was all the people in the van, looking at the not-so-big van, 4 more people came down miraculously. 1 man and 3 women. The man had gray hair and looked very old. The women were all in their 20s. Their hair was cut very short, almost close to the scalp, which didn't look very pretty. Women like to be coquettish, but it's rare for them to be like this. It's hard to imagine how such a big van could fit so many people. Bai Yunlai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he put the car into the space when he came in. Otherwise, he would be exposed now. Unless it is necessary. He does not want to conflict with others. Less than 2 seconds after this thought came up, he saw those camouflage uniformed soldiers raise their guns and pointed them straight at their position. The faces of several people froze. Were they discovered? Outside the door, a thin woman with short hair whispered, "Don't shoot first. There are people inside." Huh? People? Isn't it your old lover? With a sneer, the other woman retorted with a high eyebrow, looking very disdainful. Lin Ling, you better keep your mouth clean. The first woman to speak, Chu Dai, looked at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. She didn't know how she had offended Lin Ling, and the other party's attitude was quite inexplicable. Glancing at her, Lin Ling snorted. Am I wrong? In this world, sometimes people are more dangerous than zombies. Chu Dai frowned, as if she didn't agree with what she said. Shut up. The woman who had been silent all this time finally spoke. Hearing her words, Chu Dai and Lin Ling pursed their lips and dared not say a word. The woman looked at the closed door of the store. The people inside? We have no ill intentions, but we are going to rest near here tonight, so we need to confirm your harmlessness. Although there was a heavy glass door between them, her voice came through unimpeded and very clear. Zhou Rui frowned. This should be her special ability. If I am not mistaken, some of these people have special abilities similar to Li Wan's. Reconnaissance and survey. Or perspective? Several people perfectly received Zhou Rui's unfinished words. Zhao Chengong shuddered. Perspective is a bit perverted. Aren't you afraid of getting styved from seeing through things all the time? Wang Pingsheng. Is your brain circuit a bit strange? After waiting for more than 10 seconds without seeing a response, the woman outside the door curled her lips. She gave the soldiers a look. The soldiers understood and made the most suitable shooting movements. Just as they were about to fire, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Chu Dai and Lin Ling, who were originally blaming each other, suddenly froze when their eyes accidentally swept across one of the people in the group. Xiao? Xiao Xiao? Chu Dai was startled and her voice became much higher. Lin Ling was also surprised to see Zhao Chengong, but she successfully concealed her surprise and did not show any overly obvious emotions. Startled by the sound of Zhao Xiao, Zhao Chengong looked at the woman who made the sound in a trance. Zhou Rui and Bai Yilai exchanged glances. Did Zhao Chengong know this woman? After calling her young master Zhao, Chu Dai, as if realizing her aphasia, apologized to the other woman in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Sister Linley. She was too surprised. At that time, Zhao Chengong mercilessly left them behind and ran away. The two women had no choice but to run out bravely, but they didn't know where to run. This man's cold-bloodedness taught Chu Dai and Lin Ling their first lesson in the end times. They were both very impressed by this man. Chapter 87 Xiao Zhao pays the bill. Zhao Chengong has a good memory. He stared at the woman who seemed to know him for a few seconds, and tried hard to find a vague impression of this woman in his brain. Otherwise, why do they say that a woman's face changes after removing her makeup? This girl is really different from the one in the bar that day. To be a hostess, you must be beautiful. But this woman now has nothing that can be called beautiful. It's just that Zhao Chengong has a good memory. If it were someone else, he really couldn't connect this plain-looking woman with a glamorous hostess. Oh, Jenny. Hearing the man's words, Linley looked at Chu Dai strangely. After being together for so long, she naturally knew that Chu Dai didn't have the courage to tell her a fake name. Chu Dai looked embarrassed. Stage name. The profession of hostess is not very glorious. The manager requires them not to use their real names, so her name in the bar became Jenny. Of course, those bosses don't care whether they are called Ginny or Jerry. Lin Ling pursed her lips and said nothing. Zhao Chengong didn't let her go, squinting his eyes and said, "You are here too." Ding ding. Lin Ling thought she had abandoned her sense of shame. Her ears were red. Lin Li's expression was even more strange. Whether it was Ginny or Ding Ding, the level of these two girls' stage names was too low. Squinting her eyes, Lin Li withdrew her gaze from the group of people. You are the superpowers who came out to look for supplies. Huahai Base. Zhou Rui said calmly, "You are going to Huahai Base." This is Dr. Li. Without answering Zhou Rui's question, Lin Li first introduced the man behind him to him. We were originally going to the Shiguang Base in Chuan City, but 3 days ago, there was news that it had been breached by zombies. Afterwards, we received a signal from the Huahai Base, and they said they would provide Dr. Li with the necessary research environment. When it comes to the 3 words Dr. Li, Lin Li always raises the corners of her lips unconsciously. This man is her pride. No. Or rather, he is the pride of all mankind. In the subsequent contact with the Huahai Base, we learned the name and general description of the strongest superpower in their base. Zhou Rui raised his eyebrows. So? Lin Li smiled confidently. If I'm not mistaken, you are the superpower, Mr. Zhou. Wang Pingsheng lowered his head and whispered to Zhao Chengong beside him. Great. When can I be so confident? Zhao Chengong twitched his lips and did not answer. What do you need? Zhou Rui had guessed what this woman meant from what she said just now. If she had nothing else to ask for, she wouldn't have to talk to him so much. First, she said that the man who had been silent was a highly educated doctor. And then she mentioned the matter of Huahai Base. I want you to escort us to Huahai Base. Of course, there will be a reward, if possible. Lin Li did not want to make such an abrupt request, but this was what Dr. Li wanted. Plus, the force of this group of people was really weak. These soldiers were the ones who originally came to rescue Dr. Li. There were a total of 23 at that time. Now there are only these left. None of them were lucky enough to awaken their special powers, and they were only a little stronger than ordinary people. Dr. Li was a psychic, a brain evolver. She was also a psychic, and could control other people's limbs through words. But this was limited to humans, and against unconscious zombies. It was like a takeaway delivered to the door. As for the two girls, Chu Dai and Lin Ling. Chu Dai's special power could detect creatures within 30 meters. And Lin Ling was the only one in their group who was a little aggressive. And her special power was to control metal. Unfortunately, this girl's promotion speed is a bit slow. And now she could only make some bullets for those soldiers. It's still a long way from Huahai Base. Lin Li is not sure what kind of danger will be encountered next. If they encounter mutant zombies, with their strength, they can just lie down and die. Dr. Li has developed a serum formula to contain the zombie virus. Now we just need to start making it after arriving at the base. If you escort us to Huahai Base, we can give you 10 bottles of virus serum as a reward. Lin Li dropped a bomb calmly. In fact, they had 3 finished serums in the car. But she knew she couldn't say that no matter how dumb she was. Even at the Huahai Base, they didn't give a definite answer. They just said they had a research direction for the serum. These were all Dr. Li's ideas. Dr. Li's special brain evolution ability allowed him to communicate directly in her head through his ability. Lin Li didn't know the purpose of Dr. Li's doing this. But she admired this man, regarded everything he said as the truth, and resolutely executed it. Zhou Rui glanced at Dr. Li, who appeared in 9 out of 10 sentences of Lin Li's mouth. This man really has the face of an old scholar. He didn't completely believe what Lin Li said. I will consider it. The purpose of our coming out is to collect supplies, and we haven't reached the required amount in the past few days. He chuckled and said, as for the serum, we are all superpowers. And that thing? To be honest, there is rarely a chance to use it. He believed that Zhao Chunggong would definitely awaken his superpowers. Although the awakening of superpowers has no regularity, even if Zhao Chunggong cannot awaken, this group of people's target is Huahai Base. The Zhao family is now one of the people in power in the base, and a few tubes of serum can still be obtained. He was not moved by soft or hard words. Dr. Li raised his eyes and looked deeply at the strongest psychic in Huahai Base, but looked away in just 1 second. He did not need the escort of these people. But Dr. Li looked at Bai Yunlai beside Zhou Rui. He looked at this outstanding man and moved his fingers hanging by his side. If it wasn't for research, such an arrogant statement successfully aroused Lin Li's displeasure. But she didn't show it, and glanced at the group of people. Wait for good news. We will temporarily live next to this door. You don't mind? Do you? Zhou Rui remained calm. How could it be? That's good, since some of you know Chu Dai and the others. If you don't trust us, you can exchange information with them. Hearing this, Zhao Chunglong waved his hands repeatedly in his heart to refuse. They said they knew each other. But the way they knew each other was really weird. He didn't have any friendship with these 2 women. He was just a customer of these 2 hostesses. He had a deep impression. This hostess named Jenny coaxed him to order a cocktail set for 88.88 from the bar. If he didn't have a good alcohol tolerance, he would have to grab a microphone in the middle of the dance floor and say that Mr. Zhao, would pay for the whole show today. Zhou Rui obviously knew Zhao Qinggong's previous character. Before he could get angry, he directly sniped Lin Li's next words. Then there's no need. This area is so small. There's no point in exchanging intelligence. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. Just call me by my name. Before Chu Dai could finish, Zhao Chunggong interrupted her. Chu Dai came here after accompanying Dr. Li and the others to rest next door. Zhou Rui didn't let her in, and took Zhao Chunggong to talk to her at the door. For some reason, he didn't want Yun to talk to this group of people. Dr. Li's eyes were strange. He stared at Yun, although it was very short. Zhou Rui also noticed it. It was like looking at some kind of goods. It made him very unhappy. The stinky old man is half buried in the ground. Why is he looking at my wife? Chapter 88. There is that serious illness. Being interrupted so neatly, Chu Dai's face turned pale. After a moment of hesitation, she chose to speak with a thick skin. Anyway, she didn't have much face. Don't get me wrong. I just want to thank you for helping us that day. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the bar. Speaking, Chu Dai suddenly bent down and bowed solemnly. Mr. Zhao, you are right. No one has the obligation to help others. At that time, I didn't have time to thank you. I have always cared about it. Don't say thank you. At that time she wanted to kill Zhao Chenggong. But now that I have experienced more, I can reflect how funny my mentality was at that time. I didn't expect that this woman came here specifically for this. Zhao Chenggong and Zhou Rui looked at each other and were a little surprised. You don't need to thank me. Speaking of which, can you tell me, besides you and Ding Ding, what is the name of the other woman in your team? Zhou Rui said, hearing Zhao Chenggong call her that. He continued to call her that. Chu Dai's expression, which was originally full of gratitude, froze. Ding Ding. As soon as she heard this name, she couldn't help but think of her Jenny. Her name is Lin Li, and she is Dr. Li's assistant. Both he and Ding Ding know Lin Ling's short hair is also the masterpiece of the other. Lin Li cut her long hair into a mess for the sake of neatness. So she asked the two of them to cut the same style, saying that it was to increase the survival rate, for fear that the long hair would be pulled by the zombies and drag them down. That woman is simply a dictator who was born with the wrong gender. Chu Dai said this in her heart. And then she spoke again, and, you have to be careful. She looked a little tangled, and her 10 fingers were twisted together. Chu Dai. She was about to say what she was hesitating about. But suddenly a cold call came from behind her. She looked back and saw that it was Lin Li. She swallowed the words that she couldn't say in her mouth immediately. And Chu Dai swallowed her saliva, looked at Zhou Rui and the others apologetically, and turned to leave to Lin Li. After closing the door, Zhou Rui and Zhao Chenggong looked at each other. The woman seemed to want to say something. Unfortunately, she was interrupted. Their intuition told them that it should be something important. She told us to be careful. Who? Dr. Li? Or that weird Lin Li? Zhao Chenggong quickly compared the threat of the two people in his mind. Those soldiers didn't take them seriously. Even though those soldiers were numerous and had guns in their hands, they were still better in a gunfight. Dr. Li? Right? Zhou Rui said with a sour face. He had an intuitive dislike for Dr. Li. Of course, it was not just because that man was spying on his treasure. After looking at him, Zhao Chenggong twitched his lips. Then let's temporarily choose Dr. Li. But to be honest, I also think that Lin Li is less likely. The woman was deeply in love with Dr. Li at first sight. The infatuation in her eyes almost turned into substance. And she wished she could swallow the man whole. Even if Dr. Li wanted her to die, she would do it without hesitation. And she could move him in a decent way at the last moment. But such a passionate love, because of her too strict high standards for herself, had to suppress this emotion to the lowest level. Why did Zhao Chenggong analyze it so thoroughly? Who is he? The little prince of love who plays in the bar. This level of secret love. It is not easy to see at a glance. Since Lin Li loves Dr. Li, all her actions and decisions will be based on the other party's wishes. Zhou Rui raised his eyebrows and did not comment. 2 days later, the two parties finally reached an agreement. Anyway, Zhou Rui and his group were going back to the base, so it was not difficult to take this broken van with them. If they really dared to cause trouble, they could just get rid of them halfway. Li Xining successfully awakened his superpowers, which were really rare. In the past 2 days, everyone had nothing to do but to surround him. 6 round objects that looked like colored glass beads lay obediently in Li Xining's palms. He opened and closed his palms, and when he opened them again, the glass beads magically grew small eyes and small mouths. Even though the people present were all tough guys, they were also moved by the cuteness of these little things. But then, these little cute creatures happily bared their teeth at them. A mouthful of steel teeth that could reflect cold light was exposed. These little creatures had a very strong bite force. Zhou Rui found a solid iron ball with a diameter of 30 centimeters and placed it in front of him. The 6 of them chewed the iron ball into slag in less than 10 seconds. Not only that, they can also share vision with Li Xining, making them very convenient helpers. No matter how many times you watch the scene, you can't get enough of it. Bai Yunlai rested his chin on his hand and looked at these little cuties. If they were not for the fact that they would turn into ordinary glass beads when they left Li Xining. He really wanted to take one and put it in his hand. Releasing 6 of these things is Li Xining's current limit. As his superpowers grow, this limit will continue to expand. Dong dong. Just as several people were watching the cute creatures in the car, the soldiers in camouflage uniforms gently knocked on their car windows. Now it's time to rest. They found a gas station and planned to have lunch after cleaning up the zombies inside. Dr. Li wants to talk to you, Mr. Zhou, the soldier said. Zhou Rui pouted. Here he comes again. I don't know what's wrong with this Dr. Li. He always wants to chat with him these 2 days. They didn't talk about serious things. The old man was old, and was probably flattered by others in the research institute. He would always reveal a bit of arrogance when he spoke. Every time it was like an interrogation, which made Zhou Rui very annoyed. He went there twice to give face, and then ignored this group of people when he came. But Dr. Li was the type who became more courageous after setbacks. The more Zhou Rui rejected him, the more persistent he became. Whenever he was free, he would send someone to invite him. I'm having dinner. Zhou Rui shouted directly to the outside without even rolling down the car window. The soldier's expression remained unchanged. He said got it, and turned back to Dr. Li. After a simple repair, they set off again. The journey was safe. They did not encounter any difficult zombies or animals. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 zombies whose level was not good enough. Wang Pingsheng and Chen Shi could kill these minions without Zhou Rui's help. As time went by, the gate of Huahai base finally appeared in sight. The gatekeeper naturally knew Zhou Rui. When he saw the faces behind the car window, he immediately smiled warmly. Mr. Zhou, you're back. Seeing the car behind, he asked again, is this car with you? It's just a normal inspection. Zhou Rui shook his head. Their agreement does not include follow-up services. Dr. Li was too annoying along the way, so Zhou Rui didn't like him at all, and was unwilling to help with such a small favor. Hey, I'll do it. After getting the promise, the gatekeeper's enthusiasm did not diminish but increased, and he asked someone to open the door for them. Why do I think this person is a little too enthusiastic? Zhao Chenggong said. Is there? Wang Pingsheng didn't notice it anyway. Zhao Chenggong scratched the back of his head. I'll go back and ask my dad. He always felt something was wrong. After finally returning to his own villa, Zhou Rui naturally indulged himself with Bai Yulai, and had a night of questions and answers about whether he liked strawberry or blueberry flavor. The two of them fooled around for most of the night, and Zhou Rui stayed single for half a month, relying on the good body of a superpower, so he could do whatever he wanted. He was happy, and Bai Yulai served him very well, just like the textbook version of the aftermath work in reality. He slept until noon, and was eating noodles when Zhao Chenggong rang the doorbell at the door, eager to share the news he got with them. Can you believe it? During the few days I was away, someone from the Lu family died. As soon as he opened the door, Zhao Chenggong said excitedly. Zhou Rui was stunned. Who is that? Lu Jinhua. In just a few days, the leader of the Lu family died. His death was extremely disgraceful. He was shot in the head by his own son. Lu should have been abroad for the past few years. The upper class knows that there is such a person, but they are not very familiar with him. They only know that this child was raised wrong by his father, and his reputation is not very good. But who could have known that such a little playboy would actually kill his father? A superpower. With his own hands. He killed one of the top leaders of the base. So he naturally had to be investigated. Lu Shi did not resist, and honestly confessed his motive for the crime. Lu Jinhua was very harsh on his only son, because of his work and personality. The care and warmth Lu Jinhua felt since childhood were all from his mother. He preferred women who were more than 20 years older than him to young girls. Lu Shi hated his father, who was unable to return home at his mother's last moment due to work reasons. His debauchery abroad was more to avenge the man who wanted his son to be successful. There is also the Zhou family story. Lu Shi accidentally met Qi Miaoyu in the base. After some inquiries, he learned that Zhou Xinyue was her daughter. The next thing was much simpler. He was in love with Zhou Xinyue on the surface, but secretly attacked her mother, wanting to enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Qi Miaoyu hit almost all of Lu Shi's preferences. He was not a person with high moral sense. After determining the target, he was very fast, and took the woman in 2 days. Unfortunately, all this was known by Lu Jinhua. On the one hand, he couldn't understand, And on the other hand, he was furious. After becoming the leader in charge of the base, Lu Jinhua could no longer tolerate anyone challenging his authority, even if this person was his son. Of course, Lu Jinhua still gave his son some face. He directly threw Qi Miaoyu out of the base to feed the zombies. In Lu Jinhua's view, his son might have done something wrong, but it was more the fault of the woman who seduced his son. She was obviously a married woman, but she was willing to fall and made a mistake by seducing his son. With all the new and old hatreds, Lu Shi couldn't hold back. He kept a low profile for a few days, and then killed his father when he wasn't paying attention. It's pitiful. Lu Jinhua was a man, but he died so funny in the end. Hearing the whole story, Zhou Rui was silent for a long time. Can you imagine that Qi Miaoyu was manipulated by Lu Shi? And Zhou Xinyu knew it. Zhao Chunggong was shocked while speaking. This matter has exceeded his 3 views. Zhou Xinyu is really capable of offering her mother to him. It seems that this family has that serious disease. Except Zhou Rui. Chapter 89, it is too much to describe. Listening to Zhao Chunggong sigh, Zhou Rui lowered his eyes. With Zhou Xinyu's personality, it's not surprising that she did this. She has inherited the nature of the Zhou family very well. Selfish. Everything is centered on herself. Bai Yunlai reached out and patted Zhou Rui's back, silently comforting him, responding to the other party with an "I'm fine" smile. Zhou Rui said seriously, in other words, with the fall of the Lu family, your family is now the most powerful in the base? The Zhao and Lu families are balancing each other. Now that the leader of the Lu family has died and the heir is gone, the resources belonging to the Lu family will inevitably be divided up by the big and small forces in the base. Now is the best time for the Zhao family to take action. Hearing this, Zhao Chunggong touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "That's what I said. Hey, I didn't come here to talk to you about this. Do you still remember the one named Li Wan and Zhu Yi? I don't know what method Zhu Yi used. He seems to have turned from a zombie back to a human." Speaking of this news, Zhao Chunggong looked confused and surprised. Zhu Yi is not quite the same as a normal zombie, but it is unexpected that he can turn into a human by his own ability. Zhu Yi said that his blood can be made into serum, which can effectively purify the zombie virus. He is willing to contribute a certain amount of blood every day until the Institute produces a vaccine. The condition is that his family can live in the base in exchange for some other requirements that conditions allow. Bai Yunlai then interrupted. Zhu Yi is so selfless. Zhu Yi was very powerful when he was still a zombie. Although we don't know what triggered him to become a human, his strength is still there. Such a person actually made a move to dedicate himself to world love and peace? Zhao Chunggong spread his hands. I don't know either. If it were him, he would also be willing to contribute some blood to bring the dawn. But thinking is one thing, and actually doing it is another. Zhu Yi's behavior is undoubtedly admirable. Where are they living in the base now? Zhou Rui asked. They live in the villa that Lu's family used to live in. This is how Lu Jinhua's place is decorated. Zhao Chunggong gave a thumbs up. There is no place in the base that is more luxurious than the one decorated by Lu's family. You can't do this to me. Zhou Xinyu was completely confused when she was caught by the guards. Indeed, when she heard some rumors, she knew that she would be targeted after following Lu Shi for a while. Especially now that the Zhao family is in power. They will not give her any help. Zhou Rui is even more so. He is a cold-blooded bastard who wants her to die on the street. But so what? She has been a dependent from beginning to end. Even if she enjoyed some benefits for a while because of the support of the Lu family, she has never participated in those scandals. She is innocent. She has never heard of the principle that the lover should die with the boss. Zhou Xinyu also thought that if she could catch a man during this period, she could continue to live a comfortable life. Therefore, after being held hostage, Zhou Xinyu struggled very hard. The leading team leader looked at this beautiful woman indifferently. She lived a very comfortable life by stepping on the resources exchanged for her mother. In the current shortage of supplies, her skin also exuded a delicate and healthy color. Because of the sudden arrest order, the woman still had light makeup on her face. And there were 2 portions of instant noodles on the long and wide dining table. Instant noodles, which could not be resumed for a while, were in short supply in the base. Even the guards could only get 2 or 3 bags a month. Some people who can only live in temporary iron houses can even abandon their self-esteem and conscience for a pack of instant noodles, because their base was originally a military base. The supplies are sufficient, and the order is in good order. People have never eaten or sold each other. But outside the Huahai base, there are many people who fight for a pack of instant noodles or a steamed bun. We are just following orders. If you have any opinions about the trial, you can tell the officer who is interrogating you. Zhou Xinyue was even more dumbfounded. She believed that she had never done anything that was harmful to the world. So how could she suddenly fall to the point of being interrogated? Isn't this ridiculous? Zhou Ruiguang, who was standing silently by the side, moved his lips, looked at his daughter's panic, and finally said nothing. He also learned a few days ago that Zhou Xinyue actually gave her own mother as a gift to Lu Shud. Zhou Ruiguang was a person of low morals, and he could not deny this. If this scene happened to someone else, Zhou Ruiguang would still sigh that this was a correct decision. But this happened to me. The girl put a turtle hat on her father with her own hands. It was full of irony. She could sell her own mother without hesitation. So what kind of feelings could she have for her father? Zhou Ruiguang smiled coldly. No. I won't go. I'm innocent. Why are you arresting me? Dad. Dad. You saved me. You saved me. After the captain finished speaking, he ordered several other soldiers to forcibly take Zhou Xinyue away. How could the latter, a pampered young lady, be a match for these people? She was controlled in a short while, listening to his daughter's cry for help. Zhou Ruiguang turned his face away and ignored her completely. The prison was built underground. Speaking of which, Lu Jinhua also contributed to the construction of this prison. He is an Earth-type supernatural being, so he is naturally good at this. There is no sunlight underground, and as soon as she was brought in, she was eroded by its cold and dark atmosphere. Zhou Xinyue couldn't help but shiver. She was wearing too little, and it was still winter. In just a short while, her lips were already frozen purple, and her nose was red, and even the foundation liquid couldn't cover it. Zhou Xinyue was tied to a chair by several soldiers. The chair was an interrogation chair made by the Research Institute. When you put a person on it and press a button, several chains will appear to lock the person tightly. The person in charge of interrogating her was a young woman. She was in her 20s and had a neat short hair. She was a psychic with a special ability. She could force people of lower levels than herself to tell the truth. Not to mention ordinary people. It was because of her presence that Lu Shud couldn't control his mouth and blurted out other things after he finished talking about murdering his own father. Lies are exposed in front of her. She is the most suitable person for torture. Hello, Miss Zhou. The woman sat down opposite Zhou Xinyue. Zhou Xinyue looked at her with hatred and made up her mind not to speak. She was imprisoned here because the Zhao family did nothing, and Zhou Rui deliberately took revenge. She didn't want to admit any of those false charges. We learned from Lu Shud that after your mother got together with Lu Shud, she didn't satisfy some of his desires. It happened that you had a good relationship in the civilian area of the base. So you took advantage of this good relationship to introduce a lot of women to Lu Shud. Right or not? She emphasized the word introduction. Zhou Xinyue was shocked. She wanted to deny it, but her mouth spoke first. Yes. Zhou Xinyue was shocked and wanted to bite off her tongue, but the disobedient mouth was still talking. Please describe your transaction process in general. It's nothing. The women in the Iron House are the easiest to deal with. Most of them can be lured with supplies. As for the remaining ones with strong tempers, there are people in the Lu family who have awakened their supernatural powers in medicine. Just feed them some medicine and it's over. Listening to these confessions, the woman's face remained unchanged. The recorder next to her was writing on the paper. What happened to those women later? What happened later? Lu Shud played too much. And those women were weak. And none of them could get out of his bed. The families of these women are easy to deal with. Just make up a reason and give them some supplies. And they won't pursue it. My mother couldn't let Lu Shud play like this. So of course, those cheap women had to be taken care of. Zhou Xinyue still has a mother-daughter relationship with Qi Miayu. After knowing Lu Shud's actions, the only request she made was that his strange methods should not be used on her mother. Do you know where the experimental subjects in the illegal laboratory under Lu Jinhua's name were found? According to Lu Shud's confession, it was your idea to set up an illegal laboratory? The woman continued to ask questions. This is a life-threatening question. Zhou Xinyue was almost crying in anxiety. But her limbs were fixed tightly, and she couldn't cover her mouth no matter what. It was my idea. Neither Lu Shud nor I have superpowers. I know the guy seems to not value this thing. But in fact, his desire for superpowers has reached the point of sealing the devil. I just use him. There are not many people who go out to do tasks and refugees, who come to seek refuge every day. Of course, we choose from these people. But people who go out to do tasks are not easy to deal with. Generally, we pick those who have just fled. There are quite a few superpowers among these people, so the risk is much less than picking people in the base. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Xinyue's face turned pale. She knew that she was finished. The woman who interrogated her asked some more questions, and each time she asked, Zhou Xinyue's crime became more serious. Ms. Zhou, thank you for your confession. The woman's face was as gloomy as water. It was hard to imagine that such a woman was behind all these things. The narrator stopped writing and closed the notebook. He could not feel any pity for this beautiful woman. She had a beautiful appearance but a vicious heart. The eyes of the recorder were full of disgust and nausea. This record will be submitted to the superiors, and they will announce your sentence soon. Xiao Wu, please tell Miss Zhou not to do anything that would hurt herself. The woman said to the recorder kindly. The recorder Xiao Wu nodded. His ability is mental, and he even gave it a name. Live on. Because this ability is very funny. When the person who uses it wants to commit suicide, he can't do the last step. Of course, if there is an external factor in the homicide, it will be different. This ability can only be used on people with lower abilities than himself and ordinary people, and cannot be used to kill zombies. Xiao Wu was very depressed for a while. Finally, several officers discovered the wonders of his ability, and after a little thought, they summoned Xiao Wu to the interrogation department. The ability can last for up to 3 days. After 3 days, the verdict is estimated to have come down. After Xiao Wu used his ability on Zhou Xinyue, he nodded to the woman, indicating that he was done. The woman stood up and left with him. After the two left, the chair that trapped Zhou Xinyue was released with a bang. She sat on the chair in an unprecedentedly embarrassed posture, her heart full of fear for the future. Waiting for those people to give her a verdict? Don't be funny. It's a death anyway, and it will be an extremely disgraceful death in the hands of those people. How could she let them have their wish? Zhou Xinyue hardened her heart, opened her upper jaw high, hesitated for a few seconds, and then bit her tongue hard. Even if she died, she would die in her own hands. But just when her teeth were about to bite her tongue, Zhou Xinyue stopped in a strange manner. Her eyes were wide open. Her pupils were constricted, as if the still button was pressed. After being still for about 2 minutes, Zhou Xinyue finally gained the autonomy of her body. She didn't believe in evil, and tried to bite her tongue twice, but failed without exception. Biting her tongue didn't work, so she tried hitting the wall again. The result was the same. Every time Zhou Xinyue was about to succeed, her body would stop in a strange manner. That would have been fine. But after several attempts, she found that her physical strength had dropped significantly, and she collapsed on the floor, not even having the strength to raise her hands. Zhou Xinyue's eyes were sore. For the first time in her life, she felt regret and fear. Chapter 90 Unwelcome Request. As dusk approached, Zhu Yi and Li Wan came to visit. Zhou Rui quietly looked at the couple who were drowned in sweet bubbles. Zhu Yi looked good. His skin turned from pale to normal, and the dim light left a string of shadows on him. His hair was shaved very short, and a pair of sharp eyebrows were exposed, which made him look a little more dignified at first glance. He looked much cooler than the silly and sweet look when he was a zombie. But the next second, the solemnity brought by the appearance disappeared. Zhu Yi smiled lightly. His eyebrows curved. Wanan and I heard that you were back yesterday, and we came here because we were afraid of disturbing you. The two explained their purpose. 2 people, 4 hands, full of things. Zhou Rui's eyes twitched slightly. You are here. Why do you bring things? Bai Yulai patted Zhou Rui's hand, telling him not to continue to block the door in a daze. People came specially. Standing at the door and not letting people in is called what? He invited the 2 of them in. This time I mainly want to give you this. Putting down the large and small bags in his hands, Zhu Yi dug into the lining of his clothes for 2 or 3 seconds before pulling out a bag of things wrapped in a white plastic bag. He opened it and took a look. Well, it was all colorful crystal cores. 10 in total. They were packed in a plastic bag that cost 10 cents each in such a sloppy manner. Even though Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai were generous, they also felt a little sympathy for these crystal cores in this situation. This is a thank you gift for what happened before. After briefly explaining the purpose of taking out these crystal cores, Zhu Yi handed the plastic bag to Bai Yunlai. This can be said to be a generous gift. After I woke up, I also figured out some tricks about the use of crystal cores. I will tell you in detail later. Now there are more and more mutant zombies outside, and the channels for upgrading superpowers will increase accordingly, while the value of crystal cores will continue to depreciate. You should accept the kindness of me and Wanwan while they are still scarce. After saying this, Li Wan added, before, the mutant zombie in Shui Yifang. Jui and I secretly went to see it. But that guy was too strong. The whole hotel was parasitized by it. As long as you step into its territory, you will be detected. We also thought that we should level up together, so that we can team up to kill that boss. Li Wan used a very relaxed word to describe the zombie that was growing in Shui Yifang. It's not that Jui is stupid and rich to give out 10 crystal cores at once. Unlike his appearance, he is actually a very emotional person. The two people in front of him helped him, and Li Wan in the most difficult time. And Jui remembered this kindness in his heart. A drop of water is returned with a spring of water. Bai Yunlai swallowed the words he was going to refuse. Jui was right in one point. There are more and more mutant zombies outside, and their space for upgrading is becoming more and more urgent. Before leaving the base, with Zhou Rui's talent, he was still the strongest in the entire base without working hard in other places. But in Dimeo, outside, even the very weak and distorted fire-type superpower before has a strong power and can fight against all of them. Bai Yunlai also felt it. After encountering the fire-type superpower, a layer of haze covered his lover's heart. After all, staying in the comfortable nest in the base is not a long-term solution. They must make themselves stronger as quickly as possible. After thinking this through, Bai Yunlai did not hesitate anymore. Simply thanked him and took the crystal core. Seeing him take it, Jui and Li Wan looked at each other and smiled. Next, Jui instructed Bai Yunlai and Zhou Rui on how to absorb the crystal core. Just like who women discovered by accident before. They had to bleed first. This method is undoubtedly very useful. Except for a little pain. After absorbing a crystal core, Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai felt a warm current flowing through their bodies. After a while, I heard that the new Dr. Li in the base came back with you, Jui asked. Although he didn't know why he suddenly mentioned this. Zhou Rui nodded, yes. What's wrong? That person is very strange. The Zhao family took me to see the vaccine he developed yesterday. But I felt an unpleasant breath from it. To be honest, Dr. Li is indeed an extremely outstanding talent. Relying on himself, he successfully developed a serum that can save the world. With such talent, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a savior. But Jui couldn't like this man. Perhaps, there are some unspeakable factors in Dr. Li's research results. Of course, this is just his guess. Without clear evidence, no one can question the achievements and contributions made by Dr. Li. Jui said his inference. After listening to him, Zhou Rui blinked and suddenly felt a sense of mutual appreciation. Good brother. We have such similar preferences. Not understanding where this good brother came from, Jui was stunned and then laughed. Before Zhou Rui and Zhu Yi could verify the past of Dr. Li's research results, the other party came to trouble them first. The guards from the army knocked on the door in front of them. When Zhou Rui came to open the door, he said, Mr. Zhou, Dr. Li wants to ask you something. Zhou Rui was confused and was about to ask the doctor what he wanted him to do. But then he heard the guard say, it's not you. It's Mr. Bai. Hearing this, Zhou Rui's expression suddenly turned cold. What do you want him to do? The guard's expression became serious. It's about the vaccine. The vaccine brought by Dr. Li made him a guest of honor in the entire base. The base would certainly try its best to meet his request. Vaccine? That has nothing to do with him. Did Dr. Li tell you what he was going to do? Dr. Li didn't tell you. He just said he wanted to talk to Mr. Bai. The guard said with some embarrassment. Of course, they didn't want to offend the superpowers in the base. Bai Yunlai popped his head out from behind Zhou Rui. He gently stroked Zhou Rui's back, and then said to the guard, can we go together? The guard scratched his head frantically, hesitated for a while, and finally gave in under the gaze of the two superpowers. Yes. The base vacated the best laboratory for Dr. Li. The project to study Zhu Yi's blood did not stop because of Dr. Li's arrival, but turned from the open to the dark. The leadership of the base did not fully trust Dr. Li. Before they can fully grasp the vaccine formula in the hands of the other party and whether it is effective, they don't mind making extra preparations. The overall color of the laboratory is white, and so is Dr. Li's. The difference is that in the cold and pale environment, He has grown a row of small flowers in the spare space. This makes the whole laboratory more lively. Dr. Lee is undoubtedly a talent in research. As soon as he arrived at the base, he started to optimize the vaccine. The whole room was kept in order by him, and various sophisticated instruments were placed in a very standard manner. Lindley, the female assistant who had been following him, stood aside. If it weren't for the white coat, she would have looked like a smart and responsible personal secretary. Here you are. Seeing Bai Yunlai, Dr. Lee smiled. The smile froze a little when he saw Zhou Rui behind him. Noticing the change in Dr. Lee's expression, Lin Li's eyes turned, and she immediately understood. She stepped forward and said, Mr. Zhou, you can wait outside. The doctor has some private conversations to have with Mr. Bai. Zhou Rui raised his eyelids. How private is it? Lin Li was choked by his words. But Zhou Rui said calmly, I'll wait here. Lin Li was furious at his rogue behavior. Just as she was about to say something, Dr. Li behind her spoke. He looked at Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai meaningfully, and said slowly, Mr. Zhou, it's not impossible to stay here. After that, he said, Mr. Bai, I have an unwelcome request. I have a special ability. I can see the awakening method of the superpower. Mr. Bai, you awakened your superpower after being bitten by a zombie. Right? I have seen such a person before. Because of her, I successfully developed a vaccine. Chapter 91 Hypocritical Morality. Since she is a great hero. Where is she now? Zhou Rui said. Dr. Lee raised his glasses with his fingers. She is my wife. Dr. Lee is really good at answering irrelevant questions. Sneering in his heart, Zhou Rui replied indifferently, Oh. Suddenly, Dr. Lee sighed softly, as if disappointed with the prejudice of the person in front of him. At that time, my wife and I were chased and blocked in the warehouse of the laboratory by the zombies that my colleagues had mutated into. She was bitten at that time, and her neck was even covered with blue-black veins. Dr. Lee lowered his head, as if he was lost in some memories. But a miracle happened. She had been alienated to the final stage, but she actually defeated the virus and awakened her superpowers. At that moment, I understood. Dr. Lee paused for half a second, and then said excitedly, Humans can defeat this virus through their own immune system, and even conquer it. My wife is a very good person. After I told her my guess and direction, she began to cooperate with my research as soon as she moved to a safe place. He said with a bit of regret in his tone, She is indeed a very good woman. Where is this good woman now? Undistracted by Dr. Lee's memories, Zhou Rui asked the question again. Lin Li looked at him with dissatisfaction. She seemed to be angry that this young man interrupted Dr. Lee's memories. Dr. Lee raised his head, and the glasses he was wearing reflected a white light. In an experiment, because I did not calculate the dosage of the medicine, she could not hold on. To be honest, because of the failure of this experiment and the fact that I have not been able to find a special awakener like my wife, the vaccine I produced is only a semi-finished product. And this semi-finished vaccine can only guarantee a 50% success rate now. Zhou Rui understood. So this is a scumbag who stepped on his wife's corpse to get to the top. When talking about his wife, Dr. Lee's tone did not contain much regret or sadness, but only regret. Regret that he lost the best test subject? Sensing Zhou Rui's more hostile gaze, Dr. Lee shook his head helplessly. Mr. Zhou, my wife is very happy with these experiments. She is willing to dedicate herself to all mankind. Please respect her. She is a great person. So, the reason you asked me to come here today is that you want me to be a great person like your wife? Bai Yunlai asked calmly. He felt that his fist had hardened. Dr. Lee denied it. No. You misunderstood, Mr. Bai. This answer was unexpected. Zhou Rui and Bai Yunlai looked at each other, not understanding what Dr. Lee was talking about. But Dr. Lee continued, My wife died in an experimental accident. The fundamental reason was that I didn't have sophisticated equipment at that time, and the degree of my brain development was not as deep as it is now. All these factors combined led to the failure of the experiment. But Mr. Bai, you are different. The base will provide the best equipment for this great experiment. My brain development has reached 5 times that of an ordinary person. This is an experiment that will hardly have any accidents. Perhaps we should not call it an experiment. It is more appropriate to call it a routine physical examination test. We will prepare the best anesthesia for you. It is just a simple sleep. But the bed in the laboratory may be a little hard. Dr. Lee felt that it was humorous to say this. and chuckled twice, and his eyes had a few crow's feet. He waited patiently for 2 seconds, but did not see the happy expression from the two young men opposite. No, not only was it unhappy, Mr. Zhou even looked like he wanted to rush over and cut him into pieces. Dr. Li had to return to a calm expression. He was puzzled. When the experiment is over, when the creator of the vaccine is announced, I will also announce to the world your contribution. Mr. Bai. Just lying down on the laboratory table can gain both fame and fortune. What a good thing. If he was not in that physical condition and the experiment needed him to lead, Dr. Li himself would have wanted to lie down. Therefore, Dr. Li could not understand the unhappiness and anger on the faces of the two young people. Although Lin Li was a brainless fan of Dr. Li, her ability to read people's expressions was several levels higher than his. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two parties became more and more stiff with Dr. Li's words, she opened her mouth to smooth things over. Dr. Li has devoted his life to science. He is not very good at expressing his meaning. Those words just now may be a little unpleasant to hear, but Dr. Li has no malice. Lin Li was also upset. She knew that her words would not have any effect, but she was a die-hard fan of Dr. Li. It would be harder than climbing to the sky for her to say something bad about Dr. Li. Zhou Rui snorted. If I heard correctly, you just said that there would be almost no accidents in the experiment. What is the probability of this almost? Do you have a clear idea? You want to trick people into being test subjects without any empty words. How can you think so? From the moment Dr. Li revealed his intention, Zhou Rui's face darkened to the bottom. Dr. Li frowned. Mr. Zhou, are you arguing with me about loopholes in the text? After saying that, he seemed to be insulted. Yes. I can't give you the probability of failure of your experiment. But in scientific research, who can guarantee that they will succeed 100%? Zhou Rui was so angry that he laughed. He pulled Bai Yunlai's hand back, pulled him behind him, looked directly at Dr. Li and said, Yunlai will not be your test subject. Not now. And not in the future. You have time to write memoirs here. Why not think about how to perform this half-built stage? After saying that, he took Bai Yunlai and left the laboratory without looking back. What he said just now was too sharp, and Dr. Li took 2 seconds to come back to his senses. Is this the strongest psychic in the base? Vulgar. It's so vulgar. He was so angry that his face turned red, and his breathing was irregular. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Dr. Li slammed the table twice. With a bang, the glass measuring cup stacked on the table fell to the ground. These glass products are very fragile, and they shattered into pieces as soon as they fell to the ground. No matter how weak Dr. Li is, he is still a superpower. When he is furious, his strength should not be underestimated. Seeing this, Lin Li hurried forward to comfort him. Doctor, don't be angry. They are ungrateful. Since these two people don't know their kindness, let's report this matter directly to the leaders of Huahai Base. For the sake of all mankind, they will take measures to make these two people agree. Dr. Li was shocked by the damage he had just caused and calmed down a little. When he heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. You are right. As long as Mr. Bai is willing to dedicate himself to all mankind, no matter what the result is, I am still willing to record his name on the milestone. Lin Li shook her head. You are still soft-hearted. Zhou Rui didn't know what these two were planning. Pulling Bai Yunlai out of the laboratory quickly, Zhou Rui cursed Dr. Li's ancestors from the bottom of his heart. Listen. Is this human language? Devote yourself for all mankind. Why didn't the Li guy tie himself to the operating table and give himself an injection to test the dosage? If you run again, you will run to the artificial lake. Bai Yunlai stopped and grabbed Zhou Rui. The guy surnamed Li is nothing, Zhou Rui said harshly. He is just the lowest form of moral kidnapping. Patting Zhou Rui on the shoulder, Bai Yunlai tried to make his tone sound relaxed. I won't be kidnapped. Don't worry. No. That grandson must be suffering from depression now. He is no longer a scientific researcher. He is just an experimental lunatic. Not only did he kill his own wife, he also wanted to continue to have other people's wives. Zhou Rui was very worried. As a former capitalist who managed the huge Zhou group, he knew best how low a person's bottom line could be in the face of desire. The grandson surnamed Li was just bluffing now, and he greeted them in a proper manner before pitting them to satisfy his hypocritical morality. Next, he would probably test the pressure at the base, and let Yunlai voluntarily lie on the operating table. It's not that Zhou Rui doesn't trust the Zhao family, but trust itself is a very illusory thing. Chapter 92 Testing the Law with One's Own Body. The death of that guy's wife is definitely not as simple as he said. It's not good to say those things outside. It's easy for people to hear them. After calming down, the two of them went home together. Zhou Rui thought about how to solve the current situation. The best way is to cut it off at the source. People are good at making excuses for themselves. People like Dr. Li are the same. He will find countless reasons for his behavior. If he finds too many reasons, his brain will be convinced over time. But even if the truth about his wife's death is known to the world, he will not be punished. Bai Yunlai frowned. It concerns the fate of all mankind. And no one will think about how many sacrifices will be made in the process of vaccine development. Not to mention the death of his wife. Even if Dr. Li killed his entire family on the laboratory table for the development of the vaccine, others would only say that he is a man of great righteousness. He will not be subject to any moral criticism. What about the vaccine he is researching? Zhou Rui asked. Dr. Li said that the vaccine has only a 50% success rate. Is this 50% true or false? Or is it lower than the probability he gave? You know, Dr. Li and the base said that the vaccine can already be used in humans. Whether the vaccine in his hand will have side effects is still unknown. If the person who is injected happens to be unlucky and the vaccine fails to work, what will be the consequences? I will investigate these things myself. Without waiting for Bai Yun to answer, Zhou Rui answered on his own. Maybe we can ask Zhu Yi. He also has a very special physique. After hesitating for a while, Bai Yunlai mentioned another name. The base used Zhu Yi's blood as the mother to develop the vaccine serum, and no one knew how far it had progressed. To some extent, Zhu Yi's physique was even more amazing, becoming a zombie and then transforming into a human by himself. This was no longer a miracle. When the two were at a loss, the small cube communication tool Zhou Rui carried with him rang. A long time ago, this small cube was upgraded by the R&D personnel in the base and can receive text messages. There are only a few contacts in the small cube. Knowing that there may be important news, Zhou Rui carefully checked the text message. After a while, what did it say? Seeing that he was reading it seriously, Bai Yunlai asked. Zhou Rui handed the small cube in his hand to him and said, it was sent by Zhao Chenggong. Tomorrow, the leadership of the base will go to the laboratory with Zhou Xinyue and Lu Shud. The sentence for the two of them has been handed down, and they will be sent to the man surnamed Li for vaccine testing. He sneered. It can be considered as recycling of waste. Of course, before sending them, they have to find a zombie to bite. These things are wandering around outside the base. Just catch one. If the vaccine fails to successfully immunize the virus, these two people will be shot. If the vaccine succeeds, they will still be shot. They have done too many evil things. Even if the moral sense of human beings in the apocalypse is close to nothing, the things Zhou Xinyue and Lu Shud did are so heinous that even 1,000 deaths are not enough to atone for their sins. Zhou Xinyue and Zhou Rui have the same father. So if she wants to test the law, Zhao Chenggong must tell Zhou Rui about it. As soon as he heard the news, he typed quickly with 10 fingers to tip off the news. But it must be said that the operation of the base is really gratifying. I will tell the Zhao family if I can go to the test tomorrow to see what the vaccine is made of. Zhou Rui paused, hugged Bai Yunlai in his arms, lowered his head, and whispered in his ear, "Don't go over there. The man surnamed Li has bad intentions. I'm afraid he will take the opportunity to make trouble. Just rest at home tomorrow. Okay?" There were many people watching during the experiment, regardless of whether the vaccine failed or succeeded. As long as Bai Yunlai appeared in Dr. Li's sight that day, he would definitely take this opportunity to make a request to the leadership of the base. By then, the situation would become very bad. Zhou Rui was doing this for Bai Yunlai's own good. But no matter what his original intention was, he would consult Bai Yunlai before doing anything. Hearing this, Bai Yunlai did not object, but curbed his eyes and hummed softly. After you go, no matter what, your safety is the most important. He gave a somewhat worried exhortation. Zhou Rui's hand moved down to his lover's waist, and he stepped back. He used his eyes to carefully depict Bai Yunlai's beautiful and delicate face. Although it was a simple word, it filled his heart with warmth. I know. There are a lot of CDs in the audiovisual room at home. I don't know when I will be back tomorrow. If you are bored, you can find the ones you like in the storage box. Bai Yunlai shook his head. I'll wait for you to come back. After saying that, he continued, I have been away for so long that I have not cleaned up my house. Although we did not find suitable animals to bring back to Dimeo before, we found a lot of seeds. I will clean up my house tomorrow and sow the seeds in the garden. I heard that there is a person who has awakened the wood power in the south of the base. He has a strong ability to promote growth. The seeds of ordinary plants can take root and sprout in a moment. After sowing the seeds, if he is free, Bai Yulai plans to ask this wood power person to promote growth. Zhou Rui blinked his eyes. Wait for me to come back, and we can plant together. As for planting vegetables, my dear can just help pass water and wipe the sweat. I still have to do the hard work. Before the voice fell, suddenly, the two of them raised their lips and laughed together. Then, I will go find Zhu and the others to discuss these things. I think this is okay. The underground prison is very cold. After countless failed attempts to commit suicide, Zhou Xinyue huddled in the corner, looking around helplessly. This chill not only eroded her body, but also gnawed at her heart. According to the testimony she provided, she would get the most humiliating and miserable death. As death approached, Zhou Xinyue's mind became clearer. How did she get to this point? Bang! The sound of the prison door opening disrupted Zhou Xinyue's thoughts. She raised her eyes with difficulty. The man moved his finger to the guards around him, and they immediately understood, rushed forward, and lifted up the woman who was huddled in the corner. During the day she was locked up, Zhou Xinyu only got enough food to keep her from starving. Now she was held up by the guards and had no power to resist. They dragged her away. Is it finally coming? Zhou Xinyu pursed her lips. How will she die? Shot in front of all the people in the base? Thrown into the city center and torn to pieces by zombies? Or, like those women who died on Lu Shid's bed? Captain Yang, the people are here. The guards brought 2 prisoners, 1 man and 1 woman, from both ends of the prison. Zhou Xinyue glanced at the prisoner next to her. He was brought here with her, so he must have committed a serious crime. She turned her eyes and found that the man was Lu Shid. Her pupils shrank instantly, and Zhou Xinyue was full of disbelief. How could it be? He was arrested a long time ago. He should have died a long time ago. Why did it take until now? Why is he still alive? Unlike Zhou Xinyue's inner shock, Lu Shid didn't even look at her. His eyes were gloomy and heavy, and his whole state seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. The infected are here. At this time, one of the guards said. He held a pair of traction pliers in his hand, tightly locking the head of a zombie. The zombie was tied up all over, except for its mouth, and couldn't help making a hoarse sound when looking at the food in front of it. It was very hungry. It was thirsty. Commander Yang nodded and said concisely, Start. The guard nodded and began to pull the zombie, constantly approaching Lu Shid, who was hanging his head. The latter also came back to his senses in the hoarse sound of the zombie. He raised his head and met the zombie's face at once. This zombie was so ugly. Its facial features were even twisted into strange shapes, and its eyes were bulging, looking like some kind of sick fish. Lu Shid was almost scared to death by this zombie. Zombies don't breathe. At this moment, Lu Shid had the illusion that the zombie's smelly breath was hitting his face. So scary. His body began to tremble, and he was shaking like a sieve. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, don't do this to me. Don't do this, he cried. His tears were streaming down his face, and he was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. But the zombies had no mercy. A guard forcibly lifted Lu Shid's left hand. Like Zhou Xinyue, he had not been fed enough since he was locked up, and his hands and feet were weak. Lu Shid fought back desperately, but in the hands of the soldier, he was no more than a chicken. He ignored Lu Shid's crying and placed his white and tender hand in front of the zombies. As the son of Lu Jinhua, his skin and flesh are more delicate than a woman's. The person controlling the zombie pushed the traction clamp forward. The zombie opened his mouth and bit down without hesitation. The taste of blood instantly exploded in his mouth. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes. His throat rolled, and he made an excited sound. It bit off a piece of meat from Lu Shid's hand. The zombie swallowed the meat in a hurry without chewing it a few times. Lu Shid screamed and his whole body spasmed violently. A piece of flesh was bitten off alive, and he was about to faint from the pain. In fact, a few seconds later, Lu Shid did faint. Commander Yang snorted coldly and ordered the soldiers to wake him up later. Seeing Lu Shid's fate, Zhou Xinyue swallowed her saliva. Is it her turn? What are these people going to do? Let them experience the despair of watching themselves turn into zombies. She glanced at the expressions of the guards. So cold. It was as if the piece of meat bitten off by the zombies was just a pig that could be sold at a high price. No. Maybe. Not even a pig. These people, do they still have humanity? Zhou Xinyu, who questioned the humanity of the guards in her heart, had forgotten that she had the same cold expression when facing those people tied to the experimental table, and the woman who was forced to be sent to Lu Shu's bed. The zombies were led to approach Zhou Xinyu. Cold sweat broke out on her back, and Zhou Xinyu's lips trembled. She would not beg for mercy like Lu Shu did, because she knew these people would not let her go. But the unique stench of the zombies came from her nose. Zhou Xinyu was full of despair. But she really... The guard raised Zhou Xinyu's hand, as he did just now. Chapter 93 Find an Opportunity. At that moment, her consciousness seemed to be taken away by the sudden severe pain, and the fangs pierced her flesh, leaving deep marks in her fragile nerves. Under the stimulation of severe pain, her consciousness seemed to return to the moment of her birth. That was her first memory. The warm sunshine and the sweet and soft milk fragrance between her nose, and the majestic wind that brushed across her cheeks from time to time. It was completely different from the cold prison. Zhou Xinyu gasped for breath and kept moaning. After biting the person, the zombie who had accomplished his mission was shot in the head by the guard. The ugly thing that had hurt her so deeply fell to the ground, completely turned into a pool of rotten meat. A dead body. She also fell to the ground. She was dragged up by those men like a dead dog. Zhou Xinyu stared at the zombie corpse. Is this my future? Zhou Xinyu asked herself. Even if I die, I will be ugly and without dignity. Why? Why? The leaders are already waiting in the lab. Hurry up and take them over, Commander Yang said. His tone was light, as if he had just casually dealt with the two beasts. The wound on her hand made Zhou Xinyu's consciousness begin to blur. She was dragged away by the guards without any resistance. After an unknown amount of time, her limbs were tied up again, and her mouth was sealed tightly with tape. Zhou Xinyu wanted to figure out her current situation. She struggled to open her eyes, but her eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. She saw many people. There were the Zhao family, those officers who had once attached themselves to the Lu family, and Zhou Rui. Her mind instantly became much clearer. Zhou Xinyu bent her body. Her pupils widened, and her limbs kept swinging and struggling. Woo! She shouted something indistinctly in her throat, and her eyes were full of hatred. Zhou Rui. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been involved with the Lu family, and wouldn't have ended up like this. Is the virus spreading so fast? Dr. Li frowned. The female test subject sent by the base seemed a little too weak. It had only been a short time, and the virus had eaten her brain. Hearing his muttering, Zhou Rui raised his eyelids and sneered in his heart. Zhou Xinyu was so excited, just because she saw herself. Zhou Rui could guess what she was thinking. This girl has had a strange brain circuit since she was a child. Different from normal people. No matter whether she was wrong or not, it was always someone else's fault. This woman's corpse transformation speed is too fast. I suggest that we conduct experiments on her first, Dr. Li said. The leaders headed by the Zhao family nodded. Just do it according to your own ideas. Dr. Li nodded slightly. Lin Li, his assistant, opened the refrigerator containing the vaccine for him, carefully took out the blue vaccine tube, and connected the syringe. Next, Dr. Li completed the glorious moment of injecting the experimental subject. The experimental table emitted a slight electric current, paralyzing Zhou Xinyu's limbs. Dr. Li walked towards the fish on the chopping board step by step, and said with compassion in his eyes, "Don't be afraid." Then, under Zhou Xinyu's eyes full of resistance and fear, Dr. Li slowly inserted the needle into her arm. "You will be saved." Dr. Li still looked compassionate. He did not lower his voice to cover up when he spoke, and the expression on his face was also exposed to others. The leaders who came to witness the experiment looked at each other, and for a moment they couldn't figure out what kind of character Dr. Li had. Before sending Zhou Xinyu and Lu Shu here, they informed Dr. Li about what they had done. But now he said, "Don't be afraid. Get redemption." Living Holy Father? Zhao Jianlong secretly winked at Zhou Rui. "Nephew, has Dr. Li's brain become stupid from studying things?" Receiving his gaze, Zhou Rui curled his lips and smiled without saying a word. After injecting the experimental subject, Dr. Li returned to his original position. Lindley took out an alcohol wet wipe from the side and carefully wiped Dr. Li's hands. The others were stunned. This is not the way to serve the Emperor. Right? Now is not the time to be surprised. Everyone stared at Zhou Xinyue's reaction. The cold liquid was pushed into her body. About 10 seconds later, Zhou Xinyue's body twitched violently. Her eyes were wide open, and her limbs, which were softened by electricity, seemed to have suddenly gained strength. She couldn't stop twitching and turning on the experimental table, and her skin collided with the metal on the experimental table, making a clicking sound. Blue and black veins kept appearing on her body, and even her face was covered with thick black veins, making such a delicate woman look extremely scary. Dr. Li pushed his glasses. His face was still very calm, but his palms were sweating. His vaccine. Before this, he had only experimented on his wife and Lindley. His wife was a superpower and was relatively resistant, and Dr. Li had always known this. His experiments on her became more and more unbridled, and the content of the medicine used became higher and higher. In that experiment, Dr. Li himself actually had no confidence. He just had a betting mentality. Unfortunately, he lost. After losing his wife, he met Lindley, who was bitten by a zombie, with the mentality of a ready-made test subject. Dr. Li used the diluted semi-finished product on her. The semi-finished product contained his wife's blood. Too much was used in the previous vaccine research, and Dr. Li only had 3 left. After using one on Lindley, there were only 2 left. Lindley was lucky. Under the effect of the vaccine, she not only defeated the zombie virus, but also successfully awakened her superpowers. This shows that his previous research direction was correct. Dr. Li has always believed this. On the way to the base, he prepared several more vaccines one after another. But these vaccines are missing the most critical material: his wife's blood. Boom, boom, boom. Dr. Li's heart was beating like a drum. The vaccine he prepared on the way was used on this female experimental subject. But even if one material is missing, the effect of the vaccine itself will be weakened. But there shouldn't be such a strong rejection reaction. In the haze, a guess flashed through his brain, but it was quickly denied by Dr. Li and suppressed in his heart. Impossible. Impossible. If this is true, what is the point of his research and efforts so far? After nearly 5 minutes of pain, the experimental subject on the stage finally stopped trembling. The protruding blue-black veins on the body were not hidden under the skin and flesh, and still existed prominently. Dead? Zhao Jianlong frowned. Is the vaccine so unstable? The other officers also looked confused. Zhou Rui breathed a sigh of relief. At present, it seems that the vaccine is not as effective as Li said. At present, this is a good thing for him and by Yunlai. If Li can't come up with a bargaining chip that the base leadership will like, he can't reach the deal he wants. Of course, this is not a long-term strategy. Looking at Li's expression, it is obvious that this scene is also extremely unexpected to him. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. This is the mentality of Mr. Li now. This failure will make him more persistent in getting what he wants from Bai Yunlai. At that time, he will be even more unscrupulous. I have to find an opportunity. Find an opportunity. Kill this guy. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Zhou Rui clenched his fists and lowered his eyelashes, seeing the expressions of the group of superiors. Dr. Li panicked. He said quickly, the vaccine is only a semi-finished product, and it is inherently uncertain. This female test subject was already on the verge of transformation when she was sent here, so it is reasonable that the vaccine would become ineffective. Even though he was panicking, Dr. Li still looked calm, as if he had expected such a situation. If Zhou Rui had not been paying attention to him just now, he would have been fooled by his behavior. Several officers nodded. Although they were skeptical, they still believed Dr. Li's words for the time being. Let's try it on the male again. Dr. Li wiped the cold sweat from his hands, and just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard someone say, it would be better to confirm whether the last experimental subject is dead or not. He looked at the person who spoke with a sharp gaze like a bullet, wishing he could kill this guy with his eyes. It was the strongest man he had just met yesterday. Zhou Rui. He had a warm smile on his outstanding appearance, looking extremely harmless. Chapter 94. Not completely dead. Dr. Li's face darkened, and he was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Go and have a look. After taking a deep look at Zhou Rui, he said to Lindley next to him. Lindley nodded and went forward to check. She first placed her finger on Zhou Xinyue's wrist artery and waited silently for a while. Then, her face became more solemn. She moved her finger up and moved it under the nose of the experimental subject. How could it be possible? Lin Li's eyes were more surprised. The experimental subject's breathing had stopped. But strangely, her heart was still beating? Is this what is called dead? But not completely dead? Lin Li's mind was replaced by shock for a moment. Just as she was about to report this discovery, she suddenly heard someone shout, "Be careful!" She was stunned. And before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist. It was the strange experimental subject. She bit Lin Li's wrist fiercely. Her eyes were cloudy, and her face was extremely fierce. Lin Li felt pain. And in a hurry, she used her free hand to pry open the mouth of the experimental subject. At this moment, bang! There was a crisp sound of a gunshot. It was Dr. Li who fired. He tightly held the short pistol in his hand, and his chest was heaving violently. The shot hit the experimental subject's forehead. Her teeth, which had been biting hard, finally loosened. Lin Li looked at Dr. Li gratefully and silently retreated to his side. Another researcher present hurried forward and carefully treated the wound on her hand. A superpowered person will not mutate if bitten by an ordinary zombie. This is a truth that everyone knows. After simply treating Lin Li, he did not do anything extra and stood aside as a background again. Continue the experiment? Zhao Jianlong asked after glancing at the corpse on the experimental table. Dr. Li's face was inexplicably dark. My assistant is injured. Please let me help her to rest. Unexpectedly, he said such a thing specifically for her. Lin Li was stunned. And then a little red climbed on her face. Although it is inappropriate to think about these things at this time. But Dr. Li is thinking about her like this. Does he also have some thoughts about her? She didn't dare to think about it. She just felt that it was worth it even if she died at this moment. The speed of her heartbeat even increased a few points. The leader of the base nodded. Very tolerant. Only Zhou Rui smiled at Dr. Li's leaving back. The surname Li was not so considerate before. Suddenly acting like this, his original intention was probably not to send his assistant off, but something else. Right? As for what it is, this needs to be observed. Bringing Lin Li to the lounge next to the laboratory, Dr. Li said a few words of comfort. Let's not talk about Lin Li's tears of emotion. On the way back, Dr. Li found a safe in his lounge. He entered the password and was silent for a while. Finally, he took out the only 2 medicines containing his wife's blood. With Mr. Bai in the base, blood will definitely be supplied in a healthy way in the future. He couldn't lose the trust of those leaders at this time, and lose the big picture for the small. So, Dr. Li's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. When he returned, the body of the female experimental subject had been dealt with, and replaced with a sleeping male. This male was just like the female who had just been dealt with delicate skin and tender flesh. Once infected with the virus, the dark blue veins were extremely conspicuous on the white skin. His immunity seemed to be much higher than the other person. Up to now, the virus had not infected his brain, and only the bitten arm was covered with black veins. Dr. Li took a deep breath, while turning around to take out the vaccine. He replaced it with the vaccine he took out from the lounge. This action was very secretive, and no one would notice. After replacing the vaccine, Dr. Li turned around and personally put the needle on the vaccine. This time he did not say "you will be saved," and simply disinfected the experimental subject's arm and directly injected the vaccine into his body. After doing all this, he silently stepped back a few steps. He was afraid that the experimental subject would suddenly attack and bite him too, because the experimental subject was in a coma. They could only choose to wait after the vaccine was injected. Time passed by minute by minute. About 5 minutes later, the experimental subject finally moved. He moved his fingers first. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The brown-black pupils were a little weird at this time. Sometimes they were normal colors, and sometimes they flashed a few strands of red. His body showed the same twitching and spasms as Zhou Xinhua, but the amplitude was not as large as hers, and it was still within the controllable range. Lu Shid moaned in agony, just as the officers looked away, thinking that the subject was probably useless. He suddenly stopped twitching. Lu Shid's pupils kept dilating and shrinking, and then he closed his eyes, as if he had fainted again. At this time, the veins on his arms also faded away like the tide. Seeing this, the officers in the base looked at each other, and joy finally appeared in their eyes. This time, Dr. Li would not let the researchers come forward to check. so they had to send a guard over. And after a check, they finally confirmed that the vaccine used on the male test subject was successful. The officers relaxed and smiled at Dr. Lee. One of them said, "The doctor is indeed very capable." But, the officer paused, and under Dr. Lee's gaze, he spoke again. "It would be better if we could try harder to increase the success rate." Dr. Lee then put his heart back in his stomach. "I will try my best." Although the experiment was successful, Dr. Lee was not relieved at all. Instead, he felt extremely depressed. He knew that the completely different experiment completely negated all his efforts and research so far. How ironic. The things left by his deceased wife became his biggest bargaining chip at this time. He must find an opportunity to mention to these leaders about inviting Mr. Bai to do the experiment. Not now. He could see that the failure of the first experiment made these leaders feel a little sorry for him. Otherwise, the officer wouldn't have told me to work hard to increase the success rate. This would make them less willing to respond to my requests. Besides, Mr. Zhou is here too. He will definitely strongly oppose it. If things go wrong, he will take everyone away in anger. He is the strongest person in the base. If he really wants to leave, who can stop him? He has to find a suitable time. At least when Zhou Rui is not present. The unconscious experimental subject was carried away by 2 guards. He was lucky to survive the virus. But he still couldn't escape death. After sending away the people who came to watch the experiment, Dr. Lee sighed and felt very tired. He originally wanted to go home directly. But thinking of Lin Li who was staying in the lounge, he turned his steps and walked towards the lounge where the other party was. As soon as the door opened, Dr. Lee found something wrong. When he left, Lin Li was lying on the bed. But now, the bed was very messy and empty. Did she leave on her own? No, she wouldn't. Dr. Lee knew Lin Li's personality very well. Even if there was something urgent, she would never leave without saying anything. Just as Dr. Lee lowered his head to think, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind him. Huh? That was the heavy breath of a zombie. Chapter 95. You understand again. Dr. Lee died. That night. At that time, Zhou Rui was entangled with Bai Yunlai on the bed and laughed. He put his hands on Bai Yunlai's waist, scratched his cheeks and smiled on him. When Zhou Rui went to watch the experiment, Bai Yunlai was treated very well at Li Wan's house. Zhu Yi is simply a little cooking god. With limited supplies, he prepared a table of delicious dishes with good color, fragrance and taste, and also baked several baskets of milk-flavored cookies. When Bai Yun came to leave, he stuffed a basket with him. When Zhou Rui came back, he saw him half lying on the sofa, eating cookies with a blank look in his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking. The two exchanged information with each other. Zhu Yi meant that if Dr. Lee really wanted to go all the way, then he should find a chance to kill this guy. He also said that with him, he and Zhou Rui could definitely do this cleanly. When Zhou Rui heard this, he instantly felt that Zhu Yi was his half-brother who had been separated for many years. If Zhu Yi was here, he would have wanted to have another pure hug with his brother. Of course, Zhu Yi could not experience how pure it was, because Zhou Rui's mischief to Bai Yunlai was not pure at all. Just as he was getting into the mood, the simplified mobile phone under the pillow started to ring, ruining his mood. The ringtone was really scary. Not only was it loud, but the various instruments mixed together, making it difficult to continue even the best mood. So Zhou Rui had to watch the big treasure on his body slide down and lie on the side with a dark face. Under the gaze of the other party's pair of green eyes, he answered the phone in a deep tone. "Hello? You'd better have something serious." Zhao Qinggong's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Old Zhou. Dr. Li is dead." The cause of Dr. Li's death was very strange. His assistant Lin Li mutated for some unknown reason after being bitten by the experimental subject. When Dr. Li went to her room to look for her, she happened to be completely mutated. Dr. Li is a very fragile psychic compared to other superpowers. Although Lin Li is also a psychic, her physical fitness is much better than his. After mutating into a zombie, her body is even stronger. The sharp claws with corpse poison cut his throat from behind. Perhaps it was the love she once had as a human. After killing the prey, Lin Li did not rush to find the next one. It just swallowed Dr. Li's body bit by bit. Bite by bite. When the guards discovered the abnormality, Dr. Li had been eaten to the point that only his head was left. When Lin Li saw the other prey, her first reaction was not to attack. Instead, she hugged the head tightly in her arms and roared at the guards in anger. as if they were rats disturbing others. After a fierce battle, the zombie that Lindley transformed into was successfully killed. Even after death, it held the head tightly in its arms, as if it was some unique treasure. Dr. Lee died in the hands of his assistant, which sounded too ridiculous. The guards investigated the cause and effect of the incident and then reported the accident scene. Lindley was infected with the corpse poison because of the vaccine that Dr. Lee first gave to the female experimental subject. This vaccine not only failed to play its role, but also successfully upgraded the infection ability of the corpse poison. It's incredible. If Dr. Lee didn't have the courage to destroy the world, this talent can be said to be unique. As soon as this happened, the female experimental subject, who was hastily handled, Dr. Lee and Lindley were burned to ashes overnight. They were afraid that the corpse poison would mutate in other directions and pollute the land. When they were looking for clues in Dr. Lee's lounge, they also found an experimental log. It carefully recorded all of Dr. Lee's experimental records. From these records, they extracted the most important information. The key to making a vaccine lies in people who can resist the corpse poison themselves. Dissolving their blood in a well-proportioned experimental solution can produce a vaccine with a very high success rate. But the method developed by Dr. Lee is nothing but a temporary solution. There are too few people like this. Even if all their blood is drained, they cannot produce a vaccine that can be popularized by all mankind. The vaccine produced in this way is not only not beneficial to the people, but also too expensive because of the limited quantity. Dr. Lee's laboratory, villa and lounge were turned upside down by these people. In addition to the experimental records, Dr. Lee's diary was also found in the villa. The content on it is much more exciting than the experimental records. Dr. Lee's wife died of an overdose of drugs during the experiment. He knew it was wrong to do so, but he still chose to persevere for the sake of research results. In order to serve future research, this logbook describes in detail the painful performance of his wife after being injected with drugs. Dr. Lee has a good narrative ability, and these scenes are vividly described by him, and they come to life on paper. The base has collected all of Dr. Lee's research results, and these logs and records have also been sealed by them. Before mass production can be achieved, this research cannot be announced to the world. After everything was settled, Zhao Chunlong learned from his father about the strange incident that happened in just one afternoon. Of course, he had to share any news with his good brother as soon as possible. As soon as he heard the news, Zhao Chunlong couldn't wait to call Zhou Rui. Dr. Lee's base was very secretive. There were guards guarding the laboratory. Such an accident happened, but no news was spread. He thanked Zhao Chunlong. And when the other party said, "My good brother, when did you become so hypocritical without saying thank you?" Zhou Rui hung up the call while complaining. The base didn't want to make Dr. Lee's matter known. There was no need for them to go and get involved in the middle of the night. Dr. Lee was dead, and Zhou Rui felt very relieved. Just like someone delivering a pillow when he was sleepy. He was happy, and his face showed it. Bai Yun saw it, and lay on him again without making a sound. "Continue?" he asked hoarsely. Forget Zhou Rui. Being interrupted in the middle of the performance did not make him feel good. Zhou Rui's eyes were red, and his voice was hoarser than Bai Yunlai's. "Continue?" However, upon hearing this voice, Bai Yunlai could not help but burst out laughing. Look how anxious the child was. He even made a bubble sound. Hearing him laugh, Zhou Rui's eyes darkened. "Do you think the sound just now was funny?" Bai Yunlai's laughter paused. He did not laugh again for the whole night. At the end, his voice was hoarser than Zhou Rui's bubble sound. He was obviously a strong and healthy superpower, but he did not even have the strength to raise his hand. 3 months later, the waves caused by Dr. Lee have calmed down. The research on Zhu Yi's blood has made a major breakthrough recently. It is estimated that it will be officially launched and mass-produced next year. It happened to be the Chinese New Year, and the whole base was filled with a festive atmosphere from top to bottom. Because the research has made progress, the leaders are happy and waved to distribute some food and supplies to everyone in the base. This batch of supplies was obtained by Zhou Rui's team. Zhu Yi and Li Wan joined this team. Once they joined, everyone dared to go to some dangerous areas and collected a lot of practical supplies. Zhao Chunlong accidentally awakened his superpowers during a journey. He was not a gentle person, but he awakened the superpower of healing. This is a very rare and precious superpower. The people of the Zhao family were very happy and sincerely happy for him. But Zhao Chunlong was not happy to get this dream superpower. He felt that perhaps this was the pain of adults. According to him, even if I become a nanny, I have to be a combat nanny. He still followed Zhou Rui and others to the front line every day. In the prosperous atmosphere of the new year, Bai Yunlai unexpectedly met an old friend. They had not seen each other for a long time, but their blood made them recognize each other at the first time. It was Ni, his mother. They came from the south, and the small base there was breached by the zombies 2 weeks ago. In desperation, they could only follow the crowd to escape here. Anna didn't look like she was doing well. Her beautiful green eyes were dull, and the lively expression on her face was numb and cold. They were lucky. All along the way, the family of 3 was together. No one was left behind. His stepfather Wang Pan, and the extremely doted girl, Wang Jingqi. Seeing them again, Bai Yunlai felt calm. He was a little surprised. He didn't know since when. This happy family of 3 seemed to have no effect on his emotions. Compared to his calmness, Wang Jingqi's reaction was much more excited. She quickly stepped forward, stretched out her hand to pull Bai Yunlai, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother. This was the first time Bai Yunlai heard Wang Jingqi call her brother so affectionately since she was born. It seemed that they were really close relatives. Wang Jingqi failed to pull Bai Yunlai up. The evil spirit guarding him had a dark face and slapped the girl's hand away. What are you calling brother? There is no good brother for you here. The girl's call of brother gave Zhou Rui goosebumps, as if she had just discovered Zhou Rui's existence. Wang Jingqi wiped her eyes, pouted her mouth, and said aggrievedly, Brother Zhou, why did you hit me? While the 3 of them were talking, Ni and Wang Pan had already approached. Seeing her son after a long absence, Ni opened her mouth, as if she didn't know where to start. After having a new family, she ignored this son more and more. She actually knew. This is wrong. But once she saw him, and saw his face that was somewhat similar to her ex-husband, Ni's guilt would be swept away, and she would become annoyed. Yunlai. Ni clenched her fingers and looked a little nervous. Bai Yunlai looked up at her. Just came? Ni lowered her head. I came yesterday. After saying that, she pulled Wang Jingqi back. How are you doing? Watching her actions, Bai Yunlai felt mixed emotions. What is this for? Are you afraid that he will harm Wang Jingqi? Sensing the change in Bai Yunlai's mood, Zhou Rui put his arm around his waist. Yunlai has always been with me, so of course he is doing well. Hearing this, Ni was stunned. She glanced at her son who was keeping silent, and a somewhat awkward smile slowly appeared on her face. Really? That's good. After saying that, she couldn't find anything else to say. Seeing that she didn't get to the point, Wang Pan on the side couldn't help but say, Yunlai, we are relieved to see that you are doing well. We just came here. You may not know. After the base we stayed in was breached by zombies, all the things we saved were lost in that catastrophe. As he said this, he observed Bai Yunlai's expression, and seeing that there was nothing unusual, he continued, You have always been promising. In the past, I treated you badly at home because you were the child of Ni and her ex-husband. Jingqi also did a lot of things that made you angry because of me. When he said these words, Wang Pan's voice was very sincere, and his face was very sincere. Bai Yunlai and Zhou Rui did not say anything, but looked at him quietly, wondering what this man was up to. Finally, after 5 minutes of confession, Wang Pan made his intention clear. Jingqi and I feel guilty towards you. But your mother is right. For your mother's sake and because I have taken care of you, can you help us a little? Help means many things. Help him to settle down in a house. Help him with his future material needs. And help him deal with a series of troubles. Wang Pan is indeed an elite. He can bend and stretch his face at will. Zhou Rui has 10,000 words that can make him lose face. But he kept them all in his mouth. It's nothing. This is Bai Yunlai's family affair. It's up to him to decide. Under Wang Pan's expectant gaze, Bai Yunlai nodded. Just when he thought that this stepson was still soft-hearted and easy to bully, he saw that the child looked straight at Ni. Is this what you mean? Mom? Ni pursed her lips. She gritted her teeth. And under the urging of her husband and daughter beside her, she finally said, Yes. I know. Bai Yunlai hummed, and then asked, Have you come to find me, Mom? Or, he paused, as if thinking about what words to choose, have you ever wanted to find me? Wang Pan hurriedly said, You kid. Of course your mother wants to find you. She is your mother. Don't you know her temper? Bai Yunlai didn't look at him, staring at Ni. Under such a gaze, the expression on Ni's face became more and more embarrassed. Finally, No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Just living well has exhausted all my energy. Under the sharp eyes of Wang Pan and Wang Jingqi. And I spoke calmly. I know. Nodding. Bai Yunlai found a white electronic card from the space. He handed the card to Anai. You don't have to look like that. As if he really regretted it. After all, I never thought of looking for you. He smiled. Thank you for telling me the truth. There are 1,000 points in this card. Take it. After saying that, he seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and relaxed his body, and leaned on Zhou Rui. I can only help you with this. Seeing this, feeling the weight in front of him, Zhou Rui understood. Well, I will be angry if Yulai gives you things to subsidize you. If I get angry, none of you will have a good life. He was full of sarcasm. He played the role of a domineering CEO who hates Canary's blood-sucking family to the core. Bai Yunlai. How come I didn't realize that this guy has a talent for comedy? Bai Yunlai kept a tight face, afraid that he would laugh out loud accidentally. Zhou Rui's move was so unexpected that by the time Wang Pan realized what was happening, the two of them had already disappeared. He looked at Anai with a sullen face. Your son is really promising. Anai lowered her eyes slightly. Only 1,000 points. Too stingy. I inquired yesterday. The monthly rent for a 3-bedroom apartment is 40 points. How can this kid be so heartless? Wang Pan was still chattering. Finally, he lost his voice after being slapped in the face. He looked at Anai in disbelief. What are you crazy about? Shut up. Anai said coldly. If you think it's too little, don't take the 1,000 points. Holding the points card in his hand, Anai looked indifferent. Wang Pan didn't expect his wife, who had always been docile, to do such a thing. He was stunned by her, and was stunned for a while. On the way back, Zhou Rui kept hugging Bai Yunlai's waist tightly. This attracted a lot of attention. I feel like my waist will break if I continue like this. Bai Yunlai cooperated with him, and was held in his arms all the way home. When he saw Zhou Rui holding him tightly while cooking, and was about to perform a one-handed egg-cracking performance, Bai Yunlai finally spoke up to stop him. Zhou Rui looked at him, then at the egg. Finally, he silently put the egg down. Bai Yunlai. Thank you for thinking that I am more important than the egg. He reached out and pinched Zhou Rui's face. I'm not sad. Zhou Rui. Really? I don't believe it. Reading his meaning from Zhou Rui's eyes, Bai Yunlai retracted his hand and patted Zhou Rui's shoulder comfortingly. Really? To be honest, I feel pretty good. Bai Yunlai stepped forward and kissed his face. I'm actually very happy to know that my mother and I are the same. We haven't looked for each other. We are both so heartless and ungrateful. He sighed. I'm afraid she really looked for me. That would be so troublesome. Zhou Rui shook his head, his face full of disapproval. You are not heartless and ungrateful. After that, he said, you are good enough to them. Seeing his serious look, Bai Yunlai laughed. Okay. Okay. Zhou Rui looked sure. Don't worry about me. Bai Yunlai shook his head, stood on tiptoe, and put his arm around Zhou Rui's neck. I have you. You are always by my side. I am very happy. They knew and loved each other before the end of the world. And they still stayed together after the end of the world. That's enough.